Good morning. Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you've got your coffee or some kind of caffeinated substance. It's going to be pretty lit this morning. On the agenda would be cross-examination of Mark Tinsley by his best friend, Phillip Barber, huh? Yeah, they didn't seem to get along too much the first time. I can just imagine what it's going to be like this second time around. But, yeah. Oh, Ali, thank you about the intro. That is courtesy of Mocking Media. They put that one together for me. I got to give them full credit. It's quite big. And I do like it. I'm glad you like it too. Oh, everywhere. So, what are you guys looking forward to this morning? I mean, I didn't give you any homework last night. We went late, didn't we? We didn't do any questions or homework or anything. We just like had our say and ran to go get some sleep for this morning. But yeah, that testimony, Sandy. Yeah. Well, what I did see on Twitter though is a challenge from Mark Tinsley. Somebody quoted him from the courthouse that said, "I do hope Phillip Barber asks me about the fundraiser. Seems like he might have a few things to tell him." Mark Tinsley does not keep his mouth shut. Also, there's a picture circulating around of Buster Murdaugh kind of chewing on his middle finger during Mark Tinsley's testimony. And they're trying to make it like he was shooting him the bird. They made it such a big deal that the judge actually did another announcement that if the family keeps it up, they're going to be all kicked out of the courthouse. Well, it's not fair because some of them are behaving like his brothers and their wives are being quite, respectful. Mm. Oh, MC Records looking forward to the chaos, huh? Yeah. Hey, good morning, always. Yes, Zero Dark Tinsley. Yep. What is that? Not Raphael Barber? What is not Raphael Barber? You need to explain always. You've always got the inside here scoop from the town that I don't have there. I see, I get the Zero Dark Tinsley now, but I didn't know about this not Raphael for Barber. I mean, yeah. He did try to keep it out again, at the end of the, they try. They don't want Tinsley. But it's in, and now they're just gonna have to do it by objection to the testimony. Tinsley and Granny may be the only two lawyers I come anywhere near to trusting. And it was the finger. You think so, Sandy? Like, it looked like he was just chewing. Like, listen, I don't know. I'm from Jersey. When you give somebody the finger, you give them the finger. You don't, like, coyly chew your middle finger to, like, oh, I might be giving you the middle finger during this testimony thing. You, like, proudly, like, stick it up there and show them that that's what you're doing. And if you're like, really have emphasis, you do too, and you're like, you make noises while you do it, so they look. But I mean, that was kind of subtle, don't you think? Morning, never, darling. Mm. Mm. Sure, wink, wink. Some of us just do it without thinking. We sneak the middle finger up. Wink, wink. No, subtle is best. You think subtle is best? I don't know. I'm a like out there and in your face kind of girl. Hey, Jen, good grope. Good morning. And groping with coffee. Welcome, Mary Beth. Because every time I hear Barber, I think Raphael Barber from Law and Order, and he is no Raul Garza. I get it. Okay, so ain't no Raphael Barber. Okay, I get it. Now I see always. Thank you. Yeah, I can see that. He's not. Although from the defense team, I mean, he's pretty calm and direct. I mean, when it comes to technology, he has done a lot of court cases that have cell data or computer crimes and things like that, where they have to trace everything electronically. He's more savvy with the, let's say, 2023 way things are gathered. As far so he's pretty good that way. It was a good addition to the team, I believe. Well, we'll have to be fair. I don't want anybody to think that I'm like too biased, although I do think as far as legal power, as far as finesse and caseload, what's going on, I think Creighton Waters might outshine them just a little bit. um Having some huge cases, but he's got that energy too. I just can't help it. I just love me some BCE. And that's that big Creighton energy. Like, when he jumps out of that chair and he got something to say. Mm. Hello, Tina. Welcome. Peekaboo. Yeah. Shill, it's nice to see you here. You were here early, I see, from the comments. And if Steffi's listening, hello, love. I hope you're having a good day. Hey, Robski. Yep, Robski's reminding everybody, don't forget to like that button down there. And today he says it's for fried chicken flavored because it's Friday. Mm. Thank you for flavoring the button for us, Robski. That was something we used to do every day in the depth trial, didn't we? Yeah, we had chocolate covered strawberry and all kinds of parfait. Oh, yes, always grateful. I did see the picture of Tinsley walking by the desk and staring at the back of Alex Murdaugh's head. And it might just show up in my thumbnails. It was pretty damn good. I woke up to that this morning. Yeah, I did. Mm, yeah, it was good. That was really good. Mm. Oh gosh. I know, Sandy. Yeah, we need to flavor that button every day now. That is. But it seems like almost everyone is looking forward to the opening cross-examination of Tinsley. I don't know what's coming forward after that. We're coming to the end of the 404B testimony, which in a way is kind of good because, like, since we've all heard it before, for us, it's a little redundant, although they are slipping some more things in. And I have noticed that Creighton Waters is really moving up to the line there as far as what he's adding in and where he's going with the testimony. So much that they've talked about beforehand that the judge has issue with. I've heard Judge Newman quite often interjecting in here and reminding both of them about the line. um Waters has been pushing it a little bit, and Newman has been siding with the defense in regards to some things, especially in regards to drugs, inferences to the rehab, or the side of the road incident. If that comes in, it's only coming in with the person who was involved, and that is Curtis Smith, because he tried to bring it in with Wilson. Because according to Chris Wilson, as you heard in the testimony that the jury did not, the judge has a nice way of saying, okay, Creighton, Waters, show me what you're going to put on the stand and I'll tell you what I think. And he has the witness tell him exactly, answer the questions. And he told Creighton Waters straight out, that's going too far. This is hearsay. This is uh, just what this witness is saying about what that person said about something else that happened on another day with someone else, and it wasn't pertinent to what they were doing. And Godless Granny had told us all about that prior, about hearsay and how certain things could come in if they were to, about the truth, things like that, but not like this, not like about a whole separate thing. It's nice having you here, Godless Granny, because like for legal stuff, I don't know the exact terms or what they do commonly in a lot of places. Not being in that particular career myself, I just have a fascination for how they do it and the courtroom itself. Mm. Squish that like button. It's nice and plump and juicy, but you always wanted a piece of, just like the fried chicken. We got legs going there and everything. Mm. You're making me hungry, guys. Now I want fried chicken for breakfast. Can we eat fried chicken for breakfast? Hmm. I think fried chicken for breakfast would be good. You know, fried chicken can be juicy, like when. I do think, yeah. Mm. It's a tasty button. Everybody's. Oh yeah, you wasted a lot of honey on that button for Ranty, Sandy. I remember you were there every day. Chicken and waffles, Ali. Yes, absolutely. A wonderful Southern drizzled in honey. Let's not forget fried chicken, honey, and waffles. Yep. Mm. Oh yeah, chicken sandwiches for breakfast. I'm thinking. Now, Goddess Granny, is it just the fried chicken like on the biscuit, or do they have other things? Like, do they add eggs and bacon to it to make it breakfasty, or a little bit of country gravy maybe? That'd be it for me. Fried chicken for any time of the day. I'm with you, Wrecker. I am. As long as it's like, I'm a little particular. Fry my chicken without the bones. I know you guys are going to throw me off the internet now. I get it. I'm not a traditionalist when it comes to fried chicken. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard it like, I've not had them for breakfast either, Godless Granny. But yep. Fried chicken biscuits at Bo's. They're not horrible. I'll go with that, Sandy. Mm. Oh, grits. Mary Beth, I am actually a fan of grits. Now, a lot of people don't like grits, but me, give me garlic grits, give me cheesy grits, give me just butter grits, just give me grits. I like grits. But I'm also a polenta fan too. Like, um, grits, yeah, I could do it. Used to be just hot bowls of grits. That used to be a good breakfast in the morning when I was younger. Yeah, leave the bone out of the equation, right, Tina? Like, I don't need it. I don't need it. And like, I don't understand wings. People's fascination with eating chicken wings. That's a lot of work for a little bit, and it's a lot of icky too. You can't get grits in. Oh, Wrecker. Let's list that as the next reason why you should come to the United States. And we're on, people. Here we go.
You may now be seated.
Morning. Good morning. Mr. Tinsley. You may bring the jury. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Day number 15, state's case. The last objection was sustained. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, when I sustain an objection, that means you're to disregard the question and any response. You may proceed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. May it please the court. Mr. Tinsley, good morning.
Good morning.
Just to kind of reset the table from where we left off, you had testified about pursuing the case against the defendant over the boat wreck, correct?
Correct.
And you had communicated to the defense that the defendant was going to have to pay personally, correct?
Correct.
Not just the insurance.
Correct.
And you had been told that the defendant was broke, correct?
That's correct.
And you had filed a motion to compel. Had you filed a motion to compel, states 402, seeking to identify any bank accounts that he had?
In October of 2020.
Could I have the elbow, please? And the screen, David, if you can help. All right. I think one of the things that you had also testified to is that just generally COVID had kind of slowed things down in the court system.
Ultimately, yes.
And then you had had some health issues that you were dealing with as well. Is that correct?
At some point, yes.
At some point in time, did a hearing in the boat case that would include a hearing on this motion to compel that's on the screen get scheduled?
It did.
And when did it initially get scheduled?
My recollection is it was set for May the 30th, 2021.
All right. And let me show you an exhibit real quick. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 404 and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right. And what is that?
That is a communication about the hearing. It's actually about a status conference about the hearing that's going to be on May the 30th.
Okay. All right. And what was the day of that status conference going to be?
May the 7th,
All right.
2021.
All right. And then look at the subject line on that and just take a look at that real quick.
Motions hearing May the 11th.
Yeah. Was that the date or was it May 30th for the motions hearing? To your recollection.
To my recollection, it's May the 30th.
All right. But this email is related to that particular hearing. Is that correct?
It's related to the hearing on my motion to compel and some other hearings, yes.
All right. At this point, Your Honor, I move to admit states 404, I believe, without additional objection.
No objection. Additional objection.
And is that the particular email we were just discussing?
It is. And you're correct, the hearing was May the 11th.
May the 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. Haven't seen that. That refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
We'll show you now what's been marked as states 405. And have a take a look at that. See if you recognize this.
I do.
All right. And tell me what this is, please.
It's an email from Judge Hall, who had been assigned the case, about the hearing. John Tiller, who was Alex's lawyer in the boat crash case, was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer about the same time, just before I found out I had cancer. And so he had a chemotherapy treatment that was going to run long the day of the hearing. He didn't always know when his treatments would be, but about a week before he would know. And so the hearing needed to be rescheduled to accommodate John's treatment.
All right. And just initially, when that request was made, what was the judge in that case's response?
That the hearing would go forward as scheduled and that one of Alex's other lawyers could attend.
All right. So initially, the judge denied that continuous request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what happened after that that ultimately resulted in it being continued?
I sent an email. John Tiller was my friend, and I didn't object to continuing it. And then the judge had a status conference. And at that point, we continued the hearing until June the 10th.
In the course of this litigation, given that we were coming out of COVID, had the judge in that particular case been relatively aggressive in wanting to move this case forward to your assessment?
The judge knew that I was in Florida receiving treatment and was accommodating that. No, he wasn't being aggressive at that time. It was when I was ready, and so I was back and we were ready.
And that's what led to this initial hearing. Is that correct?
Correct.
But ultimately, you agreed to let this thing be continued, correct?
I did.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer stage 4 or 5 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
And down at the bottom of this email chain, what's the date on that? Can you read there on your screen, or I need to bring it back to you?
May 5th, 2021.
And that's communication from whom?
That's from John Tiller to Judge Hall.
All right.
And that's relaying the need for the postponement for the chemotherapy treatment.
All right. And then there were the communications from you related to that. Is that correct? Well, let me go right here. This is the response right there. Is that correct from Judge Hall?
That's the initial response, that he intended to go forward with the hearing as scheduled, and that Mr. Condon from the same firm could handle it.
Show you now what's been marked as stage 406 and see if you recognize this particular document.
I do.
All right. And what is this? Tell the jury what this is, please.
That's an email from John Tiller. So after the email that's on the screen saying I intend to go forward, John Tiller sent another email explaining a little more detail what's going on, and that he had, I believe it says he had spoken to me and I had agreed. They were my motions. There were some other motions, but when it's your motion, you can agree to continue it. If a party wants it continued, then you don't object. And so that's what that's doing, is trying to get the judge to not go forward with the May the 11th date.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer stage 406 in the evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
All right, and the date on that particular email is?
May the 6th, 2021.
Did the judge ultimately, though, based on this series of emails, granted the continuance on this motions hearing, correct?
Well, he gave us a status conference in which we did by video, and ultimately he agreed.
Okay. And what day was the motions hearing that included the motion to compel rescheduled for?
June 10th, 2021.
Going back to states 402, one of the matters that was on the table to be heard would have been your attempt to get compelled responses to this interrogatory from the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Seeking identification of his bank accounts.
That's correct.
Remember what day of the week, June the 10th, 2021 would have been?
I believe it's a Thursday.
How'd you hear about the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I got a phone call sometime in the middle of the night, 11:30, after my recollection.
That was on June 7th, 2021,
That's right.
into June 8th, 2021.
I think I heard it's still June 7th when I hear about it, but yeah.
On June 8th, 2021, did you have any conversations with any of the lawyers involved in the boat case or any communications?
I believe so. I think that it was more of, there wasn't a whole lot of consideration to be given to the fact that the hearing wasn't going to go forward. It was sort of shock and horror of what had happened, and nobody really knew what to do in the moment.
Of course, that hearing's not going forward after this.
It did not.
We'll show you what's been marked as States 407 and see if you recognize that particular document.
I do. This is an email from Judge Hall's law clerk. Judge Hall's over the boat crash case to me and the lawyer for Parker's, as well as about the fact that the hearing's not going forward.
All right, this time I'd offer States 407.
Additional objection.
Say admitted.
What's the date of that email?
June 8th, 2021,
What time?
4:24 p.m. I think there's an email from John Tiller that precedes this one that morning, but
But ultimately, there were communications the following day that obviously we're not going forward with this hearing on the motion to compel, correct?
yeah, pretty much immediately.
And at that period of time, was there any date set in the wake of all of this for it to be reheard?
There was not.
In the wake of the murders, did you generally understand or have an idea of at least what had happened to Maggie and Paul, how they had been killed?
I did.
Just from media reports and the rest of it?
That's right.
And did that have any effect, that tragedy of their deaths, did that have any effect on your assessment of the boat case and how everything fit together, if things were how they initially appeared?
It would have affected, I mean, yes, it did, and it would have ended the case
It would have ended the case against who?
against Alex Murdaugh.
And explain that to the jury. Why? What had changed after this terrible tragedy?
Well, when you have a civil case, nice people get good verdicts, okay, just generally speaking. Yes, sir. Nice people get good verdicts. You really have to motivate a jury to want to help somebody in a civil case. And so if you compared, say, Attila the Hun with some sweet grandmother, who gets a better result? It's the sweet grandmother. If Alec is the victim of a vigilante, nobody's going to hold him accountable. Doesn't make any difference what he did or how clearly what he did contributed. The case would be over against Alec. And so initially, it could have been over. It appeared that it was going to be over against Alec because I had other defendants. I had Parker's convenience store that clearly violated its rules. And so you wouldn't want a very sympathetic person in your case when you have somebody who clearly violated the rules and caused this tragedy. So it would have been over against him.
The sympathies of the case had changed if Alec had truly his family had been the victim of some vigilante or something like that.
The sympathies would have changed if that had been true.
And assessing those sympathies and those emotions in a case like this is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer. Is that correct?
It's what we try to do.
And it's what Alex Murdaugh used to do as well when he was a plaintiff's lawyer.
I think he was good at reading people and knowing what made them tick.
Thank you, Mr. Tinsley. Nothing further at this time. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Thank you.
Mr. Barber.
Good morning, Mr. Tinsley.
Good morning.
Almost. Maybe just start asking a couple of questions that I think are just some things that we could agree on before maybe getting to some other things. Was there any life insurance for Maggie or Paul?
I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alex.
And if this motions hearing, which was not just the motion to compel, it was other motions, correct? On June the 10th.
Yeah, there were some other motions.
And if that hearing had gone forward, at least for the motion to compel, this would have been another step in a process, right? In other words, I believe it was your previous testimony. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, that this would have been another step, but it wasn't the end point.
So what happens?
Is that correct, sir? Yes or no? Am I misstating your testimony? There wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
You're jumping around, so it's hard for me to follow.
I apologize.
Well, if you let me finish.
No,
Your Honor, I would like to ask the witness to be allowed to finish his answer to one of those questions, and I object to the form of the question.
Pose one question.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you previously testify, I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
I'm sorry,
Yes
you
or
were
no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Quote. Did you testify, did those words come from that stand when you previously testified? Yes or no?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. You looked down again and I could not understand what you said.
I
Was there an
I
explosion?
apologize for that. I'll hold it up. I'm just trying to read it accurately. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Yes or no, is that your testimony previously? Just yes or no.
It's possible.
please.
You're trying to turn it into something not, but I probably said words to that effect.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
You're asked about the motion to compel being another step in the process. Is that correct?
It was a way to put pressure on Alex.
But if after that hearing happened and an order granting a motion to compel had been issued, that starts a process that's going to run its course. Is that correct?
Objection, pleading.
If a order is, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. If a order to compel is granted, tell us about the process that happens after that as it relates to your specific interrogatory we've talked about here.
Sure. The process starts on Alex's side way before. If you look at those exhibits that they marked the email, you'll see Danny Henderson. Again, Danny Henderson was his personal lawyer. Danny Henderson is also a shareholder in the firm. Danny Henderson is reviewing every single document. That's how meticulous Danny Henderson is. He reviews all of the account information before I get it. And nobody knows better what Alex making than Danny Henderson. I mean, you'll see all these checks going out and all these payments being made, and Danny Henderson would have known. So the explosion.
Object, Your Honor. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Foundation.
Response.
Your Honor, he is speaking of,
Speaking of response to the objection.
he has testified as to the fact of his interactions with that individual who actually brought him insurance documents to review. I think he has a basis to know.
Foundation. And your response to the objection.
I believe he has sufficient foundation to address that from his personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Overrule the objection. You may answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. For instance, I had subpoenaed the phone records, not only Alex, his father's, but we also had John Marvin, Alex's brother's phone records. Danny reviewed those records for a long time before I could get my hands on them. Danny was involved in everything. He was at every hearing. He was at every deposition. He was intimately involved in every aspect of the case.
If an order to compel is issued, what was going to be your next step if you had an identification of accounts by the defendant?
Subpoena those accounts.
And if those accounts are subpoenaed, can potentially people move to quash those?
They could move to quash, but Danny Henderson would have looked at the documents in anticipation that I could get them.
Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
If motions to quash had been filed, though, you could have continued to seek that and there would have been further hearings. Is that correct?
I would have continued.
Objection to sustain, that's the leading.
What would have happened if motions to quash were filed as to any subpoenas you issued to it for the specific information about the defendant's accounts?
I would have continued to push. We would have continued to argue about it.
Would have a process been put in motion, though, that was going to conclusion if an order had been issued on June 10th, 2021?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Step down.
Thank you.
The next witness.
Police court. Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Ms. Bianca-Simpson.
Be careful. Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about the Lord's court in this trial shall be the truth to help you God. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Bianca Turrubiate-Simpson, Turrubiate-Simpson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this difficult for you to be here today?
Yes, sir, it is.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, Mr. Simpson, about yourself, where you're from, your family, if you want to, and just kind of what you've been doing in life leading up to today, generally, please?
Yes, sir. I'm originally from Brownsville, Texas. I joined the military at the age of 17. I was in Norfolk, Virginia for almost 9.5 years. I was stationed on the USS Puget Sound, USS Shenandoah, Naval Air Station Oceana right before I left.
What'd you do there?
Heavy equipment operator.
Okay.
And my husband was also a heavy equipment operator. We were both in the same field. We decided that the military was just not going to be good environment for raising children. So we made a decision, instead of moving to Texas, we moved to South Carolina, where he was from. And we have 5 children, 34, 31, 23, 21, and a 17-year-old. They're all been raised down here in South Carolina.
Any of them still at home?
Yes, sir, 17-year-old.
Where was your husband from? You said he moved back home. Where was he from?
My husband's originally from Gifford, South Carolina.
Say it again.
Gifford, South
Gifford.
Carolina.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a police officer for Hampton.
When you came to South Carolina, you never been here before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got here besides the hardest job in the world, being a mom and raising kids? What else did you do?
When we moved here, we had enough leave built that we didn't have to work for almost 2 months. So I went to, after about a week, I kind of got bored because I'm used to having hands-on doing something. So I went to the local Piggly Wiggly store in town and I asked I didn't know he was the owner at the time. I realized he was the owner after, if I could get a job because I was bored. And
How many kids do you have?
I have 5,
Okay.
but I only had the 2 oldest ones
Okay.
at that time. And so he said the only job he had was a stalker. And I actually had no idea what that meant because I had just graduated high school and went in the military, so I didn't know. But I told him I would take it as long as it would get me out of the house for a little bit. So I took that job, and then within a week, I got a call from another job that I had put in where it was brazing or welding at Scotsman, which is in Allendale County. And I figured, well, it offers benefits and it would be better transition for the kids, dental, that sort of thing. So I went there. After about 2 weeks, another job called me and had better dental medical benefits for my kids. So that was the first time I went to work for the South Carolina Department of Corrections. I opened up Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I was the first class to graduate from Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I worked my way up from correctional officer to sergeant. I managed the outside details and the road crew on the interstate. Also a crew that would go out to Hunting Island for maintenance to assist with the park rangers. In 2001, I was offered a job at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and I accepted the job. So I left Ridgeland Correctional Institution, went to work for FCI Estill, Federal Correctional Institution, Estill, South Carolina, where I stayed until 2007. My job, basically, I started back from the bottom as a correctional officer, and before my year's up, I got promoted to the Special Investigative Support Tech Office, where I was responsible for managing, producing reports, weekly reports, and also profiling the Hispanic gangs, because there was not a lot of staff members that were bilingual. So my job basically became profiling, interviewing, and associating members, the inmate population with gangs.
And how long did you do that?
From 2001 to 2007.
Not that anybody cares, so is that when I first met you?
Yes, sir.
Did you help me arrange a meeting with a prisoner I need to interview?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave that job?
Just burned, when you're the only, one of the only ones in the office that's bilingual, and you're constantly getting called out for different incidents dealing with a Hispanic population that had grown out quite a bit from the time I got there, and still having to do your daily duties in the office, and nobody's helping you, you tend to burn out pretty quick. So
If an
I
incident,
made a decision to leave.
so if an incident happened when they needed a translator,
I
Your
was
phone
call-
got
I
called.
was, I had to stop what I was doing and respond to whatever incident dealing with the Hispanic inmates.
what did you do after that?
I went into real estate for a little bit, which was not so good because that's when the market crashed.
And again, for the jury's edification, what year is this when you quit the prison?
2007
And you're living where?
in Brunson.
I'm sorry.
Brunson,
So how long did you stay in real estate?
maybe about a year and a half.
Your family's grown at this point, I presume?
Yes, sir.
And did there come a point that you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them how that happened? Tell the ladies and gentlemen how that transpired.
When I first moved to Gifford with my husband, like I said, I was bored, so I went to work at the grocery store. At the grocery store, and during the time that I moved, there was not a lot of Hispanic families living in that area. It has since grown in the years. I met a lady who I befriended. She was Hispanic, and we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the area. So we started talking back and forth, and it was nice to speak in your native tongue with somebody. And her son had an accident at the school on his way after school, walking to the car, and he had gotten hurt. One of the ladies that worked at the school had recommended that she use an attorney from Walterboro. And a couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that she was under a lot of stress. And as I talked to her, she said, I just have to get all these documents. I don't understand. She spoke English, but it was very broken English. So she was having a difficult time explaining what she needed for the attorney. So I told her, I said, I'm gonna find you an attorney. I'll look around. I said, and we'll go ahead and fire that attorney and hire you a new one. And because we didn't want the statute of limitations to run out on her case. So at that point, I started looking around, and I happened to walk into the law firm. And it was the old offices where I met Alex.
Just walked in and that's where you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were trying to assist this individual who was having trouble communicating with her prior attorney. Don't mention whoever that attorney was, but you helped her get a new attorney.
Yes, sir.
Did you help with that case, that particular case with this friend?
Yes, sir. He told me he would take the case.
Who is he? Who's
Alex told me he would take the case as long as I translated and helped him with the details. Because he didn't have anybody in the office that was bilingual, and I agreed.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you? I mean, there was a need for translators.
Yes, sir.
So you helped with that case?
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you assist in other cases with
Yes, sir, I
Alex Murdaugh?
did. At times, Alec would call me and ask him if I could assist in translating, or when there were accidents and the folks were injured, and if they did not speak the English language, he would ask me to translate.
And were you getting paid for this service?
Yes, sir. It wasn't a set fee. It was just depending on the case, whatever I did, whether it was to get them signed up with a law firm, basically, or if I had any type of, in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something, and a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not from here. The language barrier is a big thing for them. So my instinct was more to make sure that they were well accommodated and whatever they needed. So sometimes he would reimburse me for my out-of-pocket whenever I helped the individuals, who were in the accident.
And that went on for a period of time when you were assisting either Alex Murdaugh or the law firm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did that change into a caregiver, if you will, or respectfully, I don't mean housekeeper or whatever term you'd like to call it, for Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alex had called me and said Maggie was looking for a person to help her in the home. And at that point, real estate wasn't really doing much for me. And so I told her I couldn't find anybody. I had asked around. And at that point, I told him, I said, well, I'll help her. And he was like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'll help her. I said, it's no big deal to me. It's honest work. So I said that I would help her.
You were clearly qualified.
Yes, sir.
So what did you start doing for either the Murdaughs or Maggie Murdaugh?
I started helping the other ladies in the house with the cleaning, with running errands, running to the bank for her, whatever she needed me to do.
When did that start, Ms. Bianca?
In 2007.
And were the two young children, or the two children, Paul and Buster Murdaugh, were they younger? Obviously, they were younger.
Yes, sir, they were young.
And would you have interaction with them and/or Alex Murdaugh during this time period?
Yes, sir.
How often were you working for the Murdaughs?
At that point, it was maybe every other day, depending on how often she needed me.
And where was that? Where specifically were you working? Where was their house?
At the house on Holly Street in Hampton.
How long did that go on before you stopped and tell them why you stopped?
I worked there with them on and off, like I said, not on and off, I shouldn't say that. Every 2 to 3 days, or it wasn't a daily thing at that point. Then I did go probably about maybe, I can't recall, it was a few months later or a couple weeks later. There was an incident at the house, and somebody had tried to burn the house. So that's when I actually went and started helping her more full time, because she had to go through a lot of the damages and all that. I helped her document a lot of whatever damages were done from the diesel and stuff that was spilled all throughout the house by the individual.
And maybe I wasn't clear on my question. Did there come a point where you had some health issues?
Yes, sir. At one point, I suffered a stroke and I had to stop working and go through rehab for a while.
And what year was that? 17 and 18 maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So prior to your stroke and you had to go to rehab, how long did you work for the Murdaughs?
It was a few years by then.
How long were you out after you had your stroke, Bianca?
Maybe almost 4 years.
Did there come a point where you went back and started working with Alex, with the Murdaugh family?
Yes, sir.
And tell these folks when that was.
Shortly after the boating accident, I reached out to Alex and Maggie, and I told them if they needed anything that they could call on me. And at that point, Maggie said that she would like for me to come back if I was able to. So I told her I would. At that point, I was feeling better, so I told her that I would go back. And once I went back, it was like I actually never left.
I was just informed the stroke was in 2015, not 2017. I
Yes, sir.
apologize.
Yes, sir.
So after your recovery, you started working and actually called them, the Murdaugh family, and said, if y'all need anything.
If y'all need anything, I'm here.
And I don't think anybody will dispute that was in February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Time period?
Yes, sir.
So when you went back to work with the family after the boating accident, tell these folks, what were your duties then? What was your job?
I started right back at the same thing. I was helping with the cleaning. I was helping running errands. I would cash checks. I would, and what I say by cashing checks for Maggie, sometimes she didn't have time or she was busy doing other things. So she would send me to the bank to cash checks, to pay the people that she had working around the house.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. The maintenance line, that sort of thing, whatever she was doing around the house.
And where were they living, the Murdaugh family, at this point in 2019?
Both places,
Okay, tell the folks where both places.
Moselle and Hampton.
So you're working at both residences?
Yes, sir, both.
And did there come a time where they moved exclusively for the primary residence to, well, where was their primary residence?
Their primary residence was Holly Street, and once they sold the house, they moved straight into Moselle, full-time.
We hadn't heard much about Maggie, and I'm limited what I can say in a murder case, but did y'all get fairly close?
Yes, sir.
And when you had quit working for her and you had your stroke, did you ever see her during that time period when you weren't working for her?
Yes, sir. Maggie would, I would see her in town and she would often signal me to pull over. So we just used to stop sometimes and just talk and see how things were going at the local CVS,
Just to catch up.
just to catch up and see how everybody was doing.
And prior, when you were working and after, would you, and I'm not asking you to say what, but y'all got close and would talk personal things?
Yes, sir.
I'd like for you to go back in your mind now and take this jury back to June 7th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
You were working there for the Murdaughs then?
Yes, sir.
That's a Monday. Do we all know that, June 7th?
Yes, sir.
When had you worked prior to that? At
At-
the Moselle property for them?
Friday.
And at that point, had you seen, what family members did you see at Moselle on Friday, which would have been the June 4th of 2021? Do you remember?
Paul.
And what was your interaction with Paul that day?
Paul walked through the door, his usual self. I was walking out of the laundry room, coming into the kitchen, and Paul came in the front door and he was holding a laundry basket full of clothes. And as he was approaching me, he saw me and he said, "What's up, Miss B?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Boy," I said, "if you got all them dirty clothes and you want me to take care of that," I said, "I'm getting ready to leave." He's like, "Oh, come on, Miss B, you can help me out." He said, "I need them for the weekend." He said, I said, "Well, just pull a couple of them out, what you need, and I'll take care of it." And I ended up staying late to make sure that he had his clothing ready for the weekend.
So did you wash the clothes for the entire family? Was that part of your?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did Paul leave that Friday?
Yeah, I saw him leave. I don't know whether he was actually gone for the weekend or if he was still.
Did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Did you have regular hours in June of 2021 that you worked at Moselle for the Murdaugh family?
They weren't really set hours. Maggie was pretty, she was just easygoing. If I had stuff to do, if I had stuff to take care of, she wasn't really too keen on any specific hours. So, you know, if I had a doctor's appointment or if I had anything, she'd be like, "Okay, no," her main comment to me always was, "No worries,
No worries.
no worries."
Well, June 7th specifically, were you scheduled to work at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Moselle that morning?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's in evidence, but tell these folks what contact you had with her.
She texted me and asked me if I could stop at the grocery store on my way to Moselle because Alex wanted some Capri Suns.
Wanted some what?
Capri Suns.
Okay.
And she said apple and I believe she said pineapple first and then they changed. She came back with another text and said, "No, he wants orange." I believe that's what he said. That's what the text said. I'm not.
And did you try to get some orange Capri Suns?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Food Lion.
And were you successful in your search for
No,
orange
sir.
Capri Suns?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's marked States 54, Bianca. excuse me, defendants 54 for the record. Did you have any other texts with Miss Maggie before you got to Mizelle?
Yes, Maggie told me she had to go to a doctor's appointment. And she said that, in the text, Maggie said, Alec wants me to come home. And, she said, and in a phone conversation, she told me, she said, I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook? Paul likes the way you cook. So, she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. So I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it. So it was nothing. I finished what I was doing, and then I started cooking, making sure the meal was ready, for when Paul and they arrived at home. Well, that afternoon. And we had another conversation on the phone, where she told me, she said, Alec wants me to come home. And she kind of sounded like she didn't want to come home. Because she really liked being at Edisto. And they had a lot of work that was going on, and she was trying to make sure everything was ready for the 4th of July gathering that she was planning. So she was very detail orientated, so she wanted everything perfect. So she was she sounded like she was a little disappointed. And then she said, well, Alec asked Paul to come home too, because he's got to fix the mess up out there that CB had done.
At CB Road?
Yes, sir. And he said Alec had told Paul to come and fix it because they were planning on having a hunt that weekend. So he wanted everything ready and good to go.
So he'd asked Maggie to come, and then he had asked Alex to come.
That's what
Paul to come.
Paul, that's what Maggie told me over the phone.
And looking at defendants 54, can you read that? Text.
He said, thank you. I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave. Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And then she's got some emojis. She said, Alec is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Needs to take care of himself as well.
And when she said, I trust the Mexicans to leave the door open, that didn't bother you?
No, sir.
Okay. When she said, I guess my question is, you said you didn't think she wanted to.
Mr. Meadors, you're standing in front of the jurors.
I apologize. When you had just testified you didn't think she wanted to come home, was work being done at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she like being at Edisto?
Yes, sir, she did.
And when would she stay at Edisto?
Any chance she had.
Okay. Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Yes, sir. Come around spring, summer, she preferred to be in Edisto.
And I guess, was she at Edisto the Sunday night? Do you know? Where was she Sunday night?
I'm not sure.
Unless she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
I'm not sure.
Were you on schedule June 7th time-wise? Were you running late? What time were you supposed to be there?
I didn't have a set time to be there.
After you and Maggie talked and texted, Did you go to Moselle?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir. She had just left.
Was Paul there?
No.
Was defendant Alex Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. When you walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir. He was in bed.
He was in bed. Based on the time you spent there and your experience with the defendant Alex Murdaugh, was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No. How long were you there working before you saw Alex Murdaugh? That morning on June 7th of 21?
Probably a couple hours.
And can you tell these folks, did there come a point that morning where he left the house? Alex Murdaugh, did he leave and go to work or
Yes,
wherever?
he did.
Okay. And can you tell them what he was wearing, Alex Murdaugh, best of your memory, when he left Moselle?
He had a pair of khaki pants, greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there in the living room area. That's where his shoes used to go, right there. So he just used to kind of slide his shoes on his way out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021, when he left?
His regular work shoes, the brown, there was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
And staying out of everybody's view, do you remember anything specifically about that shirt?
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on and he was putting his coat on. And he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up.
So you actually helped, I'm sorry, but you helped move his shirt?
Yeah, yes, I did.
And you said it was a long or short sleeve? I'm sorry.
That polo is a short sleeve.
And did it have buttons on part of it or do you know?
Just from here to here.
And was it a blue blazer?
It was,
Put on top of it?
it was a dark color.
He put a tie on? He
Excuse
didn't have
me?
a tie with that on.
No,
I
sir.
just. Where's ties anymore? Now, Miss Maggie had asked you to fix dinner for the family. Did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell them what you make?
She called it steak burger, but it's cube steak and gravy, some white rice and some green beans.
You're a good cook, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Did you see or talk to Maggie ever again after this text or this phone call?
Before I left Moselle, I texted her and I said, the dinner was on I believe I texted to the effect that I left dinner on the stove for them. And that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
And you said one of her phrases she used is "no worries." Had she said that to you that day?
Yes.
When was that? It doesn't matter.
I can't remember.
You got a family of your own, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you left Moselle, what did you do?
Pick up my son at school.
And your husband's working,
Yes,
law
sir.
enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And when you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No,
When did you hear about the murder at Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
the next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning.
Yes, sir.
How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call, he called you the next morning.
He called me early the next morning
And what'd he say to you?
He sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was, his voice sounded really shaky. He said, B, they're gone, they're gone. And that my initial thought was, did she go back to Edison? That thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend what
No,
was
sir,
going
I
on?
did not. So he told me again, he said, no, B, they're dead. And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone.
Yes,
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead. I dropped the phone. And I believe I said, I'll be right over. I'll be right over.
Did he, the defendant Alex Murdaugh, tell you which way to go when you got to the house?
He said him and Buster were at Alameda. So I told him I was going to Alameda. You know, I wanted to make sure they were okay. And so I went from my house to Alameda. And then when I got ready to leave Alameda, he said, well, when you go to the house, go in the front because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way. And he said, just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house. He said, you knew her the best. He said, you know how she likes stuff. So I did. I went to the house.
So you went to
I went into Moselle from Alameda.
Alameda to start with.
Yes, I did, to check on my Buster and Alec.
To comfort him.
Yes, sir.
And at his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order?
Yes, sir. He said there was going to be people probably stopping by and bringing food and stuff. He said, I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look. So I said, okay. And I went to the house.
Did you have a usual way that you went in to Moselle, entrance wise?
From the house, if I was coming from my house, I would come in on I call it the Miley's side. So I would actually enter the property through the kennels. And if I was coming from Hampton or if I, you know, in the other direction, then I would use the front entrance. But normally I use the kennel entrance coming from my house.
When you got to Moselle, we're now on the morning of June 8th, right? 2021.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody in the property before you got to the main house?
No, sir.
And when you got to the main house, take us right there. Like right now, as you're walking in the house, what were your observations?
It was hard because I know she wasn't going to be coming back. And I didn't want to move. I didn't want to move her stuff. It was just a weird feeling going through when I unlocked the front door to get in. It felt cold.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
I did.
What'd you do when you got inside?
When I got inside, I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything. I walked through the front door and I went in the kitchen. And I
I was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove, and I was kind of, I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove, it was kind of unusual, because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, certain meals in the refrigerator. Times it was just left on the stove until the next day. And the pots were not in the sink, and they were not on the stove. And then as I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like you're going to, from the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen, if you go to the left, there's two freezer and a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the left. There's a back door to the back porch, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turned to go to the laundry room, I noticed that her pajamas were in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room. It was her pajama pants, a pair of underwear, and her pajama top.
Was that unusual?
That was very unusual.
Wow.
Because she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
And you took care of the house?
Yes,
You took care of the clothes?
yes.
And not to get too personal, but sometimes you can't help it. Were the underwear there with the pajamas unusual?
Yes.
Why?
She didn't wear with her pajamas.
No underwear with pajamas. But that struck you.
No underclothes with the pajamas.
But that struck you as unusual. They were there with the pajamas.
Yes, sir, because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
And the pots, and I may have just missed it. You said, where would the pots end up when you found them?
After I looked at the pajamas on the floor, the way that they were set, I turned around and I said, well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door, and the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal for the whole pot to be sitting in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom was her clothes were sitting next to the tub. It was a small pile of clothes right there next to the tub. And by the shower, if you walk in the master bedroom, there's a big garden tub, spa type tub. And then right here is the shower, and there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants. And then as I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor, and there was I'm pretty sure the t-shirt was white at one time, but they get kind of dingy after a few years. But that it appeared that a t-shirt had fallen off of the stack of t-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet. It was laying on the floor next to the towel.
When you took care of the home, tell us how the clothes were laid out, the shirts, the shorts, were you saying up on a shelf, or the shirts? How were they?
in the closet, there was a shelf. There was some shelves, smaller shelves right here. And then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter one, kind of like little box looking, Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept T-shirts. They were folded and they were kept on the shelf.
When you say T-shirts, I know what a T-shirt is, but I mean, were they T-shirts like I'm wearing right now? Or were they T-shirts with pockets?
It was usually they would be T-shirts, like if they would go, like when you go to a restaurant and they have like the logo of those type of T-shirts. He had a big collection of those.
And would you put them on the shelf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you iron T-shirts?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you washed all the clothes?
Yes, I did.
Did he have a certain place that he kept shorts versus long pants?
Yes, sir. When you walk in the master bedroom, when you enter the master bedroom, the bed was right here. At the foot of the bed, you had a dresser here and a dresser here. The right dresser on the top drawers were usually his underwear, his socks. The next drawer was his T-shirts. On the bottom drawer were the pajama pants that he would wear or his shorts that he would wear to sleep in. In the left drawer, and one sits on this side of the door going into the bathroom, and the other one's right here. On the left dresser, he kept his white T-shirts that he would wear under when he wore a suit. He would wear, the T-shirts were in one of those drawers. And then the other two drawers were shorts, the dressier shorts, and then the not so dressier shorts.
So you testified a shirt looked like it had fallen when you saw it this morning?
Yes, sir.
June 8th, 2021, okay. Was it still clean?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it back?
Yes, sir.
My boss, Don Zelenka, just reminded me that the food that you cooked, did you look and see how much was eaten in the pots?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, you said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
And I know what damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel?
It was damp.
What did you do with it?
Took it to the laundry room.
And you said there were some pants there.
Yes, sir, there's a pair of khakis by the shower.
And what'd you do with those?
Took them to the laundry room.
Did you wash them?
Yes, sir.
Can we go to the?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
Okay, y'all know the rules. Stretch, judge's orders. Breathe, stretch, stand up, get the blood going. Beck, that means you got to get another cup of coffee. Yeah. This is some testimony. We found out more from her than we've heard in days. All those questions about the clothing. Did anybody take a shower? Was laundry
Please not
done?
discuss the case.
I wonder if that means they're going on an official break. My interest is piqued. I wonder how Cross is going to be going off on her. She seems to know a lot about the family, as mostly the people who work there behind the scenes usually do. Oh, well, she was more than a housekeeper. I say housekeeper because that's how they have her listed, as two.
Please do not discuss your testimony. We'll take about 10 minutes.
Nope. Official break of 10 minutes. There you go. So Alex doesn't seem too perplexed. He looks a little annoyed, but look, he's laughing. And his family's not sitting behind him today, so they won't be talking to him during the break. I'm sure they have people watching. George has listed several times he has addressed the family in regards to that. They were touching him, talking to him during testimony, and passing things over the bench. Not to mention Buster and his chewing of the middle finger during Mark Tinsley's testimony. Well, yeah, well, there is a lot of animosity between them because Mark Tinsley was being very aggressive as far as discovery in the Mallory Beach case, as it is with civil cases. So, I mean, it's about settlement and money, and they want to know where it is. And they thought that he got involved, as he told you. The reason he got involved with the case is because when it came to going to the scene, when all the families were upset and everything, and Mallory Beach's parents went to go there to the crime scene, they weren't allowed to go beyond or to see anything. But when the Murdaughs showed up, they were escorted right in. And once he heard that, he was thinking preferential treatment and all kinds of things. And he felt for the family. There's a bit of animosity there because of his aggressiveness to protect his family and get them their due, to get answers. He was been squawking from day one about them not being fair or treated fair in how the case was handled, that no charges were brought against Paul. This is probably instrumental with all the squawking that he did and all of the push that the family and everyone did. That actual charges did get filed. An indictment was going to be filed against Paul much later because they weren't letting up the pressure. They weren't. Hey, Beck. Howdy. You got your coffee?
Morning, everybody.
Morning, sunshine. Happy Friday.
I'm kind of glad she woke me up because I overslept by like 15 minutes. But damn, she just like called me and was like, "Come on, we're gonna take my car." And I was like, "Fuck, I'm not dressed."
Oh, you mean the landlord? Oh, the landlord.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
I said, "You better text me next time, woman. I love you, but I will kill you." No, I won't kill her. Anyway, so hey, I want to tell you. I watched that reenactment of the shooting for Paul last night.
Yeah.
Did you watch that?
I have not sat and watched it all the way through. You mean the one from Mob Crew that I posted? Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't watched it all the way through yet. Yeah.
So let me tell you that whoever shot him came around the corner of the feed room, had the gun really, really low to the ground. Like Alex would have had to have it down by almost to his knee, the back end of the butt of the gun down by his knee. They shot up, and this is what he thinks. He thinks that Paul came towards him. There's a big, tall threshold there. And the only thing that makes sense, the last shot has to come from the ground. So he thinks that he came around the corner, shot him once from a lowered position, and then tripped when Paul came at him and shot him from the ground.
Well, yeah, with all that blood and everything hanging out, and then
on the
Paul
ceiling.
moving towards him. Yeah, I would imagine he would have, because there is actual evidence of Paul moving and walking in his own blood. I would imagine, that probably was not something he expected.
Exactly.
He thought he'd be down. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I was hoping somebody was going to talk to me about it. That's why I didn't look at it yet. Like, because I like to hear like a lot of stuff first, and then I just go and check it for myself.
This guy like
experience. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he recreated the room with like thick paper. Put the fake wall in. Put Paul in there at 5'7", which is what everybody said he was. And he lined up the way the bullets came from the crime scene, and the only way for him to shoot him would have been like that. And this guy was almost exactly the same height as Alex. So it was really interesting how it came out. Yeah, so the first shot was lower, straight back, hit the window after going through. And then the second one shot up, the guy actually shot up under the armpit, and then it went through the through part of the arm and then blew the head off, which is why there was wadding in the armpit. Because he was so close to him. So yeah, it's really interesting, you guys. If you didn't go check that out, that link that Claire sent yesterday, I would definitely.
Yeah, it was in yesterday. It's in yesterday. All the links that we've been dropping are in yesterday's video. There's none in today's yet, only the ones about court definitions, that got carried over. But it's the mob crew. Yeah, it's the one from
the mob crew one. Yeah. Like if you're in, and he also used ballistic jelly and everything. So you could, the head came apart more like it would as the brains for a person, where it would go and everything. And pretty much like the scenario played out almost exactly the way, like when he shot them, where the brain matter was and everything came out almost exactly the way it would have with the shooting. So it was pretty interesting.
Mark, I don't think it's good investigative practice to listen to other opinions before viewing the evidence, but it does make for a very well-rounded person who can speak on the issues in all sides. I'll tell you that, because I'm not investigating. Just somebody who likes this stuff. But I hear what you're saying. But yeah, I do like to hear like all sides of everything, like everywhere and every possible thing, before I actually delve into it myself, because that's I'm ticking boxes and crossing things off. Like it's just the way I like to do it. But I like this too. Can you sing this? Like, I'm too bixy for my shirt, too bixy for my shirt. So big. Thanks, Charlie. You made me laugh. Yes, I'm laughing on a Friday morning with not enough sleep and too little coffee. Thanks,
Charlie. It's a good thing we love you, man.
No, we do. I love that song. Right Said Fred is cool. There's no
I'm
diss, man.
too
That
sexy
was cool.
for my shirt.
Exactly.
So sexy it hurts.
I should put it back up and let you sing it. You would have done a much better job than I. You have the voice. You and Charlie have the deep voice for it,
Yeah, I got lucky. My voice actually went deeper than half my brother's.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna
I'm
go
like,
for
what are you
it,
guys
go
doing
for
with
it.
that high voice?
Yeah. Oh shoot, you're dissing them
Anyways.
too. You're like, yeah.
Yeah, right. No, I love this. I love Bianca Simpson. This is great. Like this is. Oh my God! Fuck! Who? Somebody said it in the chat. I don't remember who. Hell with the shell casings, guy. This is way more important.
That was Verilion. He was like, "This is so much more exciting than all that shell casing testimony." Yes, it is, because it's actually credible to a lot of questions that we had. Like, was laundry done? What was going on? I mean, and who puts pots in this? That's just bad manners, putting pots in the refrigerator. Come on, people.
Well, that's because Maggie wasn't there. He did it.
Exactly. Maggie was not there, because Maggie wouldn't have done that. And that's, I think,
she was outside dead. Exactly.
Exactly.
And that's why they asked her about the fridge and the food and everything.
Exactly. And Sandy, I have an explanation that I've been gathered, and I think Godless Granny helped me with this one, as to why we're not going to see a reenactment of the scene like that. Because they're not allowed to be argumentative. They're not allowed to do it like that in a courtroom. They have to give you all the evidence, and then in closing, he can paint the picture with us. Like, he could show us a diagram or a picture if he wanted, or make the big grand statements and all of that to pull it all together. But during the trial, they're not allowed to get up there and do that.
Yeah,
because it's speculative. It's argumentative, not speculative was the term, I believe. And Godless Granny can come in and critique me on that one, but I believe that I am remembering it correctly. And if I'm not, I hope she'll correct me because I don't want bad information out there. But I think, but that's why I put it out there for us to watch, because a lot of people are like me. They want to see possibilities. We've been going back and forth about the timing. He couldn't possibly have enough time. But when you actually think about how quick a murder happens, there's plenty of time.
Well,
it's
that's what I was saying.
In the cover up that we're worried about having the time for, right, Beck? I mean, all right, but hey, did not the housekeeper just prove that a shower has been had? and
Yeah, and there was
laundry.
leftover water on the floor. Who the
Mhm.
hell does that unless
The
they're in a
guy wearing the
hurry?
khaki pants, Beck. The
And
guy
by the
wearing the
way,
brown pants.
I wanted to say another thing that I had thought of before, but I didn't mention it because I had no proof of a shower. But have anybody ever lived in the South and then taken a hot shower and then ran outside? You sweat forever because
Mm.
it's so humid down there.
He
That
was sweaty,
that would
wasn't he?
him like rushing and being worried and jumping out of the shower and running down the road and all that. I mean, yeah, he probably the way there's water all over the floor looks like he didn't even bother to close the door. He was in that much of a hurry, or the curtain or whatever it is. So yeah, I was just I was thinking about that. Yeah, anytime I took a hot shower at night and then walked outside when I lived in Florida, I would just sweat for like hours. So, anyways, just a thought.
Yep. No, I get it. And answer, I get it. Like some people may do that. Like I wasn't trying to be rude. It's just that Maggie wouldn't. It's just not. I don't like. I believe the housekeeper when she said it was odd, because like she's used to, putting everything away, cleaning up.
Yeah, no, I agree, Andrea. I've done that before as well, especially if I'm going to heat it up in the same pot the next day. But for all of the pots and pans from the gravy and everything she made in the fridge is weird. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. But then again, if he's cleaning up so that it looks like everything was done like normal, Mm.
Yeah, Maggie didn't do dishes or put pots away or do laundry. Exactly, Sandy. Exactly.
Yep. And here's the thing: like laundry was done and showers were had. And some guy that wore khaki pants is the one who took the shower.
I think it's
Wonder who
weird
that
that
was.
he washed laundry, but he didn't clean up his mess in the bathroom. What an idiot. What a lazy idiot.
Well, he didn't have time, Beck. Come on.
Well, I guess
look
he
at
should have planned the
time frame.
murders better.
Yes, and plus, I'm just gonna have to say it. Y'all can come for me if you want. He's a man. Of course, he dropped his pants, jumped in the shower. He's not thinking about picking up his pants when he leaves the bathroom. Come on. It's like he already forgot. He already forgot pants existed by then because it's
Just
like the 4-second rule, right? Drop it, walk away. Doesn't exist anymore. Magic fairies come and clean up after your asses, right? Like I know how it goes.
Yeah.
Like come on.
As long as you got enough money, magic fairies do it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Fuck yeah.
Well, no, I'm just having fun. But no, when she said khaki pants, I was like, what? Khaki pants on the floor of the bathroom and a puddle next to them? What? Like, did we not see video evidence? Now, hold on. Oh, sorry about that. All right. God, what is with my phone today? Damn, I'm popular this morning and there's nobody I really want to talk to. The khaki pants, though, we saw those in the video. He was out like checking trees, right? With Paul in khaki pants. We just heard testimony from Bianca Simpson that what he wore to the meeting at the partners, at his partnership, right? The law firm, he went there in khaki pants and a blue blazer in his leather shoes. Okay. So
which is what he was
khaki
wearing
pants.
when he had the tree in his hand in the picture. Yep.
Well, and these khaki pants are on the ground, okay? But here's the thing, like, she's not saying they're bloody. Like, so he had to have been wearing something over. I'm saying waiters.
I know.
I'm telling you, waiters.
And that freaking blue poncho. Hello.
The only way you could cover all those clothes to keep the blood off of them so that but the one shirt does have a brown stain in the corner. There was a little bit of something got on there. Something happened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And there were some spots that were discovered, but these items have been going back and forth on whether they are credible or not because of the way the testing was done, because the defense is not able to do their own tests on it. They are going to be bringing an expert witness to testify against it. But you'll see when they did talk of forensics with everyone from SLED, they were real careful around those shirts. They didn't really go to great detail or anything. They're not going to try to do anything. Creighton Waters is very careful about what gets pushed back on. If he knows it's going to be a big problem, he's just real soft on it, in most cases, especially about the physical evidence. But
Absolutely. Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah. No, that's what she was saying, Sandy, was that it was a short sleeve polo type shirt, which is exactly what was in that picture. So, yeah.
Exactly, and yup, that's
And
what he
they're,
was wearing.
and Sandy's right. In the South, they have all different kinds of rain gear that absolutely work, and it's like light, so you
And you
don't
could
sweat inside of it. It's got
and
like air
Gene, and
holes
you
and
could use
stuff.
you could use a kennel hose to just wash yourself off before you go in the house. Oh,
Yeah, you just
what?
rinse it off, throw them
Yeah,
aside,
there you
and walk in the
go.
house totally clean.
There you go. Hey, Turtle Move says, "All right, I'm busted. That was AM trying to call me to give me all the all the general, all the gossip." Okay. Yep, he probably was.
Yep. What else was it I was wanting to say something about?
Yes, he did look like he had a button-up shirt. Up, they're back. Here we are.
Okay.
You may be seated.
You may bring the jury.
I gotta say, Claire, I really love the fact that they have this Alex cam on LNC. And
Yeah.
when she was that's what I was gonna tell you. When she was testifying and talking about the pots and going into like the pajama part, he was
Yeah.
glaring at her, like glaring, like he was
Yeah.
at like Crosby
Yeah.
and Tinsley. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was glaring at her.
They do like a three view, right? They cut it all up. They do like the
Yeah.
room, they do Alex, and then they do the witness,
No, the judge and well, yeah, they will do the witness up in the
Thank
top
you. You
left
may
corner
proceed.
once they start. Oh, here we go.
Oh no, is that Harpootlian that's up? He's doing cross?
Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Waters, if you all will be seated.
He better not be a jerk to her. It's gonna get
Ms.
ugly.
Simpson,
Yes, sir.
I think where we left off, let me kind of try to refocus myself. I'm going to show you what's entered as state 7. Just, can you see those pence in state 7?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those
Can't
pants?
hear your response.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize those pants in state 7?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know those? How do you recognize them?
I took care of the laundry.
Have you cleaned them?
Yes, sir.
Where were these pants kept in state 7?
The left dresser and the third drawer, third or fourth drawer.
You know
They
that?
weren't in the ones where, he had one drawer with shorts that he would usually wear on the weekends, you know, the dressier ones. Those were kept in the drawer underneath that specific drawer.
So you know what drawers these were in?
Yes.
If you know from being there and taking care of the clothes and taking care of the family, were these his shorts he liked to wear a lot or not? Did you see him in these shorts much?
No.
And were these shorts clean the last time you saw them?
Yes.
Now, this shirt that's also in states 7, had you seen that shirt before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Moselle?
The top shelf, above where his clothes hang, the top shelf. There was a shelf up there.
And you testified it looked like a shirt had fallen from that shelf when you got there on the morning of June 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this shirt kept in that same place as the shirt that had fallen?
Yes, sir.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all are apparently having a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
All right, look at me this way, I'm sorry. Had you cleaned this shirt that's in state 7 prior to June 7th of 2021?
I probably did.
And where would it have been placed after you cleaned it? Where would you have put it?
Up in the closet if there was no more room in the drawer.
Now, could we please play States 306, please? Can you see, would you look right there at your monitor? As they're fixing that, when Mr. Bump. Okay, freeze it right there.
Yes, sir.
Now, this, who's in the picture?
Alex,
And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be a pair of loafers.
Loafers.
House shoes, loafers.
Okay, well, tell me what you mean by house shoes.
Just his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Yes, sir.
But these appear to be those shoes.
It appears to be, yes.
And this shirt that Alex Murdaugh is wearing on June 7th, depicted in States 306, had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
It was in the closet.
Okay. And what type of shirt is that?
The Columbia shirt.
Columbia shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those type shirts did he have?
He had a few in the closet.
And what color is that shirt?
Just like a greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint, that color came up in one of the color palettes. So we would refer to it as a seafoam. But that's the term that was used for that color in one of the color palettes that she had.
After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see that shirt again?
No, sir. There was like a pink one, a white one, a baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
And on June 8th of 2021, in the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
Did he have any other type shoes? Canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Spirit shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
They used to sit in the closet. After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see the Sperry boat shoes again?
No, sir. I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never, ever.
No, sir.
Did you stay on and work for a period of time for Alex Murdaugh at the Moselle?
Yes, sir. I did.
And did your day-to-day functions change after June 7th as far as Moselle itself?
Yes, sir. They did.
Well, tell them how that happened and what the change was.
After Maggie and Paul were killed, Alec did not stay on the property. On the 10th, when I believe his father passed away, after the
Murdaugh.
yes, I believe after the service that we had for him at the cemetery, Alec called and asked if my husband and I would stay on the property because him and Buster were not going to be able to stay there. So we agreed to take care of the property and maintain it while he said until he decides what he's going to do with it.
And did in fact you and your husband start residing there for a period of time?
We did.
And what, were you paid for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you mind telling them how much?
He would give me $1,500 a week to make sure that anything needed for the farm was taken care of. And my husband and I would maintain cutting the grass on that property, which is a lot of grass out there. And it would take in excess of 2 days to cut.
Would you cut it?
Yes, sir. I would help my husband.
Were you also taking care of the dogs?
Yes, sir.
Tell these folks, what were the dogs' names?
Grady and Bubba.
Grady and Bubba.
Mhm. Yes, sir.
You fed them?
Yes, sir.
Took care of them?
Yes, sir.
Where is Bubba? What's today? Whatever today is, where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
So you have Bubba in your home.
Yes, sir, I do.
Did Bubba have his own pen?
Yes, he did.
And I don't know if you've seen, but could, at some point, and I'll keep going to the video of, well, could we play that now, please, when we get it to the video, please? What is it? And before we get there, when, and I'm sorry, I'm going back to this real quick. Is that the shirt he left for the office in that day?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. you ever seen Bubba with an animal in his mouth?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell him about that, please. Please go.
When Bubba was running around, if I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would chase the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch him?
Yes, he would.
And how would the chicken get out of Bubba's mouth? And
You have to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth, and at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically that's what he.
in your experience in being there, was it easier for a family member or somebody Bubba knew to get the chicken out?
If he's stubborn. Yes, sir.
Okay. But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
Okay. In August of 2021, Ms. Bianca,
Yes, sir.
did you have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about a shirt?
Yes, I did.
And let's go back. Where did this take place?
At the little house.
All right. What do you mean the little house?
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not staying at Moselle. My husband and I were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes and toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there, and that's where all his belongings at the time went.
And where is that located?
In Hampton.
Okay, in Hampton. And who furnished this little house with clothes and toiletries and made sure stuff was there?
I did.
And who was Alex Murdaugh staying there with when he stayed there? If anybody?
He never stayed there. He would just go and get his clothing and eat whatever, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really eating.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual. Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave, and he said, "B, I need to talk to you." And he said, "Come here, sit down." So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room. And he said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "Something's not right." And then he said, "Well, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video." And he said, "You remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vine shirt?" That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember a Vinnie Vine's shirt. It was the polo shirt. But I didn't mention. He said, "Well, you know what? I was wearing that shirt." He said, in the that day. And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collar's a different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you've described?
It was a polo shirt.
Polo. Just using your common sense, did it appear to you he was trying to tell you to say, "I was wearing the shirt"?
Speculation.
Objection is sustained. That's the form of the question.
How did you take that conversation?
I felt like I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt was, if I was to be asked that if that was the shirt he was wearing the day.
Ms. Blanca. Show you what's marked 455, 457 for ID only. Do you recognize these, and do they relate to your testimony without saying what they are?
Yes.
Okay. On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to,
Send him a photo of the insurance card.
And do you know what day of the week that was? And I'll go back here so you can talk. I'm sorry.
I don't remember the day. All I know was it's on my phone.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh, it was on a Saturday morning because the next day was my daughter's birthday. That early that morning when he called me, he asked me, when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card, he said, no, I need the cardboard one. Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It wasn't in the area where I usually kept the cards in the cabinet. So I told him, I said, it's in Maggie's purse. He said, well, go ahead and get the cards and send me a picture of them. And I asked him if he was okay, and he said, well, I'm just getting some routine exams done. He said, and I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments. And it was a Saturday because I was thinking, where's he gonna go to get lab, appointments done on a Saturday? But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures and I sent him all the copies of the cards that I found.
John, we'd offer say 455, 457.
First of all, he consulted with me about this as he walked up to me a moment ago. I don't quite understand the relevance. Why him asking for, you want to tell me?
Talking to him.
I'm sorry, if he would just consult with me for a moment and tell me what the relevance is, but he hadn't told me.
With your permission?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Your Honor, we sort of just talked. Surprise. I think with that's 455, 457 without objection.
Reserving our previously made objections, I apologize.
What previous objection? What previous objection? You said reserving your previous
I apologize, I'm just so used to saying that. I apologize. I had no previous made objection to this document concerning this issue. I apologize.
Did it without objection.
455, I'll stand right here, okay? Were you texting with Alex Murdaugh about sending these cards?
Yes, I was.
And that's the text, and is that his medical card you sent him a picture of?
One of the medical cards I sent him a picture of, yes.
Please listen to me carefully and don't go any farther than my answer ask, okay?
Yes, sir.
After this date, September 4th of 2021, did you and your husband quit living at Moselle?
We did.
Couple other questions, and I know everybody be glad I'm sitting down. In addition to cleaning the house, did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it afterwards?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
Gives a date, or at least a range of dates.
You remember when that was?
that was about a week after.
Okay. After the murders? When did you, do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town. So he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
Well, she still had paint for the Edisto house that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house, and she had some pillows that she was gonna return. And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Or what?
Her ring. Her wedding band.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious about anything?
She had a conversation with me. She had a conversation with me a few months prior. I walked in the house and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanc," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup. She made herself a cup, and we went. She said, "Let's go talk." And we went into the hunting room, and she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
Your side.
Response?
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Your Honor. I object
Well, I
to,
know you objected, and
but he is.
I understand your objection. Well, I don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained. While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question. The objection is sustained.
I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I hesitate, but this is a matter that needs to be put on the record.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
What was
I was waiting.
What?
I knew he was gonna scream at some point. He was ready to yell it. That's why he yelled it too soon. I knew it was coming.
Listening to those bad manners like going on? Like me, what's with Meadors? Like talking through an objection. He knows better. You know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. And
I
what
have
was
no
all
idea.
that with Dick Harpootlian? What kind of game is that playing he's doing to distract the witness like that? What was that all about?
Uh-huh. I don't know.
Judge
He's doing
ain't
something.
playing
He's up to
today,
something.
people. Friday's not the day with this judge. Don't do it. Luke.
Nope.
He is.
He's like, jury
Oh.
out. That's it. Yep.
Yes, sir. If everyone will be seated.
I object to
Oh, fireworks.
conversation. We're aware of that conversation, but I objected knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about a statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. either way, it's hearsay. He said before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay. I would move for mistrial. I think it's unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of financial misconduct on part of the defendant. If I would move for mistrial, I would move that it's not mistrial because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell. You can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Meadors.
That question, I don't have to say it. I'm
Well,
sorry.
we're not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought to the court's attention first, 803.3, we think this would be admissible hearsay exception, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition. We think it fits under that rule, how she was, and that's all I was going to listen. That's it. I won't go, and hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out in this trial. They wasn't objected. It just was rolling. I wasn't trying to plan that part ahead. But I do think respectfully it comes in there. We'd like you to consider under 803.3, Judge. And that's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
803.3, the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed, unless it relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of declarant's will. All right, Mr. Harpootlian.
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Why not?
Well, because it's the declarant's, and maybe we need to ask her exactly what she said before you rule on that. The only testimony we've heard on that point is his.
We heard a question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes.
So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
Maggie Murdaugh anxious if anything in the days leading up to this murder that she expressed to you.
Yes, sir.
Please tell the judge what it was.
She was worried because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanca. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat. She said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
This moment, we're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And Your Honor, that's all I was going to offer her. I asked for the money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there. That long conflict.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite understand how this fits into, first, the what you allowed in under 403, 404, B, and raised gesture. Right. It is her perception that the lawsuit, for $30 million, putting financial stress on her. There's not any, she's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her. I mean, she's not accused, that is Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the issues being litigated here. Her state of mind. on financial issues? I don't know how that relates.
Anything further?
No, sir.
No. We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial from witnesses portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage. Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's, as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on at the time. And I find that this properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled. Anything else? All right, let's take a 1 minute stretch before the jury comes back.
Everybody stretch.
You know what I love right now?
Yeah, everybody's waiting.
Harpootlian.
Wait, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, Harpootlian was just waiting for something like that. That's why he was ready to object. He knew he was going to bring up that line of questioning. He was hoping to get a mistrial off of it, and it bit him in
It
the
was.
ass. And he is probably not happy right now.
But this judge is on point. You see, if you bring up
He
happy
is.
family as a defense, they are allowed to counter it with maybe not happy family. Like she's talking about money
Yeah.
problems. She's talking about stress. That I'm sure Godless Granny would have more to say about it, but I think that actually was a great ruling by the judge there. Not that I'm, because I'm not really a Harpootlian fan. I don't like his drama semantics that he's pulling in the courtroom, trying to,
Yeah.
do what he's doing. It's all like smoke and mirrors with him. It's all game playing, and it's very distracting. But this witness, it's more than just that testimony. This witness is nailing him on so many parts of the possibilities of could he done this crime. It's like,
Yeah, let me tell you what that
yes.
laundry right there.
Mm,
Oh
mhm.
no. Oh no, brother. Shower and laundry.
Yeah.
Screwed
See,
up.
Godless Granny says, yes, good ruling, right? I mean, that was fair because that's the pushback. You can't, if they brought it in, and that's the thing, they're objecting to stuff that they brought up, which is like,
Yeah,
it must be so
exactly.
frustrating. And this judge ain't playing
Yeah.
today, so y'all better have stretched. I'm telling you, it's Friday, and Judge Newman is not playing. When he says get up and stretch, you better be doing it. I'm telling you, you do it. That's what he does. Yeah. I'm doing it.
I
I'm
don't think my
listening. I
mic
ain't messing
reaches
with
that
him.
high.
Yeah, I'm not messing with him today. Mm-mm-mm. And I like
Nope.
I feel for this witness. She does not want to testify against his family either. But facts are facts.
Denying the objection, the motion for mistrial is also, motion is denied. You bring the jury back.
He
He
had some
made
nerve
sure.
asking for a mistrial, didn't he?
Fucking-
I was
what
like,
an idiot.
oh, I'm like snapping over here going, oh no, you didn't. Oh
No.
no, oh my
That's what I
God.
was like. Don't
Oh,
you
you
dare, you
did. He
bastard.
did.
Right?
He did. He went there. Oh my
He
gosh.
did.
I shouldn't be laughing, but I'm laughing because man, Harpootlian, you got a
Yeah, I
set, man.
know.
Whew.
That's why I'm like, he just blows my mind sometimes. The shit he tries.
Yeah.
Sits there all quiet for like 4 days and gets up and harasses somebody. Then
Yeah.
sits there quiet for a day, and then
Mhm.
he's not even like being part of
Mhm.
the questioning, and then he just
Mhm.
jumps up out of nowhere. Mistrial. No,
When
dude.
he said that it's already out of the box and blah blah blah, and you can't do that, he didn't even realize that she hadn't answered, so there wasn't even anything that like to be stricken. She didn't even answer the
Yeah,
question.
he didn't
yet.
even give her a chance.
Exactly, but he's calling
He's an
mistrial
idiot.
on what? Yeah, and she didn't even answer it yet. Okay, so like I
Pete
thought that
said,
was
"Take a nap."
Take
Pete said,
take
"Take a
a
nap,
nap,
Harpootlian."
Harpootlian. Exactly. He was a little bit
All
of
right,
ahead
thank
of
you.
himself.
The
Yeah.
last objection is overruled, and you may proceed.
Ms. Simpson, in the days leading up to the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, based on your time with her, was Maggie Murdaugh anxious about anything?
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on that lawsuit. 30 million is what she told me.
It was marked 29.
You pose a question, there's an objection, the court overruled the objection, and do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir. I cheated.
Well, you posed a separate question.
Yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about 30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question.
Well, she
That there was an objection to, do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the court's ruling on the objection?
No, sir.
Or you
No.
forgot the question?
To the world, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
All right, proceed.
She was, what was she anxious about?
She said she knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that lawsuit. She said, he doesn't tell me everything.
Was March states 297. Excuse me, entered as 297.
Get back. Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Hey, he got burns now. Barbara. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Quit.
Ms. Bianca, had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think maybe in prior statements or something that, do you recognize voices on there?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize?
It's Paul, Maggie, Alec.
And if previously, have you said in a memo or a memorandum in interviews that you thought you may have heard another voice?
Yes, sir, I did, at a distance.
But having listened to it again, have you listened to it this week? I mean, it's not on TV. Have you seen it?
I have, there's only 3 voices, Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
So after hearing it several times, is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Just a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Would Miss Maggie Murdaugh, did she go down to the kennels at night by herself?
No, sir.
Okay. And you say that emphatically. What, do you know that?
She was scared. It got dark out there.
So would she go down there by herself?
No,
Did she like to go down there when it wasn't dark?
she did.
And did she like playing with the dogs?
She always took the dogs with her.
Which dogs were hers?
Grady and Bubba were always with her.
Okay. So when she was at Edisto, where would Grady and Bubba be?
Sometimes she would take both of them, but the majority of the time, in the last few months, she was alternating. She would take one or if not the other.
Can you tell us about the defendants? Did you ever see him with his cell phone? Alex Murdaugh, did you ever see him use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury his habits with the cell phone? Would he have it a lot? Did he use it a lot?
Yes, sir, he did. He was always on his phone.
Say that again?
He was always on his phone.
And Paul, were you familiar with his habits as regarding cell phones?
Not, the times that he was there at the house, he was always on his phone. If he'd go in the shower or whatever, he'd play his country music on the phone. But that's the extent that I know from what I observed being there in the house.
And when you were on June 8th, and you've talked about it, and I'm not trying to rehash that, but on June 8th of 2021, when you went to clean up the house, is that pretty much what you saw in the bathroom, the pants and the damp towel?
Yeah, so there was a rug right as you step out of the shower, and there was like a slight puddle of water, a towel, a white towel, and then a pair of khaki pants.
You didn't see any bloody clothes or anything like that?
No, sir.
Beg court's indulgence, just a few seconds, Judge. If I did this, I'm sorry, Judge. Is the individual in states? Is that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you please, is it Alex Murdaugh sitting between Mr. Harpootlian
Sitting
and
right
Mr.
there. Yes, sir.
And the record is reflecting. Thank you, Judge. Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Have you ever seen these shoes again that he's wearing here?
No, sir.
And the Sperry cloth, you said the Sperry shoes. Have you ever seen those again?
No, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
Nomination.
Your Honor. And my name's Dick Harpootlian. I represent the man you know as Alex, right?
Yes, sir, I met you before.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Yes, we have.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house. Maggie's funeral.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes. I apologize. Well, I don't play that day.
Yes, sir.
Alex has always referred to you when people ask who you are as his friend, correct?
That is correct.
Never called you his housekeeper, right?
That is correct.
He always, when he introduced you as his friend.
That is correct.
Now, you've also, I think in multiple interviews with Sweat and other folks described, I think that the words were, Maggie was his all. Isn't that what you told Sweat?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Now, I think they also asked you if you ever saw them have any arguments. And
No, I did not ask that. Objection.
You restate the question, please.
Sweat asked you if you've ever seen them have any arguments. I don't quite understand the basic objection, Your Honor.
You restated the question. You may respond.
What was the question again, sir?
Did you ever see them have any arguments?
I never saw them have arguments. It was just minor disagreement because of the remodeling.
And I think you cite specifically, when you said they had arguments, it was about the paint colors, for instance.
One of them was Maggie was set on getting a certain white and Alec was saying, just get whatever white, basically. You know, he didn't care. She wanted a specific white
And he just didn't care.
But you never saw them have any violent arguments or argue about money or argue about relationships. It was all the minor things that most couples go through, picking paint colors and those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To some, they would disagree on, it wasn't that they disagreed. The only thing that I remember Maggie saying was that she just wanted him to sit still and listen to her for at least 10 minutes at a time because he was always on the go.
Is that an uncommon complaint between husbands and wives or wives to husbands? I want you to just listen to me. Is that right?
She would get frustrated because of that
Right. You ever tell your husband that? Just listen to me. Sit, please.
all the time.
Okay. So let me talk a little bit about the morning of the 7th
Yes, sir.
and then the morning of the 8th, because I understand you left before Paul, Maggie, or Alec was on the Moselle property on the 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're going to talk about those texts in just a minute between you and Maggie, but you fixed some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table or did they have to go get their own plates and put them out?
No, I left the food on the stove.
Right. And normally the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
Okay, but when you got there on the morning of the 8th?
The plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay, now, are you aware of how many people were in there, how many friends, law partners, his sister, who was in the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay, if I told you there were 12 to 15 of them, would that surprise you? I mean, Maggie and Paul just killed. Was he very close with his law partners?
Yes, sir.
Okay, his sister, Lynn, do you know Lynn?
I met her at when Maggie passed.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the,
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just going to ask her if she knows, Your Honor.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
Let me make it more general than this. Do you know if anyone that evening of those people moved the food from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about the room, the bedroom, and, well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit. You drove over from his mother and father's house, correct?
That is correct.
That morning, the 8th, to Moselle, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of coming in your normal way, which would have been the entrance by the kennels, where there, did you see all the police down there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
Not around the house.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene?
Objection.
Need to hear the question.
I'm sorry.
The question would be, did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
Question.
Go ahead.
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officers.
Do you remember somebody coming in to search the house while you were there?
There were several agents that came through.
Right. But you'd been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you'd found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
I didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask me. They just went about doing what they were doing.
And were they going from room to room? Were they looking for things under the bed? Do you remember?
It appeared that that's what they were doing, sir.
Okay. But that was after you got there and picked up the bathroom, picked up the towel.
No, sir. I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still shocked and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Did they go into the bathroom?
I couldn't tell you, sir. The laundry room sits on the other side of the house. And I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I know I saw agents that went upstairs to Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
Okay. While they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower, there was a towel on the floor, khaki pants on the floor? Was that before or after they left?
Yeah, after.
Okay. So all those items would have been there for those folks to see, as far as you know.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a couple of things and about what you saw. They keep showing you this picture by the tree of Alex, and he appears to have on a khaki pair of pants in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, I'm sure he had a number of different pairs of khaki pants, but were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be the same ones?
They could be, but he had several.
Right. And in terms of somebody had taken a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay. So, but it wasn't unusual for when you got there to find a towel on the floor and water on the floor from him having taken a
That wasn't
shower?
unusual, no.
Okay. And I think that when you were asked about a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to, whether there was a shirt there also, you said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
With regard to,
Whether there was a shirt with the khakis on the floor. You said, I couldn't remember.
I could not remember whether there was a shirt with a khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember whether, and I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
What was your question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor because you can't remember whether there was a shirt on the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know there's a pair of khaki pants. There may have been a shirt. And those shoes, well, let me ask you this. You know, on the night of the 7th,
Yes, sir.
Alec had left, correct? He wasn't there when you got there the next morning.
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Okay. And matter of fact, he never spent another night at Moselle that
No,
you
sir, he
knew.
did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
You can answer if you know whether or not he's ever spent another night there.
After the murders, did he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he left that night, on the night of the 7th, and went to his mother and father's house, you don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing? You have no idea, correct?
That is correct.
And were you aware that SWED had confiscated the clothes that he had on?
At that moment, I didn't.
Okay, well, you are now.
Yes, sir, I do know that.
Okay, a white T-shirt, pair of shorts that he showed you, and whatever shoes he had on, some sneakers, right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw the clothing items.
Okay. And so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what he wore over at his mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know So
Your
when,
Honor, objection.
Basic objection.
I
To
don't
which
know-
question?
To that last one, shoes. I don't know what specificity he says to those shoes. I don't know what he's.
I'm sorry, the shoes that you say you saw in the Snapchat photo, you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, you don't know whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay.
there.
You don't know what he wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if somebody alleged that those khaki pants was at what Alex was wearing the night of
I'm
the,
going to object.
I need to hear the question.
I can't finish the question. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me state this. If somebody were to say that Alex Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he,
Objection.
Objection sustained.
okay. Let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
No, sir.
He washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, would there be,
Are you been saying that I removed bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you, did you see any blood stains?
There appear to be bloodstains on those pants.
Okay. And in the bathroom, did you see any bloody footprints?
I did not.
Did you see any blood on that towel?
No, sir.
Did you see anything indicating to you there'd been anybody wearing bloody shoes or washing blood off, or anything that would indicate that somebody after a murder had gone back to that room, changed clothes, covered in blood, took a shower and changed clothes?
Objection.
Did you see anything that would indicate that?
Objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I have ever been in a situation where somebody was murdered.
Right.
I didn't know, as far as what you're asking me, if there was anything bloody in there. No, it did not appear to be anything bloody in there.
Did you clean the shower that day?
Yes, sir, I rinsed it off.
You rinsed it off. Nobody told you not to rinse off the shower?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, nobody from SWED, as that group went through, asked you, did you see bloody footprints? Did you see any evidence that there was anything bloody in that bathroom? Did anybody ask you that?
No, sir.
And your testimony is those khaki pants were there after SWED left.
Yes, sir.
And maybe even a shirt, you can't remember.
Yes, sir, possibly a T-shirt, but I did not see it. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what kind of shirt, if there was a shirt.
Not objection.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you. Do you remember, I'm doing like Mr. Meadors now, I forgot the question. But let me see if I can get this back on track. These interruptions are getting me a little askew. So I think you've already asked and answered that. Now, let me talk a little bit about the cell phone service in Moselle. You had a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the servicer was who? What was it, Verizon? Or do you know?
The cell phone carrier is Verizon, yes, sir.
Okay. And so did you ever have any trouble getting a signal anywhere on the Moselle property? Up at the house, down at the dog kennels? Was it sporadic?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And sometimes you'd be talking to somebody and they'd drop off, or the call would end, not because you ended it, because the service was bad.
Yes, sir, you were moving around in the house, certain areas, you could not get a signal.
What about down from the kennels?
It was touch and go in the kennels. You really, once you got signal, you better stay where you were at, because if you moved, you were gonna lose your signal.
Okay. So it would not be unusual at the kennels, if you did move, that if you were having a conversation or getting text or trying to answer a text, you wouldn't be able to do so.
Like I said, it depends on where you kind of knew the areas. At least for me, I already knew that if I had to make a call or send a text, I would walk out the kitchen door straight to the corner right there on the porch and make my call and not move. If not, I would lose the call or I would not be able to make my call.
What about at the kennels?
At the kennels, like I said, it depends on the area where you were at. And once, basically everybody, we all kind of knew that if you moved out of a certain area and went to another, you were going to lose signal.
Okay. Now, at the kennel, do you know what area you could get a call? Keep that. I mean, you just talked about up at the house, there was a sweet spot, if you'll pardon
Yes, sir.
my language. Was there a sweet spot down at the kennel, or do you know?
I'm not sure at the kennels, but I do remember Mr. CB saying that the signal out there was horrible for making calls or getting calls.
Or sending texts or getting texts?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about this conversation in August of 21 after the murders.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alec came over and was inquiring of you what shirt he had on that day, correct?
It didn't feel like he was inquiring. It felt more like he was trying to convince me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I'm just asking if he told you something.
Objection.
Cross-examination.
Not objecting to hearsay for the record.
I need to hear the question. Number
I'm
one. Number two is cross-examination. Go ahead.
Did he tell you that he just finished
Objection.
meeting? Do you want me to pose the question, Your Honor, or not?
All right. I'm going to send the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
I have a feeling lawyers are going to get schooled by the judge. Mm-hmm. I have a feeling that's what's going on here. They're not letting us hear right now. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
Harpootlian's acting like he didn't do the same thing to the other guy,
I know, but either way, Judge ain't playing today. He's
No,
not
no.
playing. He's just
No,
like, all
especially
right.
with this witness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This
What
witness
is the
is very
question?
important.
Just wait 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get back on track. When you were talking with him in the little house in August, as we were talking about a moment ago, and he was talking about the shirt, did he tell you that he had just been interviewed by Swed, who'd shown him the Snapchat photo, and he was attempting to figure out what he was wearing that day? I mean, it's in a photo. Did he tell you that?
What's the specific question?
Did he, in the content, when he asked you the question about the shirt, did he tell you he just come from being interviewed by Swed?
No, sir, he didn't tell me that.
And what is the objection?
Your Honor, it's respectfully, it's hearsay. Statement is hearsay, that if he wants to do that, he can take the stand and do it. He's trying to offer the defendant's statement without him taking the stand. It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's my objection.
All right, any response?
My response is, if you can't ask witnesses about what the defendant said to them, they're going to have a rough road to hoe going forward, because it's a statement by the party opponent, if you will. I think they argued earlier on when we objected to one. It's not hearsay. There's an exception. to
Godless
hearsay
Granny
by a
said it's
statement by
not.
one of the parties.
It's not
Alex.
because it's Alex's party to the
Party
case.
opponent Being
Right.
a statement by the party opponent, the defendant.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman.
It's direct. I mean, he said it right to her. Hello, Kyle's goldfish. Mm-hmm.
Others?
Not that this matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying, it's not a party opponent. He's trying to get in a statement from the defendant. Statements against interest, that the state, there is a difference between the state asking what the defendant said and the defense. And if they hadn't objected to some they thought, that's their
prerogative, but they're trying to offer the defendant's statement in evidence without him taking the stand. I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. And I respectfully think that he's got to take the stand and get that information in.
And Your Honor, maybe I'll make this simple. What was your answer to that question? Did he tell you about talking to Sweat that day?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay.
Your Honor, 801D2 allows us to ask the question and not the defense.
I understand what the self-serving, she didn't say, he didn't say anything.
It is self-serving. Why are you asking the question then?
Your Honor, he could get his whole case through witnesses and he wouldn't have to
Yeah.
take a stand.
Absolutely.
And that's
He's
not
got a Fifth
appropriate.
Amendment right
No, sir.
to not take the stand.
That's right, but you can't.
I think Brent will let you all debate the issue between the two.
I apologize, Your Honor.
I get that.
All right.
Did Judge just say, y'all play with yourselves, I'm not playing, I'm taking a break? And you
Yep.
could just, yeah.
He just basically, he said, you fight amongst yourselves, I'll be back. That's
When
exactly
y'all
what he just
figure it
said.
out, I'll tell you how it's going to be. Because what's going to happen is they're going to talk about it. They're going to decide what to do. And the judge is going to come out and just going to tell me, let me tell you how it's going to be. This is what's going to happen. Like this. Because remember, judge
Yep,
makes rules.
yep.
Judge makes law. Judge knows law.
Exactly.
Okay. He gets to say,
Yeah, yep.
wow, but he ain't playing today. He's just like, yeah, this is nonsense. I don't need to hear this.
Lawyer,
That's right.
lawyers ask
Don't fool
questions,
the judge.
lawyers
The
object,
judge
judges rule.
Exactly. That was
Is
his
that what he
boss
said?
statement yesterday. Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yes. Oh, yep. Right. Party opponent. Like, Godless Granny, what do you think about that? That him keep saying that they're trying to get the defense's Alex Murdaugh's statement on
That's
file without him
exactly,
taking the stand.
yeah.
Yep.
I think that's really what they're trying to do. And I think he's right. And he's trying to weasel his way to it. And this is the first question that's going to take him there. And
Exactly.
he's trying to get information for Alex's side without making him take the stand. And they busted it. They busted him on it.
It makes no sense. I know I'm seeing
Yeah,
both
Grady said.
sides. Like I know it's not hearsay. He objected as hearsay first. It's really not hearsay, but
No.
I don't know what he should have objected under. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what he's saying. Well, yeah, Granny, because he said hearsay, and then he said that they're trying to get him to get
Right. Then he said
witness on the
8033.
stand to
Mhm.
give Alex's testimony for him.
Right, but
So
what's
he
the
doesn't have to-
objection?
yeah.
What would be the legal term for that? I do not know. But
I
he
don't know. So
he
I'm
was
hoping
saying
Granny will tell us.
he was saying hearsay first, and Granny was right. It didn't seem like it, based on what she explained to me, that didn't really qualify. It makes no sense, this back and forth. Hey, they both have points, but they better just duke it out. The judge ain't playing today.
Sandy says, what did Alex say is way different than did Alex say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. That's exactly what the defense is saying on the second pass of what the objection is. But Meadors is not doing himself any favor by just jumping up and not being clear about what he's objecting to. This looks bad in front of a jury. I'm glad that the judge dismissed the jury because this is not good. Like when they do.
Yeah,
this
that
stuff.
both he and Harp are just being idiots today. I don't know what's going on with those two.
Yeah, well, George is really not having it. Everybody's upset. I mean, it seems like, well, there was just recently a bomb scare, and we've got family members acting out in court, touching the defendant and stuff, and Judge yelling. at everybody.
GoFundMe crap,
Yeah.
and now
You got middle of the night GoFundMe crap, right? Like, burning bushes here. We got to tell you about this, and it was nothing. The judge was like, really, yeah, he does seem like he's losing his patience. This is taking a lot longer than he thought. And watching them fall and trip over each other and the befuddlement and yeah. I think I think he sees a little bit of lack of direction and a little bit of disorganization, and he don't like that in his courtroom. He don't.
Yeah, seriously. And I know what it is. It's because let's be honest, folks. We have not seen either the state or the defense act this crazy yet. This is a huge witness. And that's what's going on. They're both freaking out because if one little thing goes wrong and they lose her testimony, oh my God, what a mess. Because, you know,
Well, here's the
she's
thing.
got a lot of info on
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, but Meadors trying to be all friendly and everything with her, it's kind of like it's annoying the judge, you know, him standing in the way, him touching her. It was like, he says, what did he say? I know you all want to make it look like you're just having a private conversation, but because you're speaking to the mic, like, oh,
Yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah, he said something about,
oh.
what is this, a private conversation?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm like,
that's all I heard.
oh, like he's like, you know, let's just say, you know, I got a good snark meter, and you know the bear just loves snark. You know, I gotta
Oh,
say,
I
Judge
love
Newman's gonna
snark.
I'm telling you, he's gonna be one of the snarkiest judges I've ever seen. Like when he makes these little comments, like you like you hear him, like he ain't playing. He's just like, yeah.
Yep. Grady said
So
no fat shaming.
yes, exactly. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, and now we know that Alex is pleading the fifth, right, Sandy? Well, we know it's a murder trial. There's no way he's coming up there on the stand. Like,
Oh, so on LNC, this guy's got a blue tarp poncho thing that he's talking about. It reminded me. So people in the chat were saying he had his hands all over that tarp. No, that tarp was brought in as an example fresh out of the package. That tarp that he used in the courtroom was not a piece of evidence. They put it in as
wait a minute.
evidence for
Wait
an
a minute.
example.
But the
Right?
raincoat with all the tape on it, absolutely not. Freaking
Oh no.
Meador
The raincoat was
Yeah.
definitely part. Yeah.
Right. The tarp, that might have been, but that I'm not worried about the tarp. I'm worried about the actual evidence of the raincoat that had all
Right.
of the specimen tape on it that Meadors was manhandling like he just needed to take it for a tour of the courtroom was driving me crazy. He never wore gloves. He even asked the witness, "Why do you wear gloves? Like, why are you doing it?" Like, and then he said something about, "Didn't I ask you to wear a lab coat? Like to look more like," I guess he meant to make her look more scientific or whatever. He
Oh
was
God.
bumbling and fumbling, and for the prosecution, it was a really bad look. And it's all over. Everybody's upset about him touching that evidence over and over again. He literally
Yeah,
shook it out,
I just wanted to make sure that people in the chat knew, because someone had said something like a day or two ago about him putting his hands all over the tarp and the rain jacket, and I'm just like, no, the tarp had no
just the
evidence on
rain
it.
jacket.
It was
As
just
long
an
as
example,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but that guy, if he's out there showing you the tarp that it was like, and he's not saying the other part of it, that Meadors actually did touch the evidence, because he did. I mean, he
Oh my
did.
God, he put his hands he balled it up. Oh my goodness.
That's what I mean. I mean, they got to put both sides of it out. I hope he's not just out there saying he didn't touch the tarp. Well, maybe he didn't touch the tarp, but he did touch everything else, including the
Well,
witness
this is
today.
one question I have, though, is once they use all those chemicals on, like, say, the rain jacket, and they had to like put tape on it and everything so it looked different, blah blah blah. But after they put all those chemicals on there, they can't run the tests again on that same item, right? So whatever they get off of it, they have to go by those tests, correct?
But listen, yes, that's true. Well, does that matter when you're
Okay.
looking at, jury perception is everything. You're in front of a jury. So what do?
That's
You
true.
you discredit how they do their procedures and how much caution they take by not taking the same yourself? Come on. That was a bad look. There's no
Yeah.
way around it. Meador stepped in poop. He made them all look bad that way. Here you got the defense picking on everything that SLED is doing, their procedures, everything else. What do? You manhandle the evidence. Give them something to look at. Put a picture in their brain, why don't you, on how it gets done. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm very particular about courtroom manners. And Meadors is really pissing me off right now. He really is. He's not giving them a good look, as
Yeah.
far as I'm concerned. I do believe jury perception is everything, and when he's not having the same reverence for the evidence as the rest of the prosecution team and or the witnesses that are up there that actually got that evidence together, that tested that evidence, that analyzed that evidence, and they're all giving it great deference by wearing gloves and being respectful, and then he doesn't, it sticks
Yeah.
out.
Well, actually, if you listen to what they said, a lot of them put on gloves because of the chemicals are really bad for your skin.
And
They didn't put on gloves like afraid to touch the evidence though. So, but a couple of
The
them
truth.
did. A couple
But
of them did.
they all did, and the forensic scientist, who is one of the most accredited witnesses there so far to date, said it's very important because what you don't want to do at any part is impart your own DNA or anything about you on the evidence.
That's
Period.
true. Yeah, absolutely. Because then they retest it. They're going to be like, "Why was your DNA on this lawyer, man? You know, and why?
Yeah.
And you're his best friend, and you're his lawyer. What were you doing?" You know,
What
that's where
happens
you're
if
gonna
we
end up.
do get a mistrial and then we go to trial again?
Exactly. Exactly. Yep. That's true.
We're gonna have to bring Meador in and take swabs to get his DNA all off all the stuff he touched, including the witnesses. I'm telling you. No, I'm just
Yep.
saying. I know.
Oh, I know.
Remarkable
It's
is the
a
lack
mess.
of blood, Sandy. Like, even though those clothes are all missing, but it is curious. I mean, why are his clothes missing? And I know that Harpootlian wants us just to believe they're sitting on the bed over there at the other house, but I'm sure they've checked if they're looking for the clothes. And they're looking for those clothes. They're looking since they saw
Oh yeah,
what he
they
was wearing. Are you going to sit there and think that they're not looking for what he had on? Like, of course they are. Like
right.
that's ridiculous to think they didn't.
Right. Yeah. So Granny said that they usually cut a small piece off and run the test on the piece. Yeah, they did
Yep.
that for the T-shirt originally, and then they ended up running other tests on pretty much the whole T-shirt, didn't they? And they ruined it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but the blue poncho, rain jacket, hooded zip up thingy that is extremely long and would go down to Alex's knees approximately.
Mm-hmm.
That they had like tape all over, and I think they snipped off a couple pieces on it, but they
There
I
was
think they were
mostly
just
done by
checking.
swabs
They were
because
looking for
that
blood and
particular on
DSR on
that
that.
particular they were looking for the particle GSL particles, which is even
Right.
smaller, doing just the swap thing, which she told us was done by the contact tape swap thing, specimen taking, most of that. And the tape is marking the location and who took it. Every piece of tape on there probably has writing on it. Is to
Yep.
that was for it is for documentation purposes for
Right.
those contact sheets that they're using to take it off. And she's a
Right.
lift contact, she called it, like, right? A lift
Yeah.
thing? Mhm.
Well, that's what it. Yeah, it is lifting. Yeah, anytime you take an adhesive like they do with dusting for fingerprints, they put the powder on and then they lift the print off with the plastic,
Mhm. Mhm.
and then they put that. Yeah, then
And
they
she
use
gave
that.
great testimony on what parts of the clothing they test normally because of where gunshot residue is most commonly found. They do eliminate the types of testing. Not every piece of document is tested. Not every piece of evidence is tested from top to bottom on clothing and things like that. There are more reasonable places, like the bottom of the hem, like she said, the front,
Yeah.
bottom, left and right, and back, left and right. That would be where you would find it. As far as
Yeah.
long sleeves, it would be at the cuffs or all of this near the pockets, inside the pocket, because you put your hand in there, which I found that very clever. They check inside there because you put your hand inside your pockets all the time, and your gunshot residue can transfer even if you wash your hands. It would be inside your pocket. Why would it be in your pocket?
Yeah.
Because a hand full of gunshot residue went in there and you get busted. Yes.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But that's just isn't it just Sandy said they had to spray it with stuff or gas it just to find the pieces. Isn't that the luminol or whatever they use, the
Yeah,
spray?
but that was on the T-shirts. I don't know if they did that on
Right.
the raincoat jacket. They weren't. There was no visible anything. There was visible evidence of something on the T-shirts, which is why they used those chemicals, because they saw small spatters and you wanted to identify them and see if they reacted to the chemicals. They don't necessarily already, spray it just. mm. I don't know. I didn't hear the part on the rain jacket that they tested it with that. But they may have before they did the other lifts. But would it
Yeah, I
affect the
don't
lift?
know.
I think so. And it didn't get pushed back on the defense, so I'm sure it didn't.
Hashtag Alex stole the
Yeah,
clothes.
Alex stole everything. He stole the shoes, the shirt. You know,
He
he,
didn't
he
he didn't steal the food though. He just put it in the fridge.
I'm telling you, he's stealing my peace of mind, and he's obviously stole my phone number, and he's putting it out to everybody, and I'm really annoyed. I'm getting a lot of calls this morning. Mm-hmm.
No, actually, I don't think he put a damn thing away. I think because all his friends and everything came over, they cleaned up a little bit for him. That's what I
Yes.
think happened.
Yeah, and I have to.
They were, somebody was putting stuff away, doing busy work while they were
Yep.
upset. That's what it was.
Yeah. And Alex stole my sleep. I don't know about you, but I don't sleep now. It's all Alex.
Yeah. He stole my sleep
Alex
too.
stole my sleep.
Fucker.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have to do this every day and be addicted to it.
Yep, Alex stole the mess that is normally there when you shoot somebody. Alex stole that mess. Like that's yep, Alex stole it. Actually, Alex rolled it up in the waiters. That's what Alex did. I'm gonna
Yeah,
keep
right.
going with that. I'm going with the Alex. I'm still sticking with always Createfuls theme of he wore the waiters with the raincoat over him, washed it down with the hose from the kennel, then wrapped the guns in that raincoat to dispose of it when he left. I don't know where the waiters are, but they did mention the smokehouse, and we haven't been there yet for evidence. And I wonder why they keep mentioning it. But I want to know, like, what did they burn in the smokehouse? Would that be where the ashes of the shoes, shirt, and waiters are? Did someone smell burning
but
rubber?
the thing is that if you burnt those shoes, they would not burn all the way. Because there's so many foreign materials, plastics and stuff in it. There would be evidence of that in the bottom. Now the clothes could definitely, as long as they weren't fire resistant clothes. I mean, they could still be burnt, but
Alex
yeah.
stole the trial. God
Right.
He did. And Charlie, what do you mean you sold my number? You only got $10. You should have held out. I heard it's going for at least 75 on the black market. Dude, you got ripped off. Yeah,
Oh
somebody
hell
owes you
yeah.
some money.
You can get 100 if she's got pictures of herself in there.
Oh shit. Oh damn.
Hell, if
You
they're
know
good
your-
enough, you might be able to make $1,000 off of it.
Just back. Really. Shush. No. You know how your whole life is on your phone though? Damn. What could you not find out on somebody's phone, as we learned in this trial? Like who, what, where, and when. Maybe
Well, you
even
wouldn't
why.
get into my phone because I use you'd have to open my eyes while I'm dead and take a picture of my face because I use the face ID.
I use a passcode and a fingerprint with the iPhone. I don't use
I mean,
the
y'all,
face
he's an
one.
attorney. He knows to get rid of and what to get rid of. So I agree with always. Yeah, no, and I know. T King, like and here's the other thing I was thinking too. I mean, it's just really a far out there thought, but I know a lot of people, most of them rich people, who have little hidden places in their house for valuables. So I'm wondering if there's some place on that property that fucker's got like, a false floor or some kind of thing in the wall, or maybe usually they put it in the floor of their closets. They'll put like a trap door in there and put a safe down in there or something.
Yep.
But, I just had a thought like, rich dude, big property. There's so many places he could have hid that shit. Like 5 million freaking places he could have
I
hid that.
get it, but here it is. He is an attorney, and he does think he's smarter than the average bear. Look at how he stole from people for how many years. This is very narcissistic tendencies. Alex Murdaugh thinks he's the smartest man in the room. Look at the man who's sitting there. Okay. I don't think it's anywhere on his property. He's smart enough to move it somewhere else, and he's smart enough to separate it. That's why the guns aren't with the raincoat anymore. You see, this is like don't get caught 101. Drib and drab the pieces. Get rid of what you can. It's what's missing that counts. It's what they don't find that counts. Rest of it ends up to be circumstantial, and he can deal with that later. All the tangible physical evidence that are gone. The only thing he didn't get was the damn video, and he knew the video existed because Alex Murdaugh, for his own words, said he went to his son's body and touched that phone. He tried to get in there to get rid of that video, but Paul is very secretive, and no one was getting in that phone. Paul Murdaugh's phone dropped and locked permanently once he closed it.
Yep.
Okay.
And like I said, if he had an iPhone
in my
and had
opinion,
a face ID, he ain't opening it because he blew the kid's face off.
Well, even then he couldn't, but that's what I'm saying. Alex Murdaugh's own words said he went and touched it. He said, "Oh, and the phone popped out of his pocket." No, it didn't. You reached in there and pulled it out, and you know you did because you were looking for that video. I won't understand because
Yeah,
I got
I tried to move him to check to see if he was alive.
I did. I'm just saying. I'm just speculating here, obviously, but really, that's where I see it going. Hmm.
Oh, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. What was that last sentence you said before that?
I said, I want to cross-examine Alex Murdaugh myself, but I have questions, but I know that's never going to happen. And I know I'm just speculating here, but I'm sticking with that theory here that Alex Murdaugh touched that phone and it didn't pop out of the kid's pocket. He reached
No,
in there
he
and got
tried
it.
to. He tried to get a
Yeah.
hold of it. I agree.
Mhm.
I agree. And
Because
why he took Maggie's and not his as well, I have no freaking idea.
because what about all this conversation of there's a video? Remember the shirt? There's a video. Remember the shirt? Why are you talking to your housekeeper like that? Why are you talking to your caretaker about how long you've been staying at your mother's house? Oh,
Yeah,
like,
and how
come
you're
on. I mean,
concerned about
yeah.
your family's dead, but you're worried about a
Mhm.
Vinnie Vines shirt that you
This is
really
the
didn't
thing.
have on.
Why aren't we using Alex's own words against him? Like, come on. Like, there's enough
Yeah, I
there.
know.
I see it. Am I getting crazy? Am I speculating too much? Because like I'm listening to Alex's own words, and he says enough. He says enough to go there. He really does. It's what
Yeah.
he keeps adding into the case that nobody needed to know. He didn't need to go to his housekeeper, and say, "Oh, by the way, there's a video, and I'm concerned. I think something's wrong here. There's a video, and then my shirt. Why is he talking to her
Yeah.
like that? What,
Yeah.
does
Because
that
he was
sound
trying to
normal to
change her
you?
mind. Yeah, no, and that's the thing is he was trying to change her memory of what she saw him wearing. He knew damn well she saw him in it. And so she was trying to change it, and that's when her red flag popped up and said, "Wait a minute. This isn't right. Something's weird here." Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly,
Alex,
Sandy.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yep, and always Craig was right. In both interviews, he said he tried to move the body, that he actually even tried to turn Paul over. Of course he did, because he was laying face down and he needed to get into his front pocket where he stored his phone, which came out in the friend's testimony. Paul always had his phone in his front pockets. It would be absurd for it to be in his back pocket. Remember that?
Alco.
I do. I remember
Yeah.
that.
No, you're
Mhm,
right. It's a
mhm.
smoking shirt.
It's a
The
smoking shirt.
smoking gun. The
Oh gosh,
smoking
Alco.
shirt.
I wish we could find
Um,
this shirt, like the other shirt, like the one he was wearing. But
do you see Always last comment? PM was much smaller than AM, and he said he tried to move him. We hear of small women and even children in times of crisis
that's what I
able to
just
move
said.
extremely heavy objects. Yes.
Mhm.
So, I'm sorry, I was reading the chat and I missed part of it. So I just want to comment on that real quick. My mother and I had gotten into a car accident, and the metal on the car door on her side was overlapped with the metal behind the door. So you couldn't get the door open, right? I yanked on that door. I loosened it and yanked the handle off trying to do it. It took 4 firemen and a 20-foot long crowbar to get that freaking door open to get my mother out of that car. So I know when you're upset and your adrenaline's pumping, your strength is crazy. Like, I mean, I literally moved the steel, Claire. I moved the steel a
Yep.
little bit because I freaked out because I was trying to get my mom out of that car. It was the first car accident I'd ever been in with her or at all. And I had that thing in my head of the car blowing up, in the movies because it wrecked. Yeah. So I freaked out. Yeah. So no, you're right. You're right. Always. The strength is incredible. And then we go right back to, I've known people I know this kid who found his father dead. His father committed suicide. He came back to the house and his dad was dead in the backyard. Do you think he didn't touch his father? When the cops and everything got there, he was covered in blood, sitting on the end of the curb, staring at his hands with blood on them, just numb, couldn't talk, couldn't move. And he grabbed his father and tried to save him. And he was just covered in his blood. So yeah, that whole, I touched them, but I have no blood on me thing. No, you're going to grab your family unless you're like the other extreme of being so freaked out that you run in the other direction. Then why wouldn't you just say that? I knew they were dead. Their heads were blown off.
Yeah.
I didn't have to touch them, you know?
Whoa, do you hear that yelling already? Whoa, I guess the judge is coming back. Sorry. Whoop. All right. This should be
Here we
important.
go.
You may now be seated.
The objection is sustained. It's hearsay. You bring the jury.
I have to say it real quick. Ha 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 ha. we knew that was gonna happen, right?
Too funny, but too funny. You do have the time. They do get quiet when they bring the jury in. You're not, they don't take any talk or anything like that. But yeah. I don't understand either, Godless Granny. Like, I was hoping he would say more than that, but he doesn't look like he's playing today, and he ain't giving any explanation. Oh boy. Oh boy. He looks
Yeah,
tired.
normally
It's a long week for
normally he'll-
this man.
Yeah, and plus
sorry,
his son
go on.
just died a couple months ago, right? He's got
He
a lot
did,
on his
yes,
mind.
he did. And yes, he does. He died a few weeks before the trial started, actually. Yeah,
Oh, so it's just been like a month and a half ish.
yeah, it's not
Poor
been
guy.
very long. I really feel he just got back.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, but you're
Yeah,
right. He normally reads out the law and explains it all, and he's like, "Nope, just nope."
All right, thank you. The objection is sustained. Your next question.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So this conversation occurred, I think, did you say prior to them going to a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. He said Randy had just dropped him off so that he could get his clothes because him and Buster and Randy were going golfing.
Him and Buster and who?
Randy.
Randy, okay. We're going to a golf tournament that weekend?
I don't know if it was a golf tournament or what, but I know he said they were going away. They were going golfing.
Okay. And speaking of Buster, can you point Buster out in the audience for me, please? Buster, oh, you're back there. Okay, I'm sorry. Stand up, please.
Yes, sir.
Is that Buster?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all always had a great relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
He's a
thank you.
good kid.
I'm sorry?
He's a good kid.
He's a good kid. Okay, so one of the other questions I have is, did you ever see Paul with any guns?
Yes, sir.
No?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. And did he have guns around all the time?
Yes, he did.
Matter of fact, they're all guns all over that place, right?
In the vehicles, on the go-karts, sometimes in the hangar.
So did Paul ever leave guns? Just where, if he was, for instance, down at the hangar, would he ever leave guns down there?
I have found one occasionally out there.
A pistol or rifle?
A rifle.
You know what kind it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know if he ever left any down in the feed room?
Not in the feed room. I'm not sure about the feed
Okay,
room.
you never saw anything in the
No,
feed
sir.
room. I believe in one of your statements, I read that sometimes he'd leave him somewhere and actually there'd be rust on the rifle or the shotgun or whatever.
If he left it on the golf cart outside, he would sometimes leave it laying across, and I would get it in the morning, and already it would rust off.
And that would be a golf cart he would drive down to the kennels, for instance?
Yes, sir, whichever one he was in, and he preferred the gas. The gas one is usually where I used to find
Gas,
golf
cart?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be a way he would get down to the kennel sometimes?
Sometimes, the majority of the time, he was either in Dolly or in his own truck.
In what?
Dolly,
What is it?
the F-250.
I forgot. Y'all name all your trucks, or they named all their trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so most of the time he would be in a truck, but sometimes he would take the golf cart, if you will, down there.
Yes, sir.
And apparently sometimes he had guns in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me touch a couple of other things. Did that day you saw the sled folks in there, Did you see them taking any pictures? Or do you remember?
I believe some of them were taking pictures, but I'm not positive.
Okay. You were shown a picture of a rain jacket.
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And had you ever seen that rain jacket at the house?
Not at Moselle, no, sir.
Right. You ever, and what size clothes did Alec wear?
2XL.
2XL, not just a large. Would anything a large fit him?
I don't think he might have had one or two items that were that size, but most of the clothing was 2XL.
2XL. How about, would you put exhibit number? Yes, please. And blow it up for me, please. Okay, how about make that bigger for me, please? No, not the rain jacket. I'm sorry, the Snapchat picture. I apologize. Well, wait 1 second. Do you see that rain jacket on there?
Yes, sir.
You've never seen that, according to your statement, never seen that at
I've
Moselle?
never seen that jacket.
Okay. And you knew pretty much everything, every piece of clothing that was there, right?
For the most part, yes.
Yes. Okay. And how many rain jackets did Alex have? Remember?
Too many to count.
Too many to count. Okay. But none of them look like that.
No, sir.
Okay. How about blow that up for me, please? Can you make it any better, closer? Yeah, that's good right there. And that shirt is that the one he was wearing that morning when he
No,
left?
sir, it was not.
It's not.
No, sir, that was not the shirt he was wearing.
And this is at 7, you understand, this is 7:40 PM that evening when he's out with Paul.
I wasn't there then.
Okay. But that's not the shirt he was wearing when he left that morning.
That is correct. That was not the shirt.
Okay, take the course until just 1 moment. You were aware he had clothes at his office, kept clothes at his office?
Yes, sir, among other places.
Where else would he have
Car.
clothes? He have it in a car?
Yes, sir.
Where else?
In Edisto.
I'm sorry?
In Edisto.
In Edisto, okay. But if he was in the Moselle area, if he was going to change his shirt from in the morning, would he have changed it at the office or got something out of his car? You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. Now, let me show you. (107). Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
The text messages from me and Maggie?
This is on June 7th, 2021, right?
That is correct.
And the first one, I'm just going to try to hurry this up a little bit. She asked you to stop.
Yes, sir.
She says, will you stop by, this is at 7:05 a.m., stop by the store and get Alex Capri Sun. He likes orange and pineapple flavor plus mountain cooler. Thank you, I'll pay you back. You say, I will. She says, thank you, get 2 boxes. Now, after that conversation, there's a text at 3:28 p.m. Blanca, dinner on the stove, just left. She left there at about 3:30, correct?
Yes, I sent the text before I actually walked out of the house. I had a habit of sending her the text, make sure everything, and then locked up before I left. But at that time, I had gone upstairs to drop off some clothes. I noticed that Paul's truck, or a white truck, was sitting at the kennels. So I left the front door unlocked at that time instead of locking.
But you didn't see Alex anywhere?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see his vehicle, and she at 3:40, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, then at 3:54, you said, "You're welcome, I just made your deposit." Maggie then says, I guess this is a fun exchange. "Thank you, I'm waiting at the doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave the door open at Edisto, but trust the Mexicans to shut and lock for me."
Yes, sir.
And then she says, "Alex's dad back at the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, pneumonia. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep." Now, you know what she meant by that?
What she meant was Maggie used to get frustrated. She said every time something happened at Alameda with his dad or his mom, that Alec would get called and nobody else, that they always called Alec to go to the house. And she did get upset over that the family was basically putting all that on Alec and he wasn't getting enough rest.
So when she said he's going to die, she's worried about his health.
She was worried about his health, yes.
Okay. And she says Alex needs to take care of himself as well. And that's consistent with what you just said, correct? She's
Yes.
worried about his health.
Yes.
And you said, "Yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph." Maggie says, "I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us." What do you mean by that?
Because Alec hadn't had much sleep. That was her main concern, was the fact that her main frustration was the fact that in the middle of the night or whenever, if Mr. Randolph or Miss Libby were uncomfortable, that they would always, she seemed to think that they always called Alec and there goes Alec, to take care of it. And she felt that it wasn't fair that he was the only one having to take them.
And your response to that is, "I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better." Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you say, "Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little or no sleep is not healthy. Remember, I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I'll go to Moselle. I'll let you know." And she says, "No worries," right?
Yes.
Now, oh, you've got the exhibit. Take that from me and hand it to. Okay. So she preferred to be in Edisto, correct?
That's correct.
But she was going that day, based on all your text, she was going because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was worried about Alex, right?
What
I
do
mean,
you
she was heading to Moselle. She preferred to be in Edisto, but she was heading to Moselle because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was concerned about Alex. Isn't that what this says?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Okay. She indicated to you that Paul was coming in your telephone conversations, correct?
That is correct.
And did she indicate in your telephone conversations that she needed dinner for her, Paul, and Alec, right?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate in any way that she did not want to go to Moselle to have dinner with Alec, Paul that night?
Her conversation with me was that Alec wanted her to go to Moselle that day. And she was concerned about the workers that she had in Edisto. And she would have preferred to be in Edisto, taking care of the final
But for
details.
Mr. Randolph's condition.
She was concerned about the work being done and leaving the house open in Edisto.
She wasn't concerned about Mr. Randolph.
I mean, she was, but her more concern was that her house was open.
Okay. Now, I mean, she preferred to be at Edisto in the summertime as opposed to Moselle, correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you, did Swed ask you about at any point about the clothes that Alex was wearing on the 7th? At some point, did they ask you that?
Not until recent.
Recently, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it clear to you? I mean, you've been asked recently to recollect something that happened in June of 21, which is almost 2 years ago. Did they ask you other questions about what happened on June 7th when they asked you about the clothes?
They asked me where I was. They asked me what I was doing. They asked me when I saw Alec leaving that day, my discussions with me. They requested to see my phone, which I gave them so they could see the text messages, phone calls that we had had.
Okay. You and Maggie were very close.
We were.
You and Alex were close also, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And did you feel like a member of the family?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever heard from anybody about well, strike that. Did you indicate that Maggie, one of the things Maggie told you was that she was not, after the boat case, she was not being treated very well by the people in Hampton, correct?
That is correct.
They shunned her, they were rude to her, those kinds of things.
That is correct.
Did she also indicate to you that she was concerned about Paul because he'd received a bunch of threats?
Objection.
The objection's overruled.
Did she ever indicate to you she's concerned about Paul because Paul had received threats?
Yes.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence. Apologize. I moved 107 into evidence.
Have you got it? Is it up there?
I gave it to the clerk. Yeah.
Any objection?
Oh, I think I want to say no objection.
Submitted without objection.
That same morning of the 8th, did you clean the gun room?
I didn't go in the gun room. I went in there, but I didn't do anything in the gun room.
Didn't pick anything up?
No, sir.
Okay, and when you went into the kitchen that morning, was there anything that would indicate to you that other people had been there the night before? Like glasses or bottles of water or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
Please score. Mr. Harpootlian. It's got a couple of questions. Mr. Harpootlian asked you about the clothes in the closet on June 8th, 2021. You remember?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you if there could have been another shirt in the room.
Yes, sir.
And was your response maybe a T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see another dress shirt there?
No, sir.
And while we're getting to that, did you work at Alameda?
No, sir.
Did you ever go there?
No, I have been there on one occasion previously, and I don't remember what I had to drop off.
Well, that blue poncho rain jacket Mr. Harpootlian showed you, that was at Alameda, wasn't it? Or do you know?
I don't know where that came from.
You never saw that at Moselle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And state 7, well, first of all, this is states 306. Have you ever seen that shirt again since you went back the 8th, the 9th until today? Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir. Once I moved a lot of the belongings to the little house, he had packed clothes up, but over the weekends and stuff, when they were going from place to place, I noticed that he was purchasing different clothing items, shorts, shirts. So there was a couple of new ones in there, which still was not that shirt. It was some of the newer ones.
Who was purchasing a lot of shorts and shirts?
Alec.
After this event? After the murder?
Yes, sir. On the weekends when they were gone with the family, if he was going different places, he would come back like that Monday or Tuesday, and it was like new items within the clothes.
New shirts?
New shirts.
New shorts?
Yes.
You know what kind?
Vineyard Vines.
They were buying Vinnie Vines?
Yes, sir.
After the murders?
Yes, sir. They were like polo type Vineyard Vines.
And what shirt had he suggested to you he was wearing in August on this day? What shirt had he just suggested to you he was wearing?
Vineyard Vines. Vinnie Vines is what they call them.
In state 7, you said you recognize these shorts and shirts?
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept? On states 107 in Moselle?
In the closet, if there was no room in that drawer.
On the shelves?
Yes, sir, on the shelf.
And looking at 306, is that outfit different from this outfit?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I think Mr. Harpootlian showed it at 107. Whose idea was it for Maggie Murdaugh to come to Moselle on the evening of June 7th?
You can testify if you know.
You don't have hearsay.
You can testify if you know.
Maggie texted me that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle.
And is that on 107 that Mr. Harpootlian just put in?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's all, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Put that up in the books. Just a couple of questions. After Maggie's death and Paul's death, did you notice he was losing weight?
Yes, sir, he was.
Dramatic loss of weight, right?
Yes, sir.
So the clothes we can see him in that picture, he's fat is the wrong word, but overweight kind of guy, big guy, fleshy looking guy, right there, okay? Now, so he needed to buy new clothes because the other clothes are falling off of him, right?
I assume so, yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be unusual for him to need to buy new clothes because he's losing weight.
I guess.
Okay. Now, this is 306. This is the picture. And you say this is a shirt like a Columbia shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a Columbia shirt, don't they have a logo that says Columbia?
Yes, sir. Either on the sleeve or,
You see one on here?
I don't see anything on this shirt. The style of shirt is a Columbia style shirt.
It's not you're not saying it was a brand name Columbia shirt. You're saying it was a Columbia style shirt.
Yes, sir.
And your testimony again is this is not the shirt he walked out with that morning.
He did not walk out with that shirt that morning.
But those could be the khakis he walked out with that morning.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And when you say you never saw that shirt again, you did see those khakis again, did you not?
Yes, sir. I washed those khakis. They were in the bathroom. I'm assuming it was the same pair because he only had a few that he wore.
Right. Okay. And in addition, your testimony would be that I guess you're saying that morning he didn't have that shirt on, but he had those pants on.
Could possibly have those pants. He had several.
Okay. And would you scroll down to the footwear, please? Okay, those are loafers, right?
Yes, sir.
And what do they seem to be made out of?
Like soft leather.
So your testimony is that those were shoes he only wore around the house. He had like house slippers.
Usually when Alec would go outside, he had them Georgia boots that he would wear or the duck boots, and those would be left by the front door when I would walk through the door in the next morning.
In June, it was pretty hot down there in Moselle.
Yes, sir, but those were his go-to shoes when he would go outside or mess around, like he said, with Paul that day.
What kind of shoes was he wearing when he went to work that day?
The dress shoes, a pair of brown leather.
Okay. Now, when were you first asked about what he was wearing that day?
Maybe a couple of days when they interviewed me.
When they interviewed you the first time?
Yes, sir.
They asked you what he had on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch and resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Ooh, going to lunch 15 minutes early.
I think it's a liquid lunch. It's Friday. I don't blame anybody for not wanting to go with that. Are you? Wrecker has joined us, but I see he's still muted. Let's see. Yeah, he's still muted.
Yeah,
he's
he is.
Oh, there he is.
I found the unmute button. Sorry, I was
Oh, that's
lost
like
in the dark. It was all messy and dark and
was it dark and messy? Yeah.
dark and messy, and there was just hands and feet everywhere. And
Maybe you need Alex to help you find your shirts and stuff.
he can't. That's one thing he can't steal. He can't steal my virginity.
Dave, did you lose it already? Oh my gosh, is that what? Well, you should stay muted then. Sounds like you were
I was going
busy.
to say, I lost that a long time ago.
Yeah,
Decades.
No spring chickens here. I think we're all old enough. But anyway, but damn, this is running me through. This one's working my nerves. I have to say, today is working my nerves. I'm feeling Judge Newman though. Like I don't envy him right now.
I really don't. I really don't envy him because both sides are being real pricks.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. And yet I do agree with Liam. They're just doing their jobs, but like
Mm.
it's how. Like I do believe that this whole thing that Harpootlian's going on, it's been known to work before. He's done it. He does this. Like he's like a little sniper. Comes in there all
Mhm.
doddering and whatever, and then boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, everything's tore apart. He's very good at dropping seeds of doubt to that jury. And he's doing it.
Mhm.
Even with a credible witness like this, he's doing it. He's like, well, just because you've never seen the shirt doesn't mean the shirt somewhere. I mean, really, that's basically what he was alluding to.
Yeah.
Just because you're the housekeeper here doesn't mean the shirt don't exist somewhere. It's not our fault Sled can't find it.
I
How
don't see Alex standing up and going, "Oh, I know where the shirt is."
No, he's not telling
Mm.
anybody
Why
where the
doesn't he?
shirt is.
If he's
Right.
innocent, why doesn't he just say where the shirt is? See what
Like,
I'm
here it
saying?
is. Exactly. Here's the shoes. Test them. Here's the shirt. Test them. But no, but they're putting those seeds of doubt, for the jury. And I do believe they're doing a pretty good job that way. Because this whole doddering, thing that he's got going on, he
Ju-
does little frustratingly off his game. They're all like taking so long and they're literally
Mm.
shuffling through the
You
courtyard
know,
and playing with the evidence and
uh-huh. Yeah.
I've
The
seen
one, the one
octogenarians move faster than that.
my Nana
And
moved
that's
faster
with a
than
walker.
that with a cane over her arm.
Yeah.
So the thing that's killing me right now, Claire, I just want to throw this out here and then you guys can go crazy and talk. The one thing that's bugging me is there's no one but him to ask, why didn't you guys go to see your dad if that's why you called them over there? Why did you go to your mother's and leave them at home?
I'll tell you why. There was a group
Because
chat
they were
message.
dead.
Oh, because yes, they were dead. Nobody could go because they were dead. That's the one
Yeah.
thing. And also, was there not here's the thing that's suspicious to me, and I don't know if you guys picked up on these.
Mm.
Earlier in the day, Alex texts Maggie. We've seen all that. Hey, I want you to come there. I'll take you. We'll go see Dad. Dad's not doing well. Blah blah blah.
Right.
I'm not using the exact words. I'm just doing general scenario here. Okay. Maggie says to housekeeper, yeah, I got to go over there. You take care of stuff here. I don't really want to go, whatever. Says to friend, Alex is acting fishy. I don't know. Something's up, but he keeps bugging me all day to go over there to visit his dad. So I'm going to go. I'm just going to make it easy. I'm just going to go. She goes.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, now we find out Alex also texted Paul. Through the housekeeper, we find out that Alex wanted Paul there that night too. Same thing.
Yep.
Mm.
Wait a minute, though. Alex also is part of the group text message with his wife and everybody else in the family that they all agreed to set up because of what was going on, visiting the next day in period.
Yes.
All of them together.
But he insisted that they'd visit that night.
But he was trying to organize them to go that night. So, then there's the message coming through about confirmation for that. And I can imagine Maggie just looking at that and going, what's going on here, boo? What are you doing? And then everything blows up. Here's the other thing. All along, we've been saying Paul likes to have his gun with him, right?
Right.
Paul in the gun. What if it was because it was getting dark? What if it was Maggie that had the gun?
That's what I said in the chat. She's afraid of being down there. That absolutely gave her a reason to take a gun with her down there.
Mm-hmm. But besides,
unless they all walk down there together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is true.
Then she might still bring one though. It was approaching dark, and by the time they would have went back to the house, it would have been dark.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I agree with Liam. Do you guys remember Columbo, the guy with the dirty trench coat? The detective, the bumbling detective that pretended he didn't know what was going on. The one that Peter Falk played with the screwy eye. No? Okay. I guess I'm dating
Columbo.
myself. Yeah, Columbo. Right.
Yeah, Liam was just mentioned him in the chat and said
Yeah, he
Hippo
said
Putin is
he's
trying
trying
to
to
Columbo the jury.
Mhm. And that means bumble it, act like you don't know what's going on while you actually have it all figured out and you're tripping them all up, And I
Mm.
agree, Turtle. Judge does not appear to be his happy self today, and I can't blame him. He's probably getting a headache. I would too. I do love the way he said, "Y'all figure out for yourself. I'll be back." Like I'm taking a break. Like boom. And he goes. At least he didn't send them to their rooms. I would have sent them to their rooms. Yep. an octogenarian at free food is the only thing that moves faster than a band getting to the bar. True.
Right.
This is true. This is true. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, Sandy, but Columbo actually did it. Yeah, but it is
Mhm.
fiction, right?
Yeah. Always says
It was
it was known
good.
that Maggie Murdaugh did like going to the kennels, and especially as it was getting dark. She did love to go there, but she didn't like being there at night. Now, 3 people have testified to that. She
Yep.
was nervous going there after dark. She didn't like it after dark. She did love going there with the dogs during the day, and she liked to walk there. Yep.
And she hadn't been there for a while, so her getting there later in the day or whatever and wanting to go see the dogs would not be
Well,
uncommon. Eat dinner, go see the dogs because
I
she
know
hadn't,
I
she
know
loves her dogs.
yep. I know she was there at 10 to 9 when her phone started to go dead. Yep, she was there then.
Yep.
Last test message.
Absolutely. She absolutely was. What was that? Was it 844 or 849 was the video? No, 849 was the
849 is the last interaction with most transactions between the two
right.
of them. Well, something was
Because
read
she had
and
got a
or they
text,
did
read it,
something.
but never responded. Right.
Mhm.
849.
Mhm.
I think
That's
the
the
real
time.
question is now, are the scales starting to tip for people?
Good
For me,
question.
Are the seeds of doubt enough now?
it depends on how they look at it. If they're like me and they only listen to the words of Alex Murdaugh during the testimony, they'd still be wondering what the heck he's doing with all this extra information. We just got more information from another witness that he was trying to lead the investigation. He was dropping information on a witness. He was putting things in their mind. He was leading people around by the nose. I see definite pattern of behavior here. Maybe because I'm a skeptical, paranoid person who just sees like the dark side in most of these evil things. Perhaps I do watch a lot of Discovery ID. I could be warped. But I keep focusing on what he keeps saying in his interviews, what questions he answers that they didn't even ask, what information he's dropping that nobody's asking him about.
Yeah, he was really handing it out for a guy who was upset and just lost his wife and son. Like he was just he'd cry and then just totally straight face, just hand out the info.
Totally straight, and he's always totally straight faced when it's information he wants to get out. Like how forgetful and absent-minded Paul is, and how he lost so many of his guns, and like he was a lovable guy, but he just can't take care of his shit and all this other stuff. All the people that were after him. But more people were after Alex than Paul.
Yeah.
In reality, and that's why they don't like the Tinsley testimony, because that proves that it was bigger than just the boat thing. It was just with Alex actually bribing jurors, making problems for the families, being an obstruction to the whole process. It really did paint him in a bad light, and it did show that he had more to worry about than just his son being indicted. His shady behavior about the whole damn thing was going to come out.
Oh, yeah. And I think I think the scales are actually starting to tip more towards guilty.
Yep, I think that's a good idea for a poll, right? Okay. At this point, would you, if a juror, we're going to go guilty or not guilty? Let's see. I want to see what everybody says. We got a good 22 people here. I'll leave it up for the rest of the day, actually, till the end. I don't get to vote, but I don't know. That don't seem fair. Just at this point, if you were the juror and it went to you right now, I know you're all going to say, that's not fair, Claire. We haven't heard from the defense. I know I'm not being fair. I want your vote anyway. We'll vote again at the end. Okay? Before the jury comes back. But just now, just speculatively, grant me a little grace and just vote.
I think it's a good idea to do a vote every Friday anyways.
Oh, I should have did one last week.
So maybe every 3 days or every Friday or something, we should just do a poll and see where everybody's at.
I'm glad
If
people are
those,
here. I wish Mandy was here because she's been in the middle going, there's no way with all the amount of time. There's no way with the amount of time. He didn't take a shower. He didn't. I wanted her to hear this testimony. I wanted to see if it changed anything for her, if it made it
Right.
more plausible that the timing isn't as close as we think. Like it could have got done.
And remember, guys, she found that stuff on the floor the next morning. He did not spend the night at the house. He left with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And in the clothes he was wearing.
I don't find that
Well, besides he gave
unusual, though.
he
I
gave
don't
it
find
to,
that unusual. Somebody blows my family away. I'm not staying there. I don't want to be there.
No,
Like,
I'm not
no.
saying that. I'm saying there's no way you could have took a shower in the morning for her to find it when she got there.
Oh, that's right.
He had
That's right.
to have taken a
That-
shower that night.
Right. It's true. Liam
And the
said,
fact that the
even
water didn't evaporate on the floor says it was
Yep.
within so many hours.
right. Even if
He
someone
must
else,
have had a lot of water on the floor to leave that much water still the next morning, you know?
true, like messy.
Yeah.
Even if someone else pulled one of the triggers, AM has info about that which he isn't giving us. Exactly. He was there when it happened. I'm saying if he didn't do it, he knows who did, and he's not talking. And that
Yep.
If he
bothers me.
doesn't
one of 'em.
testify, if he definitely does not testify, that's just a guilty verdict for me.
Oh,
That's
yes.
one of my conspiracy theories is that he didn't do it, but he knows who did.
Yep. I'm with you on that. And here you go, Halko. I just filled the chat with coffee for you. There you go. Okay. Always
Yeah,
coffee.
some people were saying that maybe Buster did it and he's trying to, cover up for Buster or whatever. But, I don't know about that. I mean, Buster wasn't like the out there troublemaker. He was like the quiet guy.
Yeah, you
And
got
I know the quiet
you know what?
guys can pop off sometimes, but I don't know. I just look at him and I see a marshmallow that would never have the balls to do
Well,
that. When I
y-
look at
y-
Alec in the eye, I can see he could do it, in my opinion.
Okay, Aunt Jerry's saying the defense is utterly failing at their job, so no seeds of doubt in my mind from the defense. The state has yet to fully convince me, though. That's the problem. Like, even though the other one is not doing well, the other one's not hitting it home either. Yep, grab some coffee, Charlie. I'm putting it out there. Oh, and then just to get you,
There's still too many seeds of doubt for me to push the button on guilty.
What about if he's making horrible bets with unscrupulous bookies? Thank you, Jen.
Yeah, exactly, Sandy. Buster wasn't the one trying to get everybody at the farm. Anna said, I thought Buster had a solid alibi, but as far as I know, he does.
I want to know about that alibi because maybe he was already there. Just saying. Somebody was in that feed room, Beck. Somebody was in that feed room.
No, not necessarily. He was
know.
shot from outside the door or by the door, shooting
Right.
in.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Good advice, Jen. Never take coffee as an IV, always as a feeding tube. This is good.
Oh, agreed.
Yeah,
Agreed.
agreed.
Yeah, you don't want to thin out the coffee with blood. That's wrong.
Yeah. What is his alibi? This is a good question. Both of these. What is the alibi? And does AM have anything to do with the alibi? Because if he does, I'm not believing it. He's a liar. We've caught him in how many lies already? With his own words.
Okay.
I touched the body, but I'm not covered in blood. I tried to move it over. I'm like 5 inches taller, 6 inches taller, and I outweigh him by 80 pounds, but I couldn't move it. Sure, Alex.
Okay, I'm looking at a article right now trying to find what his alibi was. Okay, so Buster, 25, was living and working in the Rock Hill, Charlotte area in June. This corroborated by what Randy Murdaugh, Buster's uncle, had said as well. Randy Murdaugh said that he had to call Buster, who lives in Rock Hill, to tell him that his brother and mother were killed. Eva Pilgrim also reported that Alex Murdaugh was taking his father to the hospital on the day of the murders. After that, he reportedly checked in on his mother before he returned. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. See if there's more about.
Alex didn't take his father to the hospital. Did he?
No. Someone else called and said they had to take him to the hospital. She was
Oh,
wrong on
yeah,
that.
yeah.
So
Somebody
she was
called
probably
and
like a hearsay
informed him
thing.
that he was at the hospital. Right. When he was in the meeting with Jenny Seckinger when he got the phone call. Right. That's right. And it's very unlikely that he tried to flip that body over and didn't get anything on him. And I could see if Buster's out of the area that people identify him at work or whatever. And they did say that they did clear him of dead. I just wanted to know if it had anything to do with Alex, which, that wouldn't have been a good thing, But so I don't know. Like, does it?
Then again,
Randy
how far
Matt
away
disagreed.
was Buster living?
Charlotte?
Well, he was in Charlotte, so I think it was like an hour, wasn't it?
Charlotte's pretty far away. Yeah. Is it? I mean,
hour?
always. How far away is that from
I can't remember.
Pearl or Island or wherever they are? Oh, some people are thinking not guilty. We got 73 to 27. That's not bad. Yeah. But okay, so I'm wondering.
I know, Liam. I'm looking.
Charlotte is several hours away from where they are. Okay, there you go. That's a plausible alibi.
Several hours. Okay.
Mhm.
I was gonna say if it was like an hour, that's.
I still would question it if it's like an hour because
Mm,
well, he's not on the video at the kennel. Nobody has said he was been on the farm, and the window of opportunity for the crime itself is so small, like it's less than an hour. The shenanigans that Paul did is more than an hour, but the actual window of opportunity now that they've got the cell data entered into evidence and everything kind of does limit it to me anyway. I don't know
yeah.
about you guys, but it does limit it to it's approximately 3 hours away according to Always Createful and Liam and Sandy. And they would know because they're all Googling and looking it up or from the area. So thank you very much, guys. I'm terrible with geography. I don't know where anything is.
Don't worry, I'm terrible at geometry too.
Oh, it's 3 hours. Okay, I heard somebody say something about hour, so I didn't hear the 3.
Yeah. Geometry. Like, okay, you're also bad at spelling geography, apparently, because I'm talking. Well, I guess we do have that in common, Record. They're both masses of some way, right? Like land masses or angles and shapes, and whatever. Okay. I don't know.
I mean, it wouldn't be completely implausible that he drove down. I mean, just think about how the gun completely disappeared. If he had drove down, so hear me out. If he had drove down and planned it to land around that time, he could easily have gone in,
You're talking
done
a
the deed
walk
with
on
his
and
dad,
walk off? Yeah.
and gone, taken the gun with him, and then dumped it hours down the road.
Okay, but then how does all of that particles of gunshot residue get on the inside of the raincoat? So much so that it appears that weapons were inside it, or someone wore the coat inside out and shot a weapon. It's more likely
Well,
it's wrapped it
they-
around weapons to carry it. And how does it get at the grandma's house if Buster had it? Like, because that was separated. The weapons were separated from the raincoat at some point. So what did they do? Just wrap them in it, walk to the car, unwrap it, and then he leaves? I don't think so. I mean, as far as the weapons go, anyway.
Well, I mean, it would be easy to say that they could have just used that raincoat a lot for protecting the guns that they do carry around with them.
Oh, then why aren't they
Because
saying
if there's
so in the
enough gunshot residue on something, it's sticking around for a
Okay,
while.
so if that's the plan, then why didn't the defense ask SLED if I had routinely wrapped a gun that I used for hunting in that item? Why wouldn't they lay the groundwork? Why wouldn't they lay the groundwork for the defense like they do in the opening statements? Never mentioned record. Why, when the SLED forensic scientist is saying it's plausible they wore it inside out, and it's also plausible that somebody carried the weapons, because this was Harpootlian at the time, wouldn't it? Why didn't the seed of doubt come in then, where it was said, but wouldn't we do that regularly on a farm with ducks? Like, what was that with our habit? Wouldn't it still be there, the gunshot residue from last month or the month before or last year or Christmas when I got the pheasant for dinner? Harpootlian style. We would have heard that. We would have
Yeah,
heard.
but Harpootlian's really trying to steer clear of anything like that, though.
But he's great at seeds of doubt, and that would have
He
been missed
is.
opportunity. If that's what they're going to come forward with the defense, that gunshot residue inside that jacket is there because that's a farming, that's like they shoot guns all the time, and that's how they carried their weapons around, and that was used for, and so. We would have heard about that. Seed of doubt about shooting the Christmas pheasant on the table would have been there. Would have been a great story, a great opportunity, and Harpootlian's not one to miss stuff like that.
But he
Okay.
hasn't needed to just yet.
And see,
Either.
you have to watch a few of his trial. He's a grandstander, Ricker.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
no,
going
he
with.
is a
He's a
grandstander.
showman.
But
Yeah, yeah. So they don't miss opportunities. They don't think about need or this. They gild the lilies, so to speak, that they're blaming the other side for. They give you more than you want. They're not a just enough kind of guy. He's not
But
just a little bit, just what you need kind of guy. He's a here's it all, going for the tops, put the light on me, whoop whoop, polish it off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's not his style to hold back.
Not entirely, but there's 3 lawyers on the defense.
Yeah,
That's
like
3
the Marx brothers. That's what
Yeah.
I'm thinking. Groucho Harpo. What was the third one's name? Groucho Harper. Oh, Larry.
Mm.
Okay. Anyway, sorry, I digress. What were you saying?
Larry.
What?
Yeah, Larry, Curly, Moe, and
Oh, that's the
yeah, the other
Stooges.
guy,
That's the
Groucho.
Three
Oh,
Stooges.
yeah,
That's
the
the
Oh, what
Marx
were you
brothers.
saying?
Weren't there 3 Marx brothers?
Oh, the Marx.
Aren't there
Oh, I
3
don't
Marx
remember.
brothers? Yeah. Groucho, right? Harpo, and who was the third one?
No, yeah, I know. Wait a minute, I'm confused.
There's
Oh, by the
3
way, I found
Stooges.
something about Buster. Buster
Okay.
was seen at his condo shortly before the murders. He couldn't
So
have made
then
it there
he
in time.
couldn't
Was the
he
point?
couldn't have
Oh,
made it
okay.
there in time.
Yeah,
Right,
they
which
said I finally found the 4th article said that he was seen he has an ironclad alibi as he was seen at his condo with his
Okay.
girlfriend in Hilton Head.
Here you go. Groucho, Harpo, Chico, or Zippo. Those are the Marx brothers. And don't forget
Oh
that
yeah,
the
Chico.
3 Stooges are Moe, Curly, and Shemp. The bald one.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Zeppo. That's it. Not Zippo. Yeah, not Zippo. Zeppo. I was gonna say Zippo,
Zeppo.
doesn't sound right.
He's a
That's a
he's a
lighter.
Groucho brother, right? Like a Marx brother with the Groucho, right? Like Zeppo. Yeah. Because I thought it was Groucho, Harpo. Is Zeppo? Okay. Is Zeppo like Chico? Larry is a stooge. Larry's a stooge. It's Larry, Moe, and
And
Shemp.
Curly.
And Curly.
And
Shemp
yeah,
and Curly are the
Shemp.
same guy, aren't they? Like
No, there's like an extra guy that pops in sometimes.
Okay.
And that's Shemp. Yeah, he would not be there all the time.
Yeah.
He was in the random ones. He was the skinny guy with the curly blonde hair or whatever, wasn't it? And he would just show up
there were
sometimes.
4, not 3. Okay, so it's Shemp, Curly, Larry, and Moe. Okay.
Right.
And apparently for the Marx brothers, it's Groucho, Harpo, Zeppo, and possibly Chico. Okay. Whatever. Anyway, that's all. And it's kind of like what are the banana splits names, which always gets me in trivia because I can never remember them. There's Snorkel and Bingo.
B1 and B2.
Yeah, I don't know what the banana. And you know what? Somebody just reminded me what they all were like a while ago because I asked this question in the Discord and I forgot it again. It's one of those things that no matter how many times you tell me, it's going to evaporate and I'm forever not going to know what the 4 banana splits names are. It's like the planets can't align properly for that one to stay in my brain. Thank you, Ox. I think Shemp did replace Curly because he was the one that kind of went when Shemp came in. Thank you. I knew. And yep.
Of course, Ox would know that. If it's Goofy, he's seen it.
Yeah, but I have no idea now how he actually did this, except for I'm really thinking that he did it. I don't know.
I don't know. It just, there's so many. I'm sorry. There's just so much that points at him. There's just so much. I mean, how can you ignore, him asking people to come over, but they had all agreed to meet the next day to see Randolph? And how do you ignore the fact that he lied about taking a nap? He was out at the kennels at the time. He said he was taking a nap. Like he lied about so much. The shirt he was wearing. What did he lie to the maid about? The other house, shit. The caregiver.
Nope, he just
the time frame.
The caregiver.
He said, "Oh yeah, I was
he
here."
Didn't really lie about it.
No, he did. He said I was here like 30 to 45 minutes, and she said, "No, I don't." She didn't remember it like that, but she didn't say anything to him.
No, yeah, but he was like inferring to her. He wasn't lying. He was inferring to her what she should be saying. Like he was dropping nuggets of things for her to remember about the visit.
Right, but it was a lie.
He was gaslighting her.
Yeah, he was.
Tried to talk her into lying. Right, Sandy. Thank you.
Yeah.
But anyways,
that makes sense.
He was lying to them to persuade them to think differently.
Well, it was manipulating them.
Too many lies. There's too many lies, too much shit. There's so many arrows pointed at him. And honestly, let's be honest. If they had another witness out there, where's that? Why haven't we talked to that guy? There's nobody else. Everything points at him.
But we think we have to actually admit amongst ourselves that this case is almost pretty much circumstantial evidence. No smoking gun, no bloody clothes, nobody witnessing him in a dire strait. Okay, nobody witnessing him with anything wrong with his clothing, on his hands, on his face, no blood. Okay, nope. The only thing we have that's out of place that Alex didn't account for is Paul Murdaugh's video on his phone, which placed him at the kennel, and he had already lied about it when they found it. He had already lied and said he had not gone out there, he was napping. And, well, don't be surprised when the defense presents a psychologist who tells you that it's not uncommon for somebody in trauma to misspeak about the events surrounding the trauma. That I would say would be a smart move, and I'll bet you that's what we hear. I'll bet you they'll say that, well, why did he say he wasn't there? Well, this is why he said he wasn't there. He didn't recall it that way. He misspoke.
Because he was so upset about losing his family. But let me tell you, and everybody's like, oh, he was crying afterwards and sobbing about his family. You could do that after you kill them too. Maybe having like regret for doing it.
Yeah, it's true. But that kind of stuff, that always kind of like, that bothers me. Like worrying about like what somebody's reaction to something was, because we're all so different. Like even those body language people that come out, everybody's doing the body language analysis of Alex sitting at the desk and all. There are so many extenuating circumstances that add to the body language reading. His prior drug use, whether or not he has a neurological disease you don't know about, whether or not he's on some kind of physical ailment that causes the tics. I've heard testimony from Paul's friends that say he was always like that. He was always rocking. He was always fidgety, rocking and ticking like that in some way. He's constantly moving, even when he's standing still.
Yeah.
right?
Absolutely. Yep.
So like that all adds to body language reading. That all adds to like all of that stuff. There's so much information you need to add in that the people viewing it like this couldn't possibly have it all. I'm sure they're adding it all in the best they can, but it's so speculative. It's so, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
so
yeah,
not
that's the
grounded
you know?
in true. I want to say, I'm going to get reamed here, but I'm going to say true science. I know it is a science of some sort, but to me, it's not got that much behind it that I could solidly back anything that they were saying.
It's
That
very much an art science.
Mhm. It's almost like they're saying, well, this is my impression of what's going on and whatever, and these are the straws I'm grabbing at to make it to back it up.
Yeah.
And
Bye,
that,
Shill.
see you.
See you, Shill.
Have a good one. Oh, unless Alex steals the duo game. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna it's my Friday night Shill. I don't know if I'll be playing duo anyway, but I would watch out for that because Alex could steal the duo game. I mean, he could.
Liam, I
Oh.
agree. None of those kids knew him before he started using drugs, so they do not have a previous baseline.
They don't.
Absolutely correct.
Right.
Mm.
But that's
Absolutely
credible
correct.
testimony anyway for the jury because
But then you
nobody's
can say the
talking.
same thing about his law firm. He was at the law firm for 20 years. He started his drug habit when he got to the law firm. They've always known him the same way too.
They did.
There's no other Alex to them.
They knew him as
Mm.
fidgety as a Tasmanian devil coming into the office, get a couple things done and leaving, late hours, coming and going as he pleased. Yeah, he had a style, but he was a producer. He definitely brought a lot of people in. He was a people person, and he definitely,
Well,
made money for that firm and then stole it.
Yeah, a nice white guy that makes money for the firm. Of course they all loved him.
And then decides
Good
it's
old
all
boy
his
club.
and steals it anyway. Right. Yeah. It's all
Yeah.
mine. Yeah. The case is confusing on purpose. I agree.
Yeah, of course.
The
Of
more
course,
they
one's trying to prove it and
confuse-
one's trying to make it make no sense, of course.
No, I don't forget the court is a game, Ox. It's like a game of chess. And right now, that's why I get in. You know why? Because you look at a game of chess, right? Now, give me a little grace here, people. Just a moment, okay? You look at a game of chess. Would you not agree that it's got rules? You don't violate the rules. It is everybody knows what the other one should be doing. Nobody talks out of turn. Nobody tries to do anything else but the rules. There are rules for playing. Okay. And it's whoever plays those rules the best that wins. Okay. And there's always respect between the players. There's no yelling. There's no pulling things. There's none of this shenanigans stuff going on. There's no like unless of course you're one of those
Unless
players.
you're moving back and forth and not letting someone get in for a checkmate. Cough. Player.
Keep holding your hand there and keep holding your hand there and never move it.
He keeps referring to me that I make the computer call it a tie because I won't lay down and die. I will move around that board with just a king and a pawn. You can't make me lay down and
Just
die.
sitting there chasing her for like half an hour.
It's true. I did do that. But who lays down and died? You need to kill me, dude, if you want to win. You don't get to make me leave. I don't get to just, what do you want me to do? Default? No way.
No, we don't do that.
That doesn't happen. But what I'm saying is, like, to me, court is like
Jersey
chess.
woman.
I know court is like chess. There are rules and there are manners. Okay. And
Yes, there are manners, aren't there?
Yeah, but but laying down and dying just when you can still move around the board is not one of them. You're gonna need to show me that
Just
rule.
because a fish is flopping around on a boat doesn't mean it's still alive.
Just because you can't checkmate to the point where I can't move, that's your fault, boo, not mine. You let me move.
Okay, now let's not get into too big of a chess debate here. You guys are going off about chess.
I know, but he's bringing it up. Like I wouldn't have went
I
there.
wasn't the one that brought it up.
No, I
Sounds
mean,
like
I
one of
brought
my
chess
segues.
up. I brought chess up as a euphemism for the courtroom about how mannerly he is. And then, you take your turn, you each do your best play like that. And I like that kind of stuff. I hate when it gets messy like that. When the sides are going out of turn, when they're yelling over each other, when, and they're just being rude. Like, I hate it. And when the judge has to tell you, go to your room, like, that would be bad. Like last night, he sent everybody to their rooms. He was tired of dealing with it. We're going. That's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Claire, Liam said body language experts look for deviation from baseline and it has to be said individually. Absolutely, Liam. I've been watching him on LNC's stream ever since Sandy said, hey, I'm watching it on, they have a Alex cam. So I've been watching him this for, I don't know, a week now, pretty much. And I've only seen him cross his arms 2 times. And it was with both the caregiver and the housekeeper. He was in protective mode. He was not one. When you cross your arms when someone's speaking, it's basically saying you're not accepting the information.
But was he leaning back or leaning forward?
He was sitting, he was sitting pretty straight up, maybe a little, he wasn't leaning on the desk, but he was sitting pretty much straight up, a little hunched, protective mode, with his arms crossed, protective mode. So I just find it interesting. If anybody else saw him doing it any other time, let me know. But I've only seen him do it twice. And I think, well, the other one, I'm not positive it was with the caregiver, but I believe it was. It was on the day, I believe it was the day she testified that I saw him.
I guess it's just what I know about witness prep and defendant prep, that what the lengths I know that lawyers go to make sure that you're presenting your best foot forward. I don't put a lot of credibility on what he's acting like in the courtroom, because to me it's all an act. Whether he's guilty or not, he is told to present a certain image while he's there the whole time and to play it for the jury. So I don't pay attention to it because I know it's all just smoke and mirrors like that. I never look at them sitting at the table. I don't think we're going to get any big flashing tell zone of it because he's on his game. You're in the court, especially for murder. You're on your game. It's your life there. Like you're on your game. And if your attorneys are telling you to play it a certain way, if you're smart enough, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, but now you have to remember, he is one of the top dogs in the area. Those guys look up to him, which means he's probably not going to listen to what they say and do whatever he wants, and they're going to let him do it because he's Alex Murdaugh.
Yeah, but it's true. But even Alex Murdaugh, being top dog, knows you got to play it to the jury. You're just proving my point, Beck.
Yeah, but he's upset. He's not going to play it right all the time. He's too upset because
it's going to take more. It's going to take a hell of a lot more evidence than a statement from anyone to tell me that Alex Murdaugh is upset about anything. That's the biggest narcissist I've ever seen walking the planet. There's no way anyone is going to convince me that was upset.
Because every time he glares at someone, he kind of tilts his head down like he's trying to hide that he's doing it. But you can see him doing it anyway.
Look at the difference when the jury was in the room and the jury was in. If you watched 404B testimony, when you did the 404B testimony with the in camera, just to the judge and everybody, he was staring daggers at witnesses. Aggravated, aggressive, talking to his lawyers, writing stuff down, being vigilant,
smirking and laughing when Mark Tinsley said that the trial didn't work for him.
Okay, then the next witness comes out and he's sitting there, he sits there, the jury's there. It's a whole different thing. He's rocking, he's looking down, he's looking. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all smoke and mirrors.
He's probably lying without knowing it, Claire. He's pathological. He's been doing it for his whole life. God only knows. He probably doesn't even know he's lying anymore.
I don't know. I don't know. See, I see a different Alex Murdaugh, obviously, from reading, only because of all I've read. And all I've read is actual court depositions and things like that.
Yeah.
And what I see is someone who's always on their game, 5 steps ahead of everybody else. And he's not lying because it's habit. He's lying because that's what he does.
I know that. I'm just saying that I feel like part of it could, because for instance, I have a brother who has lied all of his life. He's like Alex, but poor. And that fucker, I'm telling you, he doesn't even, he swears he's right because he's lied about shit for so long. He forgot how it really happened 10 or 20 or 30 years ago. He is dead set on those stories now. He actually believes them because he's told them so many times.
Wrecker,
So that,
I'm
all my
away
point is that some of them get in the habit of it and sometimes they don't even
No,
realize
I
what
get.
they're doing.
No, I understand that, Beck, and I'm not really pushing back hard on you. I'm just saying I see a totally different person. Wrecker, could you
Yeah,
grab
no, I
Liam's
agree with your part. Absolutely.
comment for me and put that up? I'm away from my mouse right now. I'm actually doing like the judge said in stretching and standing
Which
up.
one?
Liam, the one
Yeah.
that says it is unbidden micro expressions. It is
It is the
unhidden.
unbidden yeah.
Yep. Go ahead. You can read it, Beck.
Micro expressions, which will be more telling because, as Claire said, he will have the general picture under control. He is a people control. Absolutely,
That's right.
Liam.
What did every single person that testifies about Alex Murdaugh say? Everybody loved him. He was a controller. He was a people person, a manipulator. He could bring everybody in. He got people to do what they wanted. He got more money out of people than anything. He was able to negotiate. He got the big deals. When they smelled money in a big case, they sent Alex after it. Okay.
Yep.
This was a man in total control all the time, even though it looks like he's not in control. Yes, I understand he had a drug problem, but look how well okay. So he had a drug problem for 20 years. Look how well he managed that. That alone is evidence enough of his control in his narcissistic behavior.
But hold
His
on now,
ability to
Claire.
keep it. Most people didn't know about the drug problem.
What now? Hold on. This drug problem. How do we know how long he had it for?
Well, we do know he was in rehab. His brother paid to get him in there, and he's suing
My
him for the
point
money.
is he could have said, I've had a drug problem for 20 years. So he sounds like, oh, this poor drug addict guy, instead of, I started using him 8 months ago or 10 months ago or a year ago or something. That's why all this money is now, big
but
money's
here's the
disappearing.
thing.
Because
That
he
would
did it for a
become
long
too
time, but then I
obvious.
feel like
Yeah,
he got cocky.
Yeah, but here's the thing. This is Alex Murdaugh, right? The one thing he hasn't done is lie to make himself look bad. He always lies to make himself look better. And saying you got a 20-year drug problem don't make you look too good in the community.
Well, no, it gives you an excuse for the murder. That's why he wants it.
That's not an excuse. No one in South Carolina is going to let him get away with murder because he had a drug problem. He's not on the books.
He's probably looking for a lesser sentence is what I think. But it could be used as that if used properly.
The only chance he had of a lesser sentence if nobody knew about the other crimes. There's no way that the whole community didn't know about the other crime. He has stolen from every single person in his life, one way or the other. Every single person. There is nobody left. Nope. Nobody left that doesn't know who he really is. But my point is, Alex isn't the one who told them all about that, is he?
Nope.
Alex never would. He is a control freak. He needs to be in control. It's all about his reputation. He's top dog. He's always the best. He gets what he wants. Alex doesn't lose. Alex isn't going to go out there and say he's got a drug problem if it wasn't like that. He's not going to throw himself under the bus with something like that. Yeah. And also, somebody brought up that point. I think it might have been you, Beck, or it was Always Createful. Why, if they say there's no insurance, was Alex's deposition in the Curtis Smith case is that he actually hired him to shoot him so that Buster got the $10 million life insurance policy?
Createful brought that up, not me.
What?
But yes.
What $10 million?
I know. That's fucked up, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's in court documents. Why aren't we talking about that? Because
I don't know.
This is why the defense doesn't want side of the road incident in. This is side of the road. Whenever they say side of the road, they're talking about the scenario that we all know about from social media and the Curtis Smith lawsuit, which has already been settled and he's in jail.
He is.
That Alex Murdaugh paid Curtis Smith $2 million to shoot him in the head because Alex says he wanted Buster Murdaugh to get the $10 million life insurance policy. It'd leave him with something. Okay.
And the only thing he had was hunting insurance.
And the only thing he had is hunting insurance. So, all right, he did lie in a deposition about a $10 million life. What $10 million life insurance? And when do you get shot in the head like that on the side of the road and it's not going to be investigated? You know what I mean?
This guy took every opportunity he could see to grab money. Like, the housekeeper's kids. And oh my God, just what a POS, man. Even if he didn't murder him, he's still a POS.
But I do
Oh my
have
God,
to.
my landlord's calling. I'll be right
I
back.
do. No problem. I do have to admire the defense's attitude in regard to trying to keep 404B testimony out, even though now it's being let in. They fought tooth and nail to keep Satterfield out. Then they fought about Mark Tinsley. Then they questioned the testimony of Shelley Smith. Okay, they're going for it now. Now that they know it's going to be in, they want the jury to know they got a problem with it. In some cases that's good, I think, and in some cases that's bad, but I'm not a lawyer, but it just doesn't look good. Well, hi, Jujubee. Oh, you missed the behavior discussion. Jujubee, all you got to do, like later, I'll timestamp it. If you want me to put a little JJB in the areas where you need to focus on, I will for you. But put it this way, the judge left the courtroom and let them squabble it out themselves. Like he was done playing with these fools this morning. He's not happy. They're talking over each other. They're objecting. They're objecting before the question is even finished. And then they're asking for testimony to be stricken when the witness hasn't even answered yet. And the defense already asked for a retrial because they're unhappy. They're unhappy. They're unhappy because somebody asked a question that the witness didn't even answer. They said, you can't put the horse back in the barn. And the judge is like, she didn't answer. Like, the horse ain't out of the barn. She didn't answer. So there's nothing to strike. Like, and he goes, forget it. Like, there's no mistrial. There's no strike. There's none of this is going on.
Boy, he really was looking for any kind of mistrial, wasn't he? And that just tells me more, that just points more guilt for me.
You know, and I'm giggling, but it's really not funny. He's doing a good job for his client. About time. I mean, in the beginning, I thought he was sleeping through the whole thing, but it seems like they stepped it up. This particular housekeeper's testimony has been the most riveting against Alex Murdaugh as far as all the questions we've had, as far as clothing and timing and what he was doing. I mean, somebody actually walked through that house that could tell us what was going on, you know, or what they thought was going on. And does anybody find it odd that Alex Murdaugh doesn't know that his wife doesn't wear underwear with her pajamas?
Well, considering she didn't stay there a lot, maybe not.
And maybe he did know.
Perfect marriage, but he didn't know that.
When he's doing laundry, he's just stacking it all together. I don't think that was like a pertinent thing, because like if you're doing laundry, right, and you're just piling it up, it's not like you say the underwear goes with those pajamas. You're just piling all her things in one pile, his things in another pile, so and so's.
But I thought it was sitting. I thought the pajamas were sitting separately. No,
but they were all together. Like there was all like a pile of clothes in a weird place, folded pajamas, and clean underwear, and the underwear appeared to be had been folded.
Yeah.
So they were clean.
See, but I was wondering if he did that to make it look like Maggie was there in the house later than she was, or something, to make the murder look like it was later.
To make it look like she was planning on staying overnight or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Or something, normal householdy things. Or that was in the dryer and he needed to get it out of the dryer, and he just folded it like she would have folded it so nobody knew he was in there. So he tried to do like the maid or Maggie would do while he was getting rid of the stuff that was already in the laundry room, so that he could use the washer and dryer to get rid of the bloody clothes. Oh yeah, I said it.
But you'd think that if he was using the washer and dryer to get rid of the bloody clothes, they would have been able to test the drainage for blood.
But they didn't. Nobody at the time, he wasn't a suspect. Nobody went into the house to test. That was a point that the defense brought up a while back with a couple of the SLED agents. And they said, did you test any of the drains in the bathroom? No. Did you go into the bathroom and see anything visible? No. Did you swab the drains? No. Nobody swabbed anything at all, Wrecker. So it doesn't mean it wasn't there. It means nobody bothered to find out. Because we do have a shirt that smells like laundry detergent. Yes, we do.
See, this is weird. this is where some of the biggest issues are gonna come into play, because with all this is a Swiss cheese case. There's holes in it. There
Wait a
are.
minute. Look at Jer's comment. This is what I heard.
Can you
Thank
bring
you,
it up?
Jer.
Can you bring that
I
up?
can't.
No, record
You
can.
have to
I
do it.
can't.
Oh, record can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I heard that the pajamas were halfway in, halfway out of the laundry room doorway. Okay, I thought it was a bedroom. Thank you. Laying kind of folded.
Yep.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's weird. Just the
yeah.
pajamas with a pair of underwear.
Yeah, and her quote actually was, they were laying there, but I could tell they were clean because they looked like they had been folded previously.
Right,
quote,
but they
unquote.
weren't sitting with another pile of clothing from what I heard. They were sitting
No.
by themselves.
By
in the
themselves
doorway.
in the halfway in the doorway, which is weird. But that would have been him trying to get rid of stuff from the laundry. Like I'm saying, if they were in the dryer
Yeah.
and he needed to dry that shirt that he had to put on real quick, that smells like laundry detergent, that's in evidence and came out of a box and knocked the agent's nostrils open. Remember?
I remember.
Freshly washed smell of laundry that nobody ever smells in an evidence room. Yeah, I remember that testimony. So, like, hey,
I bet you
have to
he
work
was
things
gonna.
out.
I bet you he was gonna put the pajamas like on the bed or something, and he left them and forgot them there. I bet you that's why because there's no reason for them to be sitting in the doorway other than you set them down for a minute because your hands are full.
Well, exactly, because he didn't exactly have a lot of time, as we all know. So there's going to be little stupid stuff like that. Like, well played plan, but there's some things he didn't actually get done. But I mean, he's doing a good job about the shoes aren't anywhere around, the shirt isn't anywhere around, the things that he didn't have time to. He changed his clothes a lot during that day, and that doesn't really mean anything except for that there's stuff that we're missing, like clothes that are missing from what he
Right,
changed
exactly.
into every day. And so somebody will say, so what? He changed his clothes. It's like, so he has enough clothes to change into. So he was going here, you wear different things to the hospital than you would to the kennels. You wear different things to do different things, go out. Like they were looking at trees and stuff. He wore long pants and everything. He went to the office in the morning. Of course, there's all different attires that you would need, casual.
Yeah.
You come home from
Especially
work.
being a lawyer.
Right. You come home from
He's
work.
probably,
Go ahead.
he's probably used to switching out of clothes, switching clothes more than regularly, more than 3 or 4 times in a day.
I don't know about the two of you, but when I was working, when I got home, the first thing I did was everything was off, and then some comfortable stuff go on. That's just like number one. Like and that was how you get out of work mode. Like you just, turn into
Yup.
like relax mode. So
Where's the sweatpants?
exactly, you know me well.
Where's
Like
the extra baggy shirt?
the super large T-shirt, the very very roomy sweatpants or whatever.
And where's the caramel popcorn?
That sounds like you, not me. That's not.
Oh, just me then?
Me. I think it's just you. Well,
No one else here likes caramel popcorn? I'm just gonna stand here alone. Okay. I'll have it all to myself then.
That's okay. More for you. Like, don't worry.
Yeah, more for me.
And Juju's a long john girl in the winter. Yes, I like the big comfy terry, like the big ones that are like real big fluffy towels. Those terry bathrobes that are kind of heavy. That's what I have. Like most of.
Everybody's debating about the birthday. Like I keep finding evidence that she was born in 68. I heard 68 when they mentioned her birthday during the evidence, and everybody's saying 50. I'm like, no, it's not. She was, because I remember going, oh my God, they're only like 3 years older than me.
No, they were in their 50s. Alex is like 50. Like, yeah.
I know, honey. I'm 51. They're 3 years older than me. That puts them at 54. That's what I'm saying. Like, she was, maybe she was 50. She would be 55 now.
Yeah.
But, yeah, she was 53 when she died, which means she was born around 67, 68 is what I was trying to say.
Tell me about it, Juju. Those robes, right? They're really comfortable. But if you get the long one, I'm only 5 foot, and I literally have to have it hemmed. I have to cut the bottom off and hem, or I would kill myself walking around.
Yes, thank you always.
Yeah. Yep. There you go.
We're just hair on the back of every stream every time you got up.
Oh, you guys talking about Alex and not Maggie?
They're going back and forth about them. Yeah, I don't know which one they're
Okay.
talking about right now.
It says he was born on, oh my God, he's got my birthday.
Mhm.
June 17th, 1958 in Hampton, South Carolina. Yes, he was 64 years old, so she was 10 years younger than him.
It's true.
About. Okay, there you go.
Hey, could
I
I
thought
ask?
you guys were talking about Maggie. I'm sorry.
Could I ask you, gentlemen, a huge favor?
Maybe.
Okay, my dog is going nuts. I want to run him to the back door. Could you entertain them for 2 minutes? I'll be right back. Behave. I would like
No,
my
Wrecker
channel
and
to
I don't
still
know how
be
to
here when I
talk at
get back.
all.
No, talk, but make sure my channel is still here when I get back. I will hold you accountable. Okay, bye.
Oh wait, we meant to. Oh dear.
What she doesn't know, Wreckers, I had my own channel. I've had my own channel for 3 years, and I've never even got a strike. So yeah,
Oh,
she's safe with me.
challenge accept. Oh, okay.
No.
I'll be a good. I'll be a good port. I won't be able to speak at all. I'll just leave my tongue tied in 3-4 knots.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Sandy and always, you guys had me absolutely confused throwing the numbers around. There were so many of them, I got confused about what person you were talking about. Blame the dog if anything goes wrong. I agree, Juju. Yeah, so God, there's just so I just wish someone could answer that. I wish we could have one person that could answer the question. Well, why didn't you go and see Randolph if that's why? Why didn't they go? That's the one sticking point I have that just keeps it stuck in my craw, and why I keep looking at him is because, he oh darn, I started reading the chat. Sorry. I'm so ADD. This is why I
Don't
need someone
worry,
to
so
guide
am
me.
I. I haven't taken my meds yet.
I can't even take them. They roller coast me. They make me freaking insane. I can't take them. The sticking point is, why did he leave the house at 9:05, 9:06 p.m.? Well, he started up the car at 9:04, left by 9:05, 9:06. So why did he do that and not take them with if they were alive when he left to go see his family? That's why they were there via text message. We have proof. So why didn't any of them go with him if they were alive when he left? Why did he leave them behind after asking them both to come there to specifically go see his father? That's stuck in my craw. Bad. Really bad stuck in my craw. And at no point during any of his interviews has he said anything about that I've seen.
No, he hasn't. And that could mean, that could mean a few things. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he was wanting to make a few detours along the way.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to.
Go ahead.
It's hard to say. I'm
I know it's a lot to think about.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is like, I know it's sort of it's sort of like what we've all thought to begin with, but the kennels at that time of the night, there is really no reason why they should have been there other than Alex
sort of.
asked them.
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing, is he asked them to come to the house, but she hadn't been there recently. She was staying over at the other house. I can't remember what they call it. That's a weird word. She had been staying at the other house, so I think that she got there and immediately went over to see the dogs because she loved her 2 labs. She loved those labs, and she would see them every single evening. And so while she's gone, it would give her all reason to walk down there and check on them. And if Paul's there just waiting on Alex, to do something, why wouldn't he go with? And then Alex walks down there too, so they all go to check on the dogs together. And now Paul went down there because he had told his friend that Chase had the brown puppy lab, had some kind of a spot on his tail, and it looked like his tail had been injured, and he was concerned about the dog and didn't want his best friend, finding a dog, having some kind of issue with his dog. So I know Paul went out there to take pictures, and he was going to do a FaceTime with him, but the signal was too bad. So he ended up doing a video and then sending it to him like right after he took the video instead of doing the FaceTime with him. So I know that's why Paul was out there. So there was a reason for both of them to be out there that evening. It was later than normal for what time Maggie would have been out there, but Paul was with her. Also, she was scared, so she could have taken a gun with her, So no, they both had reasons to be out at the kennel, but the only reason they were at the house in general, because they were living somewhere else at the time, was because Alex asked them to come on that day.
Can I answer your question? Man, I was like walking the dog and I was muted and you couldn't hear me. I was answering all your questions the whole time. So let me just put on my little defense hat here and I'll answer your questions for you. You say, why didn't they visit the dad? Why didn't, you said, why didn't they all visit the dad? Right?
Right.
Okay. Why didn't Alex take the family with him to mom's house? Number one, dad's not at mom's house. Dad's at the hospital. Number two,
right. That was my other thing.
It's not unusual when a family member is gravely ill that people go all night. He did have to go check on his mother. His possible thing, that's why he was trying to contact Maggie, was get ready. I'm coming, swinging you by. Then we'll go to dad's. I got to check on mom. That's his story. Check on mom. Gonna swing back, pick up Maggie. Maggie was visiting her dogs. That's true. We know that. Bubba's running around with a chicken in his mouth. We know this. There's the other kennel where she was visiting the other dog. Yes, it's true. Paul was there because he's watching Cash, which was Rogan's dog, right?
Right.
So he's watching that dog. That's why he's there. But they were both asked to be there to go visit the dad. But the reason nobody went to visit the dad is because Alex couldn't come back from mom's and take dead bodies to the hospital. Alex's story is that when he got back, they were dead at 10 o'clock.
You just gave me this image of like him walking in with like marionettes going.
But why would you leave your house, go drive 20 minutes to see your mother, drive 20 minutes back and to take your family after that at 10 something at night to see your father in the hospital? That's not even visiting hours anymore.
No, but families of critical patients in all hospitals do not need visiting hours. We know this. This is true.
That's true. You can go in like one or two at a time. Right. That's true.
I'm just saying, that's my defense hat. I'm Alex Murdaugh.
Okay.
And that's what I'm telling you happened. And
that is a viable defensive excuse.
It's it's just as plausible as I changed my clothes 4 times and I touched the bodies and didn't get blood on me because I'm Superman thing that he's trying to put out there. I get that, but that's going to be the plausible excuse that they put out there. They're going to say it was a matter of timing. Of course, they didn't go to the hospital. Everything got messed up because they died. All the plans got messed up. Okay, but Alex was leaving crumbs. He tried to contact her 5 times, but there's better questions than why didn't we go to the hospital? Here's one for you. I tried to contact my wife 5 times. I know it's going to be on her phone. Why the hell did I delete it from mine?
I know. What? Why? Because I think he was trying to delete something else and deleted the wrong set of freaking calls. That's what I think.
Bingo, because everything got deleted from mine. Bingo.
Yep.
Bingo. Yes.
He deleted the wrong set of calls. He was trying to delete something and delete the wrong set of calls.
No,
and
but
that's the only reason I think that there might have been another hand in this. That's the only reason.
Back to the testimony of Alex Murdaugh's phone. There were deletion. There was a lot. There's more than just that been deleted, but those definitely.
But the 5 calls to Maggie were gone. Yeah.
But they don't know, and they said they don't know what else is deleted because they don't have the other phones to back it up to prove it. Because once it's gone, it's gone, gone, gone. It's the way he deleted it. It wasn't just the kind of delete that stays with the phone company. It was deleted.
Yeah, he deleted it
And
like
that
out of the database kind of shit.
Exactly.
that's not easy to do either. You actually need to know how to do that. You can't just push delete and it's gone. I've used third-party software to retrieve whole conversations between me and another party that I thought were completely deleted.
Interesting. Well, the turtle moves. Alex would expect to turn up at a hospital at any time. That's right. There's that
That's
that
true.
privilege. Yep. There you go.
Yep, that's true. Absolutely.
Yep, there were several texts from the 7th and 8th that were documented to be on other people's phones that were no longer on Alex's. Yes, they only have a certain amount of phones. Randy let them use his phone. Buster let them look at his phone. And several of the family members let them look at the phones so they could tell what was going on during the day. And also they have Maggie and Paul's phone in evidence and Alex's
Yep.
phone in evidence. Okay.
Absolutely, they do.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's
yeah.
that
And then
that is a good point. I wonder why they couldn't pull the deleted texts from Alex's phone.
because of how it was deleted. If it was like a SIM card wipe, hello.
Yeah, that would be the only. But
Because it's a
is he that
misnomer. All
smart
right,
though?
here's the thing.
I
Every
mean,
time,
yeah,
all right,
obviously he has to be that smart.
do you? I don't know this to be true, but does every time you make a call or a text message, is it automatically over there in the big data bank in the sky saved forever, or does it get uploaded and downloaded at certain parts during the day by different carriers at different times?
I know when I retrieved the messages from my phone, they were on the phone. So I don't think they would have gotten saved in any servers. And if they were server based, if they were saved in a server, then they wouldn't have been able to grab them anyway because they would have had to go subpoena whoever the server owner was.
Mm-hmm.
Never Darling, I don't know whether I don't think he would have used a burner phone.
Hung
But
jury. Well, you know what? He possibly could because he is claiming to be doing drugs and,
that's a fair point.
Juju's giving me props for asking a question that no one is able to answer because none of us know, and it didn't get provided in testimony either. Thanks, Juju. We're going to have to figure that one out, right? I certainly hope the state will give us clear timeline and coherent story and closing arguments. Otherwise, hung jury. Closing arguments. I mean, that was a valid point that Godless Granny made yesterday. Closing arguments are key. That's when they get to do argumentative, speculative, paint the story for us. Because I had said to her, I was having a hard time because he didn't stitch all of the evidence together for me. And she reminded me that prosecution can't. They're not allowed to be argumentative. They're not allowed to be like speculative like that and do that to the witnesses. The witnesses provide the evidence to the jury, and then they get to paint the picture at the end. In the beginning, we got the beginning picture when he did his opening statements, right? And then we get to look at it afterwards also. And that reminds me, I have videos for you all. I'll see if I can pop up at the chat, the links. Let's see. Oh, no, I didn't upload them yet. Wonder if I can upload them from my phone. Anyway, if I can't get them to you during today, they will be linked in the they will be linked the other way in the description when I do the time stamping, because then I'll be able to upload them to YouTube so that you have a private link. No, it doesn't. It's too big for my phone. It's not going to let me do it that way. So we're going to have to wait because I don't want to compromise the feed with the judge coming back soon. You know what I mean?
What is it that you're wanting to bring up?
I was going to load the 2 videos to my YouTube, so they had links for the opening and statements. But they'll get them. We'll get them later on. Thank you for helping me with that, by the way.
No problem. Glad I can.
Yeah. There you go. All right, so Beck had the mute. All right, so besides the question that I answered for Beck on my theory there, and besides your theory on
I'm here.
Buster that we shot down, right? What? Do you have one, Wrecker? Because I know Beck and I have been going back and forth for
A
days.
theory?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my theory at the moment, my running theory is that yes, there was either 2 to 3 people there, and here's why I think there'd be more than 2. If, for instance, let's say Alex Murdaugh is not lying, and he couldn't kill them, then he's got 2 hitmen. One with a shotgun, one with the AR-15. Maybe he's a lawyer. He's maybe a bit too squeamish. They could have turned up shortly after that video was taken and then left. One of them taking the AR-15 with them and dumping it later, or it going into the black market. Easy. Or he had an accomplice who had one of the guns, and Alex used one gun, his accomplice used the other, so on and so forth. What doesn't sit right with me is that it's all too convenient. Like, it's hard to really pin down because there's still so much that isn't answered. There's still too many holes to really be able to put anything other than speculation in. Because if you just look at it at face value, we don't know entirely what the gun was. We have a fair idea and a high percentage that it was a Murdaugh weapon, but there is always that false positive. And because they frequently used blackout rounds, and Alex Murdaugh was known or clearly used multiple different caliber rounds in his gauged rounds in his shotgun.
But they did clearly define that there was evidence that they know the weapon that was used. It was the weapons that were used had been shot on that property before. The same bullets, the same casings are coming out, especially when it comes to the shotgun, the tan one, whatever was missing. The bullets in the body match casings all over the property, and they did a pretty good job of showing when the casings got dropped outside the door.
Yep.
They have a witness that says when Paul used his gun to drop those shells, and those shells were matched to the body, Wrecker.
Yep.
That's
because
right,
they had taken his gun to sight it in, and they were out there shooting it.
And they have his own friend saying that that was Paul shooting it. Those casings there were from that day when we were testing it, blah, 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 what gun it
That gun.
was. He told them exactly what gun it was. That gun does meet the profile of the casings or the shells or whatever you call them. It meets the profile of what would be used in them, and it matches the same profile that was found in the body.
Mm.
And they're matching the shells by striation and strike or whatever it is that they use. And I don't know the right terminology, but whatever they use for the markings that get on those casings, they say it came from a certain barrel, match the ones in the body. What they don't have is the barrel to say it's that barrel. They have a good
Yeah.
likelihood because of a gun that was there shooting them at the time, and it uses the same type of ammunition. But they got
Yeah.
as close as
Exactly.
they could without having the shooting gun in their hand. They did a good
They,
job with that one. Yeah, I think.
yeah, they would the grooves in the barrel would have left marks on the bullets as a
Mhm.
on the
And
300
that's
blackouts.
what
Well, yeah, and
rear.
the chambering and everything of each bullet also will leave marks, and those are the
Mm.
marks they're going off of for the casings.
And this
everything.
is
Mm.
what Greer testified to, that those by that back door matched one of the bodies. I forget which one, but he matched it clearly. And that they said that it's from the same weapon. And then for the other testimony that was provided, they are saying that that weapon is more than likely that one that Paul was using that day to shoot, meaning
Mm.
one of Paul's missing guns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, Sandy said that. Yeah, okay. So Sandy said not just at the front at the door, but same at the range too. So there were two places
There was two.
that
Mm.
The ones
they matched the
Mhm.
murder. Yeah.
Right, and the
Okay.
ones at the range matched the other body. Okay,
Mm.
both
Yep.
guns were matched to have been shot on the property prior. The murder weapon had been used on the property prior to the murder, not just for the murder. They proved that.
Yeah.
They proved
Yep.
that with all that boring evidence we listened to. They proved that. Oh, they're back. They're back. They're back.
The back.
Awesome.
You may now be seated.
He's grinning like he just chewed somebody's ass.
Are you all ready for the jury?
State your honor.
Bring the jury.
Oh, real quick, Claire. Sandy said that the other marks it puts on is ejection marks, and I totally forgot that. She's right.
Thank you, Sandy.
Very good. Welcome back. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please report. State clerk.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give report in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand, please.
Belinda Rast. R-A-S-T.
Belinda, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Before we begin, Belinda, are you hard of hearing?
I am.
Okay. So is it important for you that you can read what I'm saying in order to better understand the question?
Correct.
Okay. If at any time I say something and I've turned my attention away, just please let us know and I'll re-ask the question, okay?
Okay.
All right, Belinda, tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school? And what was your professional training?
I grew up in Barnville. I went to school right there in Barnville and Hampton, Wade Hampton High School. And I'm a CNA. I worked in a hospital and home health.
All right, CNA is a certified nursing assistant.
That's correct.
So did you work in nursing before moving into private home health?
I did.
Okay. And are you now employed as a private home care, like health provider?
I'm private home caregiver.
Okay. And Belinda, I'm going to ask you to put that microphone as close to you as you can. You might have to move it a little bit. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, well, tell us a little bit about what private home care would be.
When you work with one individual or two in a home that's not, like in a hospital or a nursing home, and you take care of that one individual or two at most, and you do their care, whatever it might be. Like when I started at the Meadors, Miss Libby was up and about. We just had to watch her, make sure she didn't wander away. She could go to the bathroom. She knew she had to go, but you had to make sure she cleaned herself and just make sure she eat and stuff. And then with her, it just, her health deteriorated. Her illness got worse. And so she went from that to now she's bedridden and we have to feed her, turn her, change her, whatever is needed. She doesn't know when she's going to the bathroom or whatever, so we have to monitor her close.
I know we skipped ahead, but who do you currently provide home health care to?
Miss Libby Murdaugh.
And how long have you been providing that?
A little over 4 years.
And I think you just said it began as kind of one job, and has it evolved over time into being a more significant job?
That's correct.
Belinda, are you nervous being here today?
I am.
Would you say that you've become fairly close to Miss Libby over these years?
I have. She is to me, she's family. She's like my family away from home.
So you care about her?
I do.
All right. Well, Ms. Rast, tell me about what your typical hourly shift is.
From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
All right. And do you occasionally work weekends?
I work every other weekend.
And what would your hours be on the weekends?
From 7 p. till 8 a.m. in the morning, or 9.
Okay.
9
So
on Saturday
for
and Sunday.
weekdays, it's typically 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you been working there again at Alameda?
Well, I've already been there 4. This year will be my 5th year.
Were you employed during the year 2021, June of 2021?
I was.
All right. Do you remember the day, June 7th?
June 7th.
June 7th.
That's the that date. Yeah. That was the day I was called and told to come to the house that they wanted to tell me something.
Were you supposed to work that day? Were you scheduled to work that day?
I was.
All right. What happened? Why were you not on duty that day?
Well, one of the other employees wanted to be off, and I switched with her, Miss Shelley. She had some plans with her friend, and she wanted to be off, and she asked me would I trade with her, and I told her yeah, I would do that.
And of all the nurses that work with Miss Libby, is that fairly common? If someone has a conflict, you can call them to try to arrange some sort of change in schedule? All right, so you were off on June 7th, but you would have been working what hours?
If I had been there, I would have been working. At that time, we were working from, that was on a Saturday, I think, or Sunday. We were working from 3 p until, 3 in the afternoon until 9 the next morning.
Maggie Murdaugh?
Briefly, I met her, I had seen her several times at the Murdoch house, but personally know her, no.
Did you get to know Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you get to know him?
Well, he came to see his grandparents, Mr. Randolph and Miss Libby.
Did he come more often than perhaps others?
Yes, he did.
All right, well, tell us a little bit about him.
Well, he was always very polite. He always offered to help do things for Randolph and Miss Libby. He would like, Miss Libby liked ice cream, so he would always say, Miss M, Grandma M, because that's what they called her. Would you like me to get you some ice cream? And she would usually say, yeah, because that was her thing. And he would say, get it for her, and he would tease her about it. But he always give it to her.
So he came around a little more than perhaps any of the other
of the grandchildren.
Yes. Did you get to know Mr. Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
All right. Is he here today? Is he here today?
Yes, he is. Right there.
In the blue jacket?
The blue jacket and blue shirt.
Thank you. On your shift, from the normal shift, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., how often would you say Mr. Alex stopped by in those years that you've been there?
Not very often, not during that time period. 6 or 7 times, maybe.
In the 5 years you've been there, the 6 or 7 time?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned Mr. Randolph. Who was he again?
He was Miss Libby's husband.
Did you take care? Was he a client of yours?
Well, he was not my patient, but I helped him. I assisted him when he needed help.
Was there a point in time when his health became fairly poor and that you decided he needed some help?
Yes, there was.
And if you were there, would you provide that assistance to him, whatever he needed?
I did.
All right. So was there ever a time when Mr. Mr. Randolph, do you know when he passed away?
Yeah, June the 10th.
So it was shortly after the murders of Maggie and Paul?
Correct.
Before he passed, was there ever a time when the defendant came over later at night?
When he was called, not late at night. Well, yes, there was. It was on the 6th, I think it was, the night before Maggie and Paul. I was there that night, and he and Miss Maggie came. They brought donuts.
Okay. Why would they bring donuts?
Because Mr. Randolph had asked for some donuts. And
you like donuts?
Well, they were Krispy Kreme, and you couldn't get them at the time in our area.
So Mr. Randolph liked Krispy Kreme
Yes,
donuts?
he did.
All right. Was Mr. Randolph, was he awake though when they came there?
No, he was not.
And did he ever actually see Alex and Maggie?
Not to my knowledge. Alex did go to the room and look in at him, but he was asleep, and they chose not to wake him. I told them they could, but they said, no, let him sleep if he can.
And how did he react when he got up and you told him that they visited?
He was, he said, they came tonight? And I said, yes, sir. And he said, that's strange. I said, well, you asked for these donuts, and Miss Maggie brought these donuts to you. And he says, well, is there a raspberry one? And I said, yeah. And I got it for him, and he ate a little bit of it, and then he said, I just can't eat the rest.
So he thought it was strange that they came that time of night?
Yeah, he was surprised.
Was there anything that, I know Mr. Randolph was very sick, but was there anything that was going on with his mental faculties?
No, he knew what was going on right up to the last time, time I spoke to him, which was the day before he died.
And tell us a little bit in your experience with treating Alzheimer's patients, people with declining dementia. Tell us a little bit about your experiences with them and how they maybe at night, how they rest, and what your treating them involves.
Anytime sometimes they're fine with whatever goes on around them. They just ignore it, or they speak out in the beginning and say what they want to say. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it don't. As it progresses, they get more like a baby. You know, if you wake them, sometimes they'll go back to sleep. Sometimes they cry. It takes time to calm them and, just guess, because you really don't know. Like a baby, you don't know what's wrong. They might be hungry. They might want something to drink. They might just want to be turned. Whatever the situation is, you just have to guess and keep trying until you get it right.
And what time do you put Miss Libby in bed?
Generally at 8 o'clock. But now she don't get out of bed. She has a total care. She stays in bed. We give her night medication at 8 o'clock, which helps her to rest, along with other medications she has to have.
If Miss Libby does go to sleep, what would you prefer as her provider, healthcare provider?
To let her sleep. But if a family comes by and they say they want to wake her, I don't object. I let them wake her.
Thank the court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
My name's Dick Harpootlian. Can you read my lips? Dick
Maggie,
Harpootlian?
I think so.
Okay. And I represent Alex. Okay. Now, let me just focus in on, I guess, the reason you're being called here today. You were asked by the state, was it strange for them to show up that Sunday night at late?
It was unusual.
That was the word you used, not strange. And that's the word you used in your statement you gave about 10 days after the murders led. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Did you know they'd been to a ball game in Columbia before they stopped by? Did Mr. Murdaugh
No,
tell you
sir,
that?
I did not know that.
Okay. And if Mr. Murdaugh, Alex, had stopped by normally during the daytime, you wouldn't have been there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Alex and Maggie that Sunday night stayed about 30 minutes?
Approximately 30 minutes, yes.
It was late?
It was late. And
how late do you think it was, like 11 o'clock?
I think it was closer to 9.
Okay, 9.
It hadn't been long, put Miss Libby to bed, and she was starting to doze, and Mr. Randolph was already asleep.
And Miss Libby, let's say 2-3 years ago in 2021, what was her state? She has dementia, is that correct?
She does have dementia. Well,
was it back
Alzheimer's, dementia. It is basically the same thing.
Okay.
It affects the body in the same way. At that time, she could not walk. We could put her up and put her in the wheelchair, pivot her and take her and put her into bed, and she could feed herself. But now she is deteriorated and she can't feed herself. She can't even give herself a drink of water.
Mentally, did she recognize her sons when they came to see her?
Sometimes, sometimes not.
And has that gotten progressively worse?
That is how it works.
Was she aware of the fact that her husband of, I think, 40 years had died, Mr. Randolph?
We told her, we took her to the funeral, but within a couple of weeks, she doesn't, it didn't seem to recognize the fact. For about, I say, a month, she would call for him from time to time, and then now she doesn't.
While you were there, when Paul or some other family member would come over, would that calm her down?
Sometimes, Hall had a way of having a calming effect on her. He would always remind her of the past, you know, like, Grandma, you know, you remember that whipping you give me with that fly swat? Things like that.
And did she watch television a good bit?
She still does, but she doesn't. She used to would play along with the games, but by 21, she wasn't doing that. She was just watching.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence. No further questions.
Anything further? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Next witness.
State Call Supervisory Special Agent Matthew Wilde.
Raise your right hand. Left hand to the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give before the next trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you for your hand. To the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Matthew, last name Wilde, W-I-L-D-E.
All right, good afternoon, Agent Wilde.
Good afternoon.
All right, where are you employed, sir?
I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI. I'm assigned to FBI headquarters, but I sit in Rock Hill, South Carolina.
All right, and specifically, what are your job duties in Rock Hill, South Carolina?
Right now, I supervise 5 full-time agents and about 17 part-time folks in my unit, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Okay, and explain to the jury what the Cellular Analysis Survey Team is.
So the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, is a group of about 80 special agents and task force officers. And what we specialize in is analyzing historical phone records, specifically the location data associated with those.
All right, and is that something that you do personally in your job?
It is.
Okay, and explain just a little more. I know we'll get more when we get into your report, but what do you mean when you analyze cell phone location data? What are you doing when you do that?
So what I'm doing is I'm looking at the call detail records. These records are very much like the old paper phone bill we all got in the mail maybe 10, 15 years ago. They have the date, they have the time that the calls occurred. They tell me who called who. So if I made a phone call or somebody called me, those numbers are listed on there. They have the duration of the call. The major difference between the old paper phone bill we all got in the mail and the records I look at is the records I look at have a cell tower. So they tell me which cell phone tower was used to handle that call. And then they tell me which side of that tower was used to handle the call. So what I do is I take that cell tower information. I can compare it to a list of all the cell phone towers for that carrier, whether it be Verizon or T-Mobile or AT&T. And then I can take that date, time, and general location from the cell phone records, and I can compare it to a known date, time, and location. So most of the time when law enforcement's investigating a crime, they generally know what date, time, and location that incident occurred.
Okay. And as part of your cell phone analysis, do you also take location data directly from phones, if available, and plot that as well?
I can do that. Yes, sir. So when law enforcement downloads the phone from the big group, and there's a location data section on there, and I can also analyze and map that data as well.
And how long have you been doing this cell phone analysis?
Part-time since 2012, full-time since about late 2016.
All right. And have you undergone any training to help learn cell phone location analysis?
I have over 400 hours of training. In 2012, I went to a course called Basic Project Pinpoint, where it was 3 days. We learned how to read the records, compare the records to a tower list, and generate a very basic map. I used that technique in every one of my cases from 2012 until 2016. In 2016, I attended Advanced Project Pinpoint, which was a week-long course. And during that course, we took a deeper dive into the different types of records we can get from the carriers and how to use them. At the conclusion of that course, I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week being training on radio frequency theory, so learning how radio waves travel between the phone and the tower and then back through the network. The second week, we had trainings we had presentations from each of the carriers. So Verizon came into our training. We learned from the network engineers. Those are the people who design and maintain the network. And we also learned from the records custodians. Those are the people who provide the records to us. The third week, we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a specific cell phone tower. I can figure out generally how far that tower reaches. And then the fourth week was a moot court exercise where we had a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out and do a drive test, and then testify to it. And at the conclusion of that, I was certified. Now, every year since then, I've attended the CAST recertification course, which is usually 4 days where we go back and meet with all the carriers. We get technology updates. And then because we're located around the country and sometimes in different parts of the world, we do case presentations to each other on what we're seeing in our respective areas.
Okay. In your role as a CAS supervisor and prior, have you ever been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 130 times.
So you've done this a time or two before?
Yes, sir.
When you've been qualified before, specifically, what have you been qualified as?
I've been qualified as an expert in historical call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, state would move to as Mr. Wilde, or excuse me, Agent Wilde, as a expert in historical cell phone location analysis, if I said that correctly, sir.
No objection, Your Honor.
He's so qualified.
All right. In your role as a CAS supervisor, you became involved in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can recall approximately when you became involved and how?
I believe, so I wasn't a supervisor at the time. I was just I was a regular agent, but I was asked in either had to be in July of 2021 to provide some assistance in this case.
Okay. And asked by who?
I believe it was Dylan Hightower.
Okay. All right. And specifically, at least in July of 2021, what did he ask your assistance for?
Well, he had obtained a few sets of call detail records on some of the phones in this case. And there was a question as to whether or not where there was a 911 call that was made, and the tower that was using that 911, that was the tower that was used to handle that 911 call. There's a question as to whether or not that tower could provide coverage up to Moselle.
Okay. And so there was a question about why the 911 call first bounced off a tower in Hampton.
That's correct.
County, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Moselle, to your knowledge, is in what county?
I think it's in Dorchester County.
Or could it be Colleton County?
I'm sorry, Colleton County, yes.
And your assistance was asked to help figure out if that was possible. Someone could be at Moselle and a call could bounce off a tower in Hampton.
Yes,
correct? And the CAS team, does it have tools that can assist in figuring that out?
Yeah, we have something called the Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. And it's basically a box that we can put in our car. It's a computer, and it has a couple of receivers in it. And as we drive around, that box out the latitude and longitude, so like where we are with the box, and then it measures all the signals from the cell towers that the box can see in its area. It's very much like the old Verizon "Can You Hear Me Now" commercial. It's just doing that hundreds of times a minute. It's just constantly doing that as we drive around.
And just to simplify that a little bit, it would be fair to say that this tool can do is help you map specifically where cell coverage exists and where it doesn't.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And as you move forward, did you go ahead and conduct that test?
I did. Myself, as well as Dylan Hightower and another agent with the FBI, we grabbed 3 of those pieces of equipment, 3 GARs. We put them in 3 cars. And over 2 days in the beginning of August, we basically drove everywhere all around Moselle, all the way down to Hampton, all the way up to, I believe it's Earhart, and over to 95.
Did you also go on the property at Moselle to take these measurements?
I personally did, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And afterwards, were you asked to prepare a report and to take all these cell records in and prepare a report and provide this report to show locations of various phones involved in this case?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 458. I'm going to have you take a look at it and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, this is the report that I generated for this case.
All right. And when you say generated, what kind of information did you take in to help you generate that report?
Well, so I had to take in the cell phone records, so the records that were received from Verizon. I had to take those in. I had to also take in the Cellbrite downloads that came from one of the phones. And then I also had to, after we did the drive test, create some maps to kind of show and display that data.
Okay. And for this report specifically, there's a couple of numbers that we don't want read, but whose records did you look at? And for Maggie, Paul, and Alex, you can read their numbers. But whose Verizon records did you look at?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end of your question.
I'm sorry. Whose Verizon records did you look at?
Oh, I looked at Alex's, Paul's, Maggie, and then there's Marty Cook and CB Rowe.
Okay. And did you prepare a report showing locations off of towers where those various phones were on the days and of and surrounding the murder?
Yeah, I showed the general area where the phones were on the days surrounding the murder.
And you mentioned you got some Cellbrite data on a phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember who you got that location information from?
I got that from Britt Dove at SLED.
Okay. And specifically, whose phone whose location data did he provide you?
That was Paul's location data.
All right. And did you plot those locations provided on your report?
I did.
All right. And those would include times as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. At this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 458 in evidence.
No objection.
So admitted.
All right. And Your Honor, the State would move to enter this under seal because there's some phone numbers included. I do have a redacted copy that we're going to publish for now in the jury in the audience. All right. Agent Wilde, I'm going to ask you to step down with the court's permission, and we're going to pull this report up. And this is going to be a little tricky. We got some tight areas to work in, but can you stand in that area there? Give me a moment. Okay. So Agent Wilde, I'm going to hand you this, and I'm going to essentially ask you to start going through this report with the jury to explain to them. I'm going to probably only interrupt if I feel like something needs to be clarified. You just tell me when you need to click to the next slide. But at this point, I'm going to let you take it away, sir.
All right, so the first slide here, this is just who I am, my case number, and then the telephone numbers involved. So we can go to the next one. The second slide, it just gives a background. So I was asked by SLED to conduct analysis in this case. Is the first paragraph. Methodology is the second paragraph. So again, I take the call detail records. These are kept by the carriers for billing purposes, for some other technical purposes. But I take these call detail records. I compare the cell tower data on those call detail records to a list of towers. And they tell me whether that phone is in Hampton, whether that phone is in Spartanburg or Greenville. It gives me a general idea where the phone is. And then, so the cell site locations, so the towers can change over time. Okay, just in the last couple of years, we've gone from using 3G to using LTE, and now we're all have the 5G bar on our phone, right? So the tower list change, the towers change. And we get updated tower lists on a regular basis from the carriers. So I use the tower list that was in effect around the time of the incident, so around the time of June 2021. The survey analysis section. So again, we took 3 pieces of equipment. And we basically drove everywhere, all the way around around this area, around the area, trying to record all the signals from the different cell towers. What that gives us is a general area of, it actually maps out the area of where there's coverage from those cell towers and cell sectors. And then, yeah, my conclusions, you can go on to the next. So this slide just shows different types of cell phone towers. Okay, I draw your attention to the one on the top left. We have these speaker-looking devices hanging on this tower. Those are the antennas that transmit and receive a signal to and from a phone. Okay, a phone is very much like a car radio. As I drove here today, I tuned into my favorite radio station or my favorite frequency, and somewhere along my route, there's a radio tower. It emits a signal at that frequency. My car radio can receive that signal. I can listen to my favorite station. The major difference between a car radio and a cell phone is that with a cell phone, that information has to go in two directions. It has to be able to be received from the tower, but you also need to be able to send that information back to the tower. So those are the antennas that send and receive those signals. The second thing about this is you'll know that you realize those antennas, they hang on a triangular shaped structure. Most of the towers are designed to cover a full circle or 360 degrees. And the way that the carriers accomplish this is by breaking that circle into three sides or three sectors. So later on in my report, you're going to see these wedge shapes. And I like to just think of the center of that wedge shape as nothing more than the center of one side of this triangle. Going on in a lot of other places, urban, more suburban areas, there's not really room to build like these big towers like this one on the top left. So they start putting them on the sides of buildings. The smaller ones will be on top of light poles in the cities. So just because you don't see it or you don't realize that it's there, it's still there. Another example of that, of course, is my favorite, the pine tree. These are all over the place, and they usually sit about 150 feet taller than all the other trees around them. But at the top, there's these spray painted antennas, and they provide the same service as a regular tower, such as this. Good. All right, so again, the tower is separated into three. Most towers are separated into three sides or three sectors. When I look at the call detail records, they tell me the tower number, say it's 23. They tell me the sector, say it's 1. What I have to do is I have to go into the tower list, and I have to look up tower number 23, and then I have to look up sector 1. And that tower list is going to tell me which way that sector faces. What I'm looking for there is something called the azimuth or the orientation. Azimuth and orientation are just two big scary words for direction. Okay, so if the azimuth is 0, all that means is that side of the tower faces north. Okay, if the azimuth is 180, all that means is the tower faces south. So what I have to do is I will draw a line at 0 if it faces north, and then I'll go 60 degrees in one direction, 60 degrees in the other direction. That gives me 1/3 of that tower, 1/3 of that circle, which is the sector in which the energy is being emitted. You can go on to the next one. So I display that information using this wedge shape. So you can see this is a 120-degree wedge. There's just shaded area. Just shaded area is there. Doesn't mean the phone has to be within that shaded area. Radio frequency is it's like light. It's like if I shut all the lights off in this room and I shine a flashlight to the back of the room, it's just going to be emitted in that direction. That's all I'm saying by showing the shaded area, that the energy from that tower is being emitted in that direction. Good. And then this is how I map the sectors on the map. I use that wedge. Each one of these green dots on this map happens to be a cell tower. And so generally the phone's going to be somewhere within this wedge, within the arms of this wedge, but somewhere between the tower that's being used and the next one in that direction, but closer to the one that's being used. Yeah. All right, another set of records that we can get, something called RTT, or timing advance. This is a Verizon case, so the records we have are called RTT records. What RTT records are is it's an estimation of the distance between the phone and the tower at the time that that transaction occurred. All right, so what we get is a regular wedge Like we know which tower, we know which side of the tower is being used, and then Verizon tells us approximately how far the phone is from that tower at the time that it's used. Okay, this is based on like a basic time over distance theory. We know how fast the signals travel. They travel at the speed of light, and then all we have to do is time them from the time it takes to go from the tower to the phone and back to the tower, and then we can estimate the distance. So the phone, when these types of things occur, we have these records. What we're going to have is this hot dog, or this wedge, this shaded wedge here, or this shaded band here, and that phone's going to be somewhere inside that band or just slightly inward from the band.
And would another, could you use another word for that shaded band? Could you call it an arc? Would that
An
be
arc,
accurate?
yes, sir. All right, so now this slide, this is going into the actual case here. So this is showing the legend. So this is where all the locations in this case are located. Starting with the top left one, the top one, the red pin here in the center of the page, that's the address of the crime scene on Moselle Road in Island. Next is the green pin, which is Alameda. And then next is the orange pin. That's 1104 Luray Highway in Hampton, South Carolina. The purple pin is 123 Russell Road in Brunson, South Carolina.
And I'm going to stop you there, and let's go on to the next slide. One of the things I'm going to ask you to do, Agent Wilde, as you go through some of these, the colors kind of bleed sometimes on these monitors. So the jury may not be able to read some of the place names from where they're at. So each time we go to a different map, if you just provide a notation of where the cities are and some of the roads are,
Okay.
just so the jury can stay with us, please.
Okay, that works. All right, so this map, I can't read the time frame on the bottom.
Okay. All right, and see that's cut off on the very bottom there.
Yeah, and but it's okay. We'll figure it out. Can I?
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, we can
can
go
I
through
use
the
the-
exhibit.
Okay.
The one I just. Here we go.
Got it.
And I'll keep up.
Okay,
too,
that's
so
fine.
you can see. Okay, so this is.
Thank you so much.
All right, so what's the time frame? on
So
this
the
slide?
time frame for this one is June 7th, 4:53 p.m. to 6:09 p.m. And this is the activity for Paul Murdaugh's phone ending in 7845. So the blue pin is the address in Okatee, South Carolina.
Okay, and what times do you show Paul's phone in that general area near Okatee, South Carolina?
So between 5:40 and 6:03, generally in that area.
On the afternoon of what day?
On the afternoon of June 7th.
Okay. All right, and there's several hits off several towers, I
Yeah,
think.
there's some down here. There's some at the bottom. So 453, 511. It's using the tower just south of there, and then 521 through 609. The phone is using the tower north of there.
And just so the jury understands, this is that sector you're talking about a few
Yes.
minutes ago, right? So when the tower pinged off in this sector at this time, in theory, that phone could be anywhere within the sector, correct?
That's correct. That phone could be anywhere within that sector. It can also be slightly outside of that sector because those lines, I can't go out to this tower and look up and see those three lines coming off. It's kind of like a fuzzy area between the sectors.
So the sectors aren't hard and fast every time.
Correct.
But, it's just as in your general experience, within what range will you usually see a phone ping off a particular tower? What's the general max range? And I know it can vary.
Well, it can vary because it depends on where the phone is. In a rural area, the phone could be 6 to 8 to 10 miles from the tower, and it can use that tower. It just kind of depends on where it is.
Because towers are usually pretty far apart out in rural areas.
In rural areas, they're set up for population density. So in rural areas, not a lot of population, a lot of farmland, they're going to be further apart. Whereas if you get closer into the city or suburban areas, they're going to be closer and closer together.
And as a general rule, do cell phones try to connect to the nearest tower where they have the best signal, correct?
Well, the cell phone tries to connect to the tower and sector it sees as the best signal. That's not always the nearest tower, but most of the time it is.
And so Paul's phone is in the area of Okeechobee, 5:30 p.m. to about 6:09 p.m. on the afternoon of June 7th.
That's correct.
All right. And just so it's clear for this jury, we say Paul's phone, you can't testify as to who was holding that phone, correct?
That's correct. I have no idea whose hand that phone was in during each one of these calls. All we know is
He's in these areas during these times.
it is.
Okay, we'll continue with Paul's phone.
So this next slide is 6:17 p.m. through 7:30 p.m. And basically at 6:17, the phone is way south down here on the bottom of the page.
And let's do some general orientation here. What's this town right here? Can you read that?
Yamasee.
Okay.
Yep.
And this is where?
That's Varnville.
Okay. And that green was again what?
Alameda.
Okay. All right. And red, and this red up here is?
That's the Moselle.
Okay. All right. So what do you see this phone doing during this time frame starting at 6:24 p.m.?
Yeah. So between 6:17 and 6:53, it's traveling north from the bottom of the page up to the side and then kind of to the top. And then finally, where it uses sector 1 here at 7:05 and 7:30, it's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Okay. And this is just a pinging in this area at 6:24, correct?
Yeah. These are just the phone calls. These are the phone calls that are coming on the phone. Those are the towers that the phone is selecting as the best tower at that time.
And this general direction seems to be traveling up north, and Okeechobee would be somewhere down in this area off the map, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's off to for the record, off to the right and below where this slide is. And then you see the general progression north towards Moselle.
Yes.
And we see sector 3 here. And what time is it pinging in sector 3, just due south of Moselle?
It's at 6:53 p.m.
Okay. And then we see it switch over to sector 1, which is a north-facing sector, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what time is it in sector 1?
7:05.
Okay.
And then at 7:30, it uses that same sector 1 at a distance of 2.91 miles, which is in
So
the
it's-
area of Moselle.
So it's 7:30, it's somewhere in this arc like we talked about before, correct?
Yes. Yes.
The arc, the number provided by Verizon is not necessarily 100% accurate, right?
It's not because depending on where the phone is, if the phone's out in the middle of the field, 1 mile from the tower, it should register at a mile. But if the phone's in a house, or let's say the phone's in this courtroom, those signals have to go through the exterior walls of the courtroom, hit my phone, then go back out through the exterior walls. And that might slow the signal down, which will make the distance just slightly further.
So it's generally reliable, but not necessarily exactly accurate when you see that RTT distance,
It's
correct?
not it's not accurate.
All right, but regardless, at 6:53, it's pinging to the south of Moselle in sector 3, and at 7:05, it's pinging in the same sector where Moselle is to the north, correct?
Yes.
And so what inference can you draw, in your opinion, of what the cell phone did between those two times?
Well, between 6:53 and 7:05, I mean, it could have moved from sector 3 to sector 1, or it could have been on the line between sector 3 and sector 1 at that time and just bounced back and forth.
But you would agree that generally this direction is towards where?
Towards Moselle.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and we're on the next slide. And tell us what we see. This is still Paul Murdaugh's phone, correct?
It is. This is 7:30 p.m. to 8:40 p.m.
Okay.
So here on the right side of the page, starting at 7:30, there's those activate RTT hits at.
And that was the same from the last.
That's the same from the last one.
Slide. Okay.
Right. And then 7:33, there's another RTT hit and a call. I'm sorry, another RTT hit on this tower to the bottom left. And then where those arcs overlap, when they're in close timing to each other, that's generally where the phone is going to be. And so you can see that the arcs overlap in the area of Moselle.
So by about that time, 7:30 to 7:33, would your opinion be that cell phones in that area?
It has to be somewhere in the area, Moselle. Yes, sir. And then we have other calls at 8:40, 8:32 and 8:40 on here as well.
Okay, at 8:40, and it pings off of this sector at 8:40?
Yes,
Is that correct? And that's sector which off this tower?
That's sector 1 off of that tower.
And again, same direction as Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see?
This is 9:03 p.m. on June 7th. And so here there's a call, and then there's an RTT distance of 3.11 miles.
Okay, and let's just do some general orientation again. The red is what? This red marker is what?
That's Moselle.
Okay, and the green is what?
It's Alameda.
Okay, and then what's this town right here?
That's Barnville.
Okay, all right, and we have a hit at 9:03:22.
Yep.
All right, and what? And it's off sector what?
It's all sector 3, but again, there could be a little overlap there between sector 3 and sector 1.
Okay.
And so there's a chance. I mean, the phone's likely still in the area of Moselle. It's just using a different sector.
Okay, your opinion is it's likely in the area of Moselle.
Yes. I know for a fact that there's signal from this sector in the
And then
area. Of
we have,
Moselle.
you have slides to show that.
I should, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, and then here we have at 10:34 p.m. Another hit.
Yes,
And
sir.
again, this is the same map as last time, correct?
It is 10:34 p.m. It's using the same. It's the same map. Just the sector has changed back to sector 1.
All right. And in your opinion, that phone is still pinging?
It's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Okay, and now we're transitioning something else with Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
This is the iPhone location data that was taken from from the download of his iPhone.
Okay, and we have some times here, and can I go ahead one slide? Because
Sure.
it has more information. It shows a overhead map of the area,
Yes,
correct? And let's talk about this. You've been out to this property, correct?
Yes, I have.
And this is where? What is this called?
That's Moselle.
And what am I pointing at right here in the bottom middle part of the screen?
That's the main house there.
Okay, and then this area up here in the basically due north of the residence, what is this area?
That's the dog kennel or the hangar.
All right, there's a big hangar building.
Yes,
and
sir.
there's a smaller series of dog kennels right next to the hangar building.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. All right, and we have some location data from Paul's phone here, correct?
Yes, we do. So between 7:45 and 7:56, all these circles in and around the road and close to the kennels, that's where the phone is being used. And then at 8 o'clock, there's 2 hits down south of there at 37 and 100 meters.
And we see these red circles. What is that red circle and what does it represent?
So the red circle is the it's the area that the phone could potentially be within. The phone shouldn't be any further than the phone should be where the pin is, but it shouldn't be any further than the exterior of that circle.
So sometimes the GPS information provided by a phone isn't exactly 100% accurate, correct?
Correct.
But it does, the phone information provides information that allows you to determine how accurate the location information is.
It's a level, it's basically a level of accuracy. So if the level of accuracy is like 3-4 meters, I mean, the phone's going to be within this general area around me. But if the level is, let's say 5,000 meters, that just tells me it's here in town somewhere.
Okay. All right, and we see some of those distances listed in your data here, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at the 7:45:31 hit, we see, and what is this number?
That's the latitude and longitude. So that's like the specific point that the phone returned as where it was located.
And then I see a number next to that. What is that?
That's the radius, so the red circle in meters.
And talking about this again, data point, what does that number say?
48.
48.
Yeah, 48 meters.
Okay, so from the information side, excuse me. So from, if I understand what you're telling us, is at 7:45:31 p.m., the phone is at this lat within about 48 meters of this lat and long.
Yes,
correct? Okay. It's, all right. And then, we see some different uncertainty area. So at 7:46:09 p.m., there's about 165 meter circle. So that's this much bigger circle.
Yes, sir, it is. Yep.
All right. And then we see 52 meters at 7:56:06 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you talk about these hits and down here at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
We're going to advance one more slide to show the digital map. The previous slide had the exact same data, correct?
Yeah.
So we're still looking at a overhead map, aerial view of Moselle, correct?
Yes. This is 8:04 to 8:05 p.m.
Okay. And so now we're seeing some hits across this Moselle Road, correct?
That's correct.
And again, we see the location error value, and it's somewhere within these circles.
It is.
At those times,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now we're at 8:06:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 8:06:20, where do we see the phone?
So at 8:06:20, it's here on near Moselle Road, just north of the driveway.
Okay.
And from there, it moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar. It moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar, then kind of up the driveway, and then finally winding up back at the house at about 8:14.
So we see a series of location hits, correct?
Yes, sir.
And looking at the timing, it would appear that the phone moves back through the kennels, correct?
Yes.
And then moves up this road towards the house at the main residence, correct?
Yes.
And we see some circles associated with this data, but several of these circles start to get pretty small, correct?
Yes, they are pretty small.
And what are those size of those circles?
20 meters are the final ones that are in and around the house.
And just so I clarify, we see the blue pin, right?
Yes.
And that represents the actual lat long that was recorded by the phone.
Yes, it does.
And the 20 meters means it's almost certainly within that circle.
Yes.
Within that particular pin, correct?
Yes.
And when you see a series of kind of rapid pings like this within a short period of time, Julie, what does that tell you is going on with that cell phone at that time?
Well, the phone's using some kind of application, some kind of map or something that's using its location data.
All right. And then regardless, by 8:08:45 p.m., where is Paul's phone?
It's back at the house.
Okay, and that's got a low error of how big? I'm sorry.
An accuracy of 20 meters.
An accuracy of 20 meters. Okay, and that makes a pretty small circle around the size of the house.
It does.
Correct? And there's another hit at 8:14 p.m. at the same place?
Yes.
Pierce?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, now we moved on. We're still looking at this overhead map of Moselle, and we have some more hits starting at 8:14 and going through to 8:35:07 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And all these seem to be centered around the residence.
They
correct?
are, yes.
Now, there's some varying degrees of accuracy, correct?
Yeah, there's one that goes up to 165 meters, but most of them are between 20 and 79.
8:35:07 p.m., that phone, Paul's phone, is within 20 meters of the Moselle residence, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we're going to skip one more slide just to keep with the digital map.
Yep.
And just so it's clear to the jury, this slide contains the exact same information, correct?
Yes, it does. And then I just switched the map over from the regular street map to the Google Earth map.
Okay. All right, so now we see another series of phone location for Paul's phone. And this is again the night of June 7th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right, 8:38:07. Where do we see that phone start pinging?
Again, there's a 56 meter hit at right around the dog kennels.
Okay. So by 8:38:07 p.m., that phone's within 56 meters of the dog kennels, correct?
That's correct.
And then we see some more hits. There's a little bit larger of an error that starting at 8:44.
Yeah.
At 8:55 p.m. and it says media location. What does that mean, sir?
So in the cell report itself for that For that record, it came from a movie file. That's where that location was generated from.
Okay, and have you reviewed or seen that video that that location data came from?
Yes, I have.
And just generally speaking, what is that video?
That's the video inside the kennel when Paul's playing with the dog.
Okay, all right. And that video was recorded, the timestamp recorded on the video is 8:44:55, correct?
Yes.
And that matches exactly with the dog kennel, correct?
It does.
And I don't see a number next to that, that data point. Why don't I see a accuracy number?
Not 100% sure why there's no accuracy number, but we know the video was taken inside the dog kennel because we can see the video. And then the next one right after that, I mean, basically there's records just before at 8:44 and 53 seconds and 8:44 and 56 seconds, and both of those put it in the area of the dog kennel.
I'm going to skip one more slide here. Excuse me. And we're still looking at this overhead map of Moselle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have, looks like a hit location data at 10:18
Yes.
p.m. and at 10:18:03 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And both those are centered on where?
They're, again, just right there in the vicinity of the dog kennel.
Now, did you plot every single location data point that you received from Lieutenant Dove?
No, I did not. So between 8:44 and 10:18, there was a series of location data points, but most of them were between like 4 and 6 or 7,000 meters. So they wouldn't, in my opinion, they weren't super helpful to figuring out exactly where that zone was at that time.
When you see an accuracy of that big or uncertainty of that big, in your opinion, is that location something that can be, is that reliable information?
I mean, not 100% reliable because it is such a huge, area it could be in.
And, going back to the last couple slides, between then and now, between 8:44 p.m. and this 10:18 p.m., did you see any information off of Paul's phone that suggests he went anywhere but stayed at those places?
No.
All right, now we're going to move on to Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're going to rewind back earlier today, and let's look at this map first of all. What is this map generally of?
This is like the West Ashley area, so just south of Charleston.
Okay. And we see some tower hits in this starting at
about 4:25 p.m. and then ending at about 7:05 p.m. The phone's generally in this West Ashley area.
So Maggie's phone remains in that general area until about 7:05 p.m.
Yes, sir.
All right, and here, okay, this is a bigger map, so let's get oriented. What is this area right here?
Yeah, so that's North Charleston that you're circling there.
And Charleston.
And
down
Charleston just to the south of that.
here. Okay. Yep. And then what is red mark?
Red marker is Moselle, the green marker is Almeida.
And then we see a series of hits with Maggie's phone. You've labeled them, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Yes, sir.
And these start at what time?
They start at 7:07 and end at 7:50.
Okay. And so, generally speaking, what does this indicate Maggie's phone is doing to you?
It's
during that time?
traveling from the Charleston area west towards Moselle or Almeida.
Okay. All right, and here we have a hit at 7:50 p.m., 7:50:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and where is this?
That's right in Walterboro, actually, right here.
Okay, right here in Walterboro.
Yes,
correct? And did you take a look at what appeared to be Maggie's general route from Charleston out towards Moselle during that time?
Yes.
And what road would she most likely have been on to travel that way?
Route 17.
And so that route would have taken her right through the center of Walterboro?
It would have, yes.
I think right out here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so she's somewhere in this sector at 7:50 p.m., probably right in the middle of Walterboro, correct?
Yes.
All right. And just in your analysis, did you just looking for a rough number here? Did you calculate a rough drive time from here at the center of Walterboro out to Moselle?
Yeah, it was under 30 minutes.
Okay. Roughly 30 minutes.
Roughly
give or
30
take?
minutes.
Okay. And this ping is at 7:50:20?
Yes.
Correct? All right. Now, were there any other Did you get any more tower information off of Maggie's phone for the rest of the evening?
No, that 7:50 p.m. was the last tower hit I received, that was on the records for Maggie's phone.
Okay, and there were some phone calls to Maggie after 7:50 p.m., correct?
Yes.
But were any of those answered?
No.
Okay. And so you don't have any good tower information for her phone after 7:50 p.m.?
That's correct.
All right, now we moved on, and we're looking at whose phone?
We're looking at Alex's phone.
Okay, and what time frame are we talking about here?
This is 4:10 p.m. to 6:25 p.m.
Okay, let's get oriented here. This is the red marker is what?
Moselle.
And the green marker is what?
Almeida.
Okay, and then the town of, what's this town right here?
Hampton.
Okay.
And Barnville is just south of there.
Okay, and we see some hits off these two towers between 4:10 and 6:25 p.m., correct?
Yes.
All right, and are you familiar with the location of the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
Yes.
All right, and is that in the vicinity of Hampton, within these areas that Alex's phone?
Yeah, that would be consistent with the activity on the phone records.
Okay, and that's up until when?
6:25 p.m.
All right, and here we are, the next slide, and again, orientation, green is what?
Almeida.
Red is what?
Moselle.
Okay, and what information do we see here?
Here we have a number of calls between 6:40 and 9:10 p.m. and they're all using tower 159263.
And that's
the one shown, which faces north and is consistent with being in the area of the Moselle property.
So starting at 6:40 p.m., you see him north in this sector, which is the sector where Moselle is.
Yes, sir.
All right. So here we are. Let me go back. And these rest of these phone calls ping in the same sector up until 9:10:47.
Yes.
All right. And now, what time frame are we talking about with this slide?
Now we're looking at 9:12 to 9:18.
And in the 9:12 phone record, where does Alex's cell phone ping? What sector?
Uses sector 3 on tower 159263, which is the one closest to Moselle.
All right, so somewhere south or close to the border of this tower, correct?
Yes.
And then at 9:18 p.m., we see a ping off of this tower, correct?
Yes, off of 159217, which is closer to Barnville.
It would be most likely in the north side of that.
Yes.
Tower, correct? Okay. All right, and now this is the same two calls, correct?
It is.
All right, but now I see looks like some shaded overlay over this. I'm going to give this back to you.
Okay.
What is that shaded overlay? What does it mean?
So the shaded overlay is the coverage area that we're able to determine from doing that drive test with our equipment. And so basically we had to drive everything all around these addresses and then go back and look at the data, and then it creates these bubbles that show us where the coverage, where the equipment saw that tower in that sector. And so here you can see that at 9:12, it's using the sector. It's kind of highlighted in green. And then at 9:18, it uses this one at the bottom, 159217. That's in pink.
Okay. And so what your dry test found is, you kind of described those neat sectors at the beginning, but in reality, they're kind of more.
They're all real more or less.
And from what you found from the actual field testing is you could get coverage off this tower in, looks like it's just south of Varnville, anywhere in this pink area.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And that's in that particular sector. What sector is that again?
That's sector 1.
All right. And then this green area, you could be anywhere in this green area and potentially be getting coverage from this tower up north towards Moselle.
Yes.
Now, there's some overlap, though.
There
between
is.
those, correct? So there's some areas where a phone could potentially connect to either tower, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And
But in 2 minutes, the calls are 6 minutes apart.
right.
So, I mean, within 6 minutes, the phone used both of these sectors at the same time.
Okay. And just as a final point, again, the sectors aren't exactly black and white, neatly drawn, correct?
Correct.
And so in reality, like this little green corner above this tower, a phone could be in that area and still be pinging off this sector
Yes.
of the tower.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And this coverage is something that you told the jury about the drive test, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you guys went out with actual equipment to measure the coverage in all these areas, correct?
Yes, sir. We drove all of these roads. And again, that equipment, every few seconds, it's recording the GPS point, and then it's measuring the signal level from all of the towers and sectors in that area. And then what I do is I go in and I can read the tower and sector that was used by looking at the call detail records. And I can go in and select the coverage area or this blob for that tower and sector.
So let's go on to the next slide. And we see now we have some information starting at what, 9:20:34, correct?
Yes, sir. So at 9:20, from 9:20 to 9:46, there's a handful of calls, all using tower 159-217, but using sector 2 that kind of faces towards the Alameda address.
Okay.
And then there's also one RTT hit at 9:34 at about 2.09 miles, which is consistent with being in the area of the Alameda residents.
Okay. And that starts that phone's within the sector. It's starting at what time?
9:20.
Okay. And last phone call on that sector is at what time?
9:46.
And Alameda is in that sector, correct?
It is.
But if a car were driving up this road towards Warrenville, I believe that's Highway 378 or 278,
Yes.
excuse me, that's still in that same sector.
It
correct?
is.
So if someone's in a vehicle on that 278 right there in that sector, you would get the same information.
Yes.
So, so at 9:46, if a car has already left Alameda and we're on 278, it was still pinging in that same.
It should, yes.
All right, we'll go on to the next slide. And this is still Alex's phone, correct?
It is. It's just a zoomed in version of the last slide.
Okay, so it's the same information, but looking closer, and I probably should have made some of those points on this one, but we see that road 278, you're correct?
Yes, sir.
Within that sector, and there's Alameda, it's also in the same sector, correct?
It is.
And so, in theory, for the RTT hit at 9:34, the phone could be anywhere in this arc.
It
correct?
could be anywhere in that arc.
And for the rest of these hits, it could be anywhere within this whole sector.
It could be anywhere between this tower and sector and the next one in that direction.
Okay. Okay. All right, we'll go back. This is the next slide. And this is again, Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and we see some hits starting at 9:52:59 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir. So 9:52:59, the phone is using the sector with the 240 in it. So it's not using the one that faces towards Alameda yet. I'm sorry, towards Moselle yet.
Yeah, and the red, and what's the red?
It's Moselle.
And the green?
Is Alameda.
Okay, so just in the previous slide, we saw the phone down here in the area of Alameda, correct?
Yeah, it was using that tower near Alameda, but facing Alameda.
And by 9:59 p.m., Alex's phone is pinging off of this tower right by Varnville, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Which
No,
tower?
at 9:52 and 9:53, the phone is using the tower closer to Moselle, but on the sector facing towards Varnville.
Okay. All right. And then we have a 10:06 hit, 31, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what particular phone call was placed from Alex's phone at 10:06 and 31?
That was the 911 call.
All right. And it hits off of which tower?
It hits off of the tower closer to Varnville.
Okay. But then at 10:17, there's another hit with Alex's phone. And which sector is it pinging off? at
That's
10:17?
that's using the 0 azimuth, so sector 1 that faces towards Moselle.
So that initial 911 call hit off this tower way down here by Barber.
It did.
And that was one of the reasons you were called in to help figure out why that happened, correct?
I was, and I figured out why it happened. It's because, so in radio frequency, The higher the frequency, the shorter the distance that I can travel. The lower the frequency. So on this tower, there's two different sets of sectors, and one is at a higher frequency and one is at a lower frequency. So this call here happened on a lower frequency, and therefore the signal can travel slightly further.
So it's, in your opinion, it's consistent the phone could have been up here at Moselle at the time of that 10:06 911 call?
It could have been, yes.
Yeah, next slide. All right, and we're going to come up on them in a little bit. Do you have some more detailed maps showing the actual coverage? Actually,
Yeah, I think this
is
is
it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what information do we see on this slide?
So this is the tower and sector being used at 952 and 953. And again, this blob shape here, that's the coverage area for that tower. And so you can see it's it's mostly in the center here, but there are some dots out. Most of it kind of faces towards Varnville.
Okay. And the calls at 952, 953 occurred somewhere within this sector, correct?
Yes, they did.
And that line with the slightly shaded area represents actual real coverage that you went out and measured where that phone could have been during it.
That's correct.
Next slide. All right, and we zoomed in here, correct?
Yeah, so we zoomed in again. Now we're zoomed in kind of on the Moselle property and just showing that there's a couple little specks of coverage there from this tower and sector.
And again,
on that property.
Which tower is this? This is the tower that's closest to Moselle.
It is, yes.
But you do actually see some actual coverage area right there. On
Yes.
the corner. And the red is right there, correct?
Yes, the red is Moselle.
Next slide. Okay, and here we are, we're zoomed back out. Again, red is Moselle, and this is that tower just down south of Varnville, correct?
It is. So that's the tower south of Varnville, or near Varnville, facing north. And this is for the 911 call, again, on that lower frequency. So the signal goes a lot further. Actually, there's little specks all the way up here near Anston.
Okay. So this is Varnville, this is Moselle, and this is the coverage that you actually went up, and measured in with real equipment.
Yes, sir.
And you've determined all these shaded pink areas, if a phone could get coverage in this tower sector in those pink areas.
Yes.
And we see some of that area up Moselle. correct?
We did, yes.
Next slide. All right, and this is a 1017 beam, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it's in that sector. Now we're back to the tower that's closest to Moselle, correct?
It is.
And that's that north-facing sector.
Yes, it is.
Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. All right, and here we see, again, that 911 call at 10:06:31 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
That originally pinged off of this Varnville tower, correct?
Yes.
But we see, this is the two coverages overlaid between these two towers that both have coverage at Moselle, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you see some of that pink from that Varnville tower up right on the Moselle property, correct?
Yes.
But you see more from the green from this tower sector that covers that same tower.
That's correct.
So, go ahead. Next slide. And here we're zoomed in, correct?
Yeah, we're zoomed in now, and now we have both of the coverages showing. So we're showing the pink, which is from that tower down by Varnville facing north, and then the green, which is from the tower right here close to Moselle, also facing north. And you can see there's coverage from both of those towers actually in the area of the kennels.
Okay. And in your opinion, that phone could have been right in that area for both these phone calls at 10:06 and 10:17 p.m.
Yes.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes.
And it does appear there's more coverage from the green sector off of this closer tower, though, correct?
There is.
Excellent. Okay, and this is just the remainder of the night for Alex's phone, correct?
It is, again, 10:19 to 11:18 p.m. And the phone mostly uses that tower closest to Moselle. There is another hit at 10:21 on the tower near Varnville.
Next slide. All right, and then continuing, what's the date on?
So
this is the next day at 6/8, correct?
So this is June 8th, starting at 6:31 a.m., ending at 8:54 a.m. And the phone's using the tower and sector consistent with being in the area of Almeida.
Okay. So this is the morning after the murders, correct?
It is.
Next slide. And this is continuing the same, this is the next day, June 9th of 2020.
It is. And same tower, same sector. Time period is 7:52 a.m. to 8:36 a.m.
Next slide. All right, and here we see some information from June 10th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir. From 3:32 a.m. to 8:49 a.m. Basically using the same tower and sector here, just to the left of Alameda, except for this one RTT hit at 3:32 in the morning, where that band overlays on top of the Alameda address.
Next slide. And now we're on June 11th for Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, again in the morning, 3:52 a.m. to 8:15 a.m. And it's using the tower and sector consistent with being in the area around it.
Next slide. And this is June 12th of 2021.
Yep, 1:41 a.m. to 8:14 a.m. Again, using the same tower and sector near Alameda.
Okay. Next slide, please. June 13th of 2021 for Alex's phone, correct?
Yep, first call in the morning is at 9:09 a.m. And again, using the same tower and sector consistent with Alameda.
Okay. Next slide. Now we're on June 14th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what are the times? Do we see these pings?
12:04 a.m. and then 9:53 and 9:55 a.m. Again, using that same tower and sector consistent with Alameda.
Did you see any phone calls from Alex's phone between 12 a.m. and that you're able to get tower information?
No.
On that day?
No, sir.
Next slide. This is June 14th, later in the day, correct?
It is 10:27 to 12:29 p.m. Or 10:27 a.m. to 12:29 p.m. And now it's using the tower facing north out of Warrenville, but also using the tower facing into Hampton.
Okay. Next slide. All right, and this is June 14th continued. And does that
Yes.
phone remain in the area of Alameda the rest of June 14th, at least until 4:26 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, next slide. All right, and then here we're on June 14th.
Yep.
And starting at 4:33 p.m. up to 6:08 p.m. Where do we see Alex's phone move generally?
It moves generally from there just south of Alameda over towards Charleston.
And that's this area up here. And it's specifically, I don't know if you can read it, but what is that there? Can you read that place name where that last tower is on the map?
Is it Somerville?
Does that say Somerville?
I think so.
All right, next slide. Okay, June 14th continued.
Yes.
And this is up in the area of the same Somerville, correct?
Yeah, this is in the area of Somerville, so between 6:08 p.m. on the 14th and 8:10 a.m. on the 15th, all the calls hit that tower and sector in Somerville.
Okay, next slide. All right, and then on June, later that, June 15th, what do we see the phone do on June 15th?
It travels from Somerville back to Hampton between 8:10 a.m. and 11:40 a.m.
Okay, next slide. All right, and then now we're on June 15th for Alex's phone, and what two towers is his phone pinging off of for most of the day?
Again, the one in Varnville facing north and the one in Hampton facing towards Varnville.
Okay, next slide. And then June 15th, and this phone is consistent with the remaining in area of Alameda during those times, correct?
Yes.
And those are 12:35 p.m. to 2:33 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Next slide. Okay, and just real quickly for these last three slides, you also reviewed the records of C.B. Rowe and Marty Cook, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed them for the night of the murders, correct?
I did.
And in your opinion, from the information you could see from their call records and their tower information, were either of those phones in the vicinity of the murder location between 8:50 p.m. and 9 p.m.?
No.
All right. Not far from the state.
So I'll stand for a moment.
You heard the judge. Get up, everybody. Stretch. Everybody stretch, please. Give it a good moment until he comes back. Give it a stretch. Right, Beck? Nice stretch. Wrecker, you stretching?
Come on, touch your
Ox?
toes.
Yep. Ox, Sandy, Halco. Everybody's still out in the chat. Whoever's still hanging in there, because I know this is long.
break.
Long and tedious. Wouldn't you agree? Just a bit much, huh? Anna, you too. Everybody stretch. Always. What the Beck? I know you're probably still cooking. Turtle moves. If you're still here, everybody, I want to hear you stretching. A little bit. What are you doing? You sound like you're stretching, knocking stuff around over there. T King, you too. Stretch.
Playing with my chair too much. Sorry.
You're
My
playing
chair
with
is
your
my
chair?
chair is like
Recess
a
about 10
fidget
minutes.
toy.
Oh, okay. Did he just say now we're going 10 minutes? Yep, we're going 10
Yep.
minutes. We're stretching right into 10. That's a good stretch. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, yeah.
Well, alrighty
There's
then.
a lot of information.
Yeah, what do you think, Beck? That was a lot to track, huh? I'm thinking it was good.
Oh man, I had to get up and walk around. I was asleep for a minute there.
Yeah, you know what? If I wasn't talking to people, my head would have hit the keyboard. I'm sure. I was going back and forth in the chat a little and then talking a little on the side, or I would have passed out. If it wasn't for you two here, they probably would hear me snoring online. I mean, you're a lifesaver, really.
This is where I wish that my ADHD meds actually worked like it would if I didn't have ADHD. Then I would be more awake.
Much more awake, right? But like,
Yep.
basically, what I heard so far is absolute proof that Paul's cell phone never left the kennel area. Period. I heard how it got there, how long it took to get there, and that it was there. Basically, that's all I got so far. Does anybody else have anything else? Because that's all I got so far. But
No, that's pretty much all I got
didn't hear you. What
too.
did you say?
Basically, what I have is that they have pinged Paul's cell phone so far to actually be at the kennels.
Right.
All the way through till 10 o'clock, like, all the way, like they pinned it all the way through, and it never left the kennel area after 8:41. Like it was there
Interesting.
and it never left. It got to the kennel area a little before 8:40, or like around 8:38, I believe. It got to it
Which
pinged
is
at
about the
kennel,
time we thought they walked up there anyways. Yeah.
which is like right before, and then at
'Cause they had just walked up to
8:49,
the-
yeah. Yep. So there you go.
Go ahead,
That's
I'm
kind of
sorry.
interesting. No,
Yeah.
it's just that's all of it. It's just kind of matching the cell phone text and phone information, call information, video information that we have, you know.
And proving that he lied.
Yeah.
Because he was supposed to be asleep, remember?
Yeah. Welcome to Murder Minions, Ox. Thank you for subscribing. I did send you a request. I hope you'll find it in there in your ID that you gave me. That's where I sent it. Little letters, same numbers. That's what went through. So if you accept it, then we can message and I can give you the rest of the perks of your memberships. But either way, I'm glad you like Minions. You can use our fancy little emojis there. If you have a Twitter ID, I'll find you in whenever we're tweeting. We will add you to the members posts that I do. Well, there you go.
Don't worry, murders are only every other day.
And know that your membership dollars, murders are only every other day. Stop it. Okay. Did you get 2 commercials on my stream, Jared? Like logging in right now? I am monetized, so when you log into the stream for the first time, you should get a commercial probably.
Yeah.
They place them periodically. I don't have control of actually right now where they place them. You have to set up like parameters. I do have a limit on it, though. You shouldn't get very many at all. Let me know if it gets obsessive, guys. Like nobody ever tells me anything about it, so.
Yeah. Shill says,
Here's
I'm back.
an
Have I missed
interesting
anything
question
else?
for it. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, well, you missed them confirming the phone data that the other phone data guy said. For when, and he was out at the kennels until about 10 o'clock from around 8:38, you said?
Yeah.
Claire?
Well, they
Right?
don't find.
8:38?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
don't see the phone anywhere else. They don't see the phone going anywhere else. You
Yeah,
know.
just out at the kennels that entire time. Right. So
And
that's big.
yeah, and the 10 o'clock pin would be about like when he said he touched the body. Didn't he? Did he call them at 10 something? 911.
10:05.
Yeah, Halko, that's really bored. Halko says, I was so bored, I just did my previous year taxes again for entertainment. Wow.
That's
That's
impressive.
really boredom. I don't think I'd ever go back and redo my taxes to give me something to do.
Thank you, Ox. I appreciate the support. He says, I joined because you got a good channel here, and the side chat is full of great people. I agree. Every single one of them I appreciate. Everybody brings something different, and I absolutely love it. Everybody's kind to each other. Everybody can have their own opinions. Everybody comes from all different communities all over YouTube, and I love that. And just on something like this with a common ground, and everybody just like,
Yeah, we debate, but we don't butt heads.
No, we don't. Except for me and Wrecker over chess. Like we both.
Well, that's different.
I admit to be a fierce competitor when it comes to games. I really am. I'm just like, nobody plays with me back up there. Like you guys do in the Discord now, but I'm talking about in real life, like family and friends. Nobody in my family.
Oh, she is a ruthless competitor.
They won't play checkers, they won't play chess, they won't play cards. I win all the money in the poker. I play all the card
Well,
games.
I won't bet with you because I'm
500
poor, but I don't care if you win all the other games. I don't care.
Yeah. I'm just ruthless and I never give up. And Wrecker will tell you, I won't lay down and die. I don't care.
No, she won't. She just doesn't die. She just keeps shifting around. I'm just like, die, woman, die.
It was kind of ridiculous when the computer has to say, all right, you guys, knock it off. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is going to be a tie for until the all end of times. Like, stop. Yep.
Yep, that's basically what the computer said. It was like, okay, you two, settle the fuck down. You've had enough time moving around. I'm going to call it a draw.
Exactly. That's what the computer had to tell us to knock it off. I thought that was humorous. Always brings up a great point. She says, someone just brought up that it seems odd that Bianca and her husband stayed at Moselle and didn't seem concerned for their safety. That's right. They didn't. And Alex didn't seem concerned for their safety either since he let them stay there.
Well, also remember everybody, these people probably don't have a lot of money if she's working as a housekeeper. So them offering $1,500 a week for them to whatever they needed out there and to stay out there, that's really good money. Like that's very
really
tempting.
But we're just talking
I would
about
go
safety
out there
concerns.
too.
People were after.
Yeah, but I'd go out there too thinking
Listen,
they targeted the family and not anybody else.
But Alex's whole thing is that Paul was harassed and the whole family had to pay. Yeah, that's the motive there for Paul. Like for the other, that's the motive there that Alex is putting out there that somebody else killed them. He did that in his interviews. I'm saying if he was really afraid, it was something like that. And then don't forget the defense brought the fact that like Alex started carrying a gun with him. He was so concerned about these murders. That was yesterday's testimony. I heard that correct, right, people? Didn't either Jim Griffin or Dick Harpootlian put that out there that he started carrying a gun?
Bianca, she said that he always had a gun in his truck. They all had guns in their vehicles.
Yeah. Well, they made it sound
like it sound like even Maggie did.
Yeah. I think it was with the testimony of either Chris Wilson or Crosby that he said to them, did he, with the boating trip, didn't he bring a gun? Didn't you think it was unusual that he brought a gun with him? And they were like, no, not really. Like, but he said he was worried about it.
No, especially in the country. Even in New Zealand, we have very strict gun laws, but in the country, like a police officer could pull you over and they'll ask you if you have a gun in the car, and
Mhm.
all you have to say is yes, and they just they don't mind at all.
Mhm.
Yeah, as long as
Well,
you're honest, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm,
They'll
well,
just be like, what? They'll just ask what kind of firearm you have in your vehicle, and then send you on your way.
mhm.
It's very commonplace. They don't even ask for any license or anything. They just, yeah.
Oh, Aunt Cher said she was here the whole time, and all of a sudden she got a commercial. Like they knew court was out, and they didn't want me to talk. That's okay. We're just biding time anyway. I don't know, like why they would do that though. If you're already watching, that's weird. Sorry about that, Aunt Cher. But I don't know. Hopefully, there's like something you can do with an ad blocker or something that's reasonable.
That's what I was
Oh,
going to ask.
oh
Are
wait.
you
Oh,
pro
wait.
or against ad blocker? Let's have a little contentious discussion while we're
Okay.
waiting.
Mm. I have no problem with people using ad blocker. It's their time, and they get to use it the way they want. So
There you go.
that's what I say. Because I'm not looking to make anything from the ad. Well, that's me. Like I'm a weirdo too. Like people will actually tell me that right to my face that my attitude about YouTube is just not normal. It's not what
That's
everybody else
actually a
thinks.
pretty normal stance to have. Most YouTubers will openly admit to saying,
It's
look,
not
you're
worth it.
using the ad blocker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to hold it against you.
Mm-hmm. I'm not looking to make that money on the ads and all of that other stuff. It doesn't. If it's there, it's great. It adds to the donations we do. But period. But other than that, I'm not really that concerned about
Especially
it.
considering how intrusive they've become.
Oh, they have. I mean, YouTube has really stepped it up. They really have. And yeah. So old K9, you're actually an Ox alt. Okay. So there's like 10 of them I got to get used to. Okay. Well, you're welcome, all 10 of you, anytime you want. Just do me a favor. Make sure all 10 of you subscribe to the channel. Put the numbers up. That'd be great. Yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah,
see.
Right.
I
well,
did.
hang on a minute. Hang on. We need to make sure the bear's done a due diligence.
Oh no! Don't
What
make me. Don't make.
what was you said subscribe, but there's other things that they could do, isn't there?
Yeah, they could like and
I
share
thought
and
there was.
comment. Yeah, they like,
Yeah.
share,
Yeah.
comment, get me into the, algorithm. That would help.
And if they really like your content, is there ways to support you?
There
I thought
is.
there
They could do what Ox did. They could join the channel as a murder minion or something, or even the Patreon. Yeah, they could donate to the computer fund using the coffee link on the Ko-fi. All of these are in every video and on the back of my channel on the about section. Occasionally, Autistic Shell or one of the other mods will drop those links. We don't push it. It's all voluntary, and almost everything gets donated except for the computer fund. But in a way, that's just donating to better avatars and better stream quality in the future. Period. And that's it. But that's it. And also a perk of joining the membership for the channel, not subscribing, but an actual join it as a member, is that I will tag you if it's okay with you. You will get tagged on Twitter if I know your ID until you tell me not to all of my stream promos, Instagram if you want to be, and you get an invite to the server where the creative collaborators and the other moderators hang out, and we have game night and actively participate in the Murder Minions conversations about true crime, our actual what the effery streams that we do, mayhem streams that we do, library chats, political poo, all of it. Everybody openly discusses everything in there. People research stuff. We have articles, memes, entertainment rooms, things like that. Just your basic little tiny server is kind of a smaller group, because it is private. It's not an open server out there, but it is one of the perks, which is why it's not open to everybody, because it's a membership perk and a creative collaborator perk. So was that YouTube enough for you there, Wrecker? Beck?
It was perfect.
Right.
That was
Yeah,
I think that'll satisfy me for the next 15 minutes.
Yes.
You've
So
put me
Anna
through my
said Anna said, what gets me is a lady testified that she found the towel damp in the shirt. The police never noticed that, thought they searched the home. Anna, at that time, they were just looking for like firearms, any sign of, they're just doing the basics because he wasn't a suspect at the time. They
Right. They
thought
were looking
someone
for
else
things
did
out
it
of
and he came
place.
home to it.
Yeah, they were
So,
looking for things out of place, and they actually didn't think that Alex's clothes on the bedroom floor was out of place. I mean, he's a man. I wouldn't have thought it either. It's like, damn.
I mean, I have a pile of clothes right now that's. I may have seen something move in it in the corner. I don't have any pets, so if you hear if you hear any loud scratching or noises, just ignore it. I'll get found eventually.
What is it? I don't know what's going on. He's always trying to make me think he's either a serial killer or a victim of been kidnapped or something. I don't know what's going on with him. T King, what do you want dropped? Do you mean like the Twitter comments I drop on everything that's going on, or do you need links? Because if you need something specific, please ask Shill. She's really good at that for me. Thank you, Shill, because I can't really go back there and grab anything without affecting the feed right now. And I'm sorry, guys, we're on a break, and I've got us all squished up over there. Let them all see your beautiful avatars.
Yeah, I need some space for my humbleness. God.
Yeah, I was gonna say for that wide head.
That big fat hat, right, Beck? Like I'm going to tell you, a big fat hat. I can hardly fill up.
Everybody knows how humble I am. I'm just.
It's a running
hard,
joke
you
how
know?
humble you are. I know it's hard being all that.
Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble.
He finds it quite impossible, actually, to be humble. I've busted on it. Yeah.
I mean, my modesty is known around the world. My perfection is clearly visible.
Oh, this break is supposed to be 10 minutes, Sandy, and it feels like it's going long, but I do have
like
the
it's
feed right there.
Going to
I can
15 now,
listen.
yeah. Sorry.
And I have the volume on it, so if we hear anybody rustling around in the courtroom or somebody's stomach growling, which they're posting all over Twitter that they could hear stomachs growling on the morning, and I'm like, really? Was that me? I thought they were talking about me, but it wasn't me. They were talking about the actual feed during the feed. Yeah.
I
know
mean,
it's
they
gone
did
really
talk
long.
about Krispy Kreme.
I love Krispy Kremes. I told you I'll do tricks for Krispy Kremes, like only a specific kind though. It's got to be the pumpkin one, the light airy one, like the regular round fluffy one with the light glaze on it. You know what I'm talking about, like a light glaze on it.
Or a early morning nice piping hot bagel with some salmon and smear on it.
Skip the salmon. I'm not a fishy girl, but yeah, a warm bagel is a good thing, and they're hard to come by. Like you can get warm bagels in New Zealand.
I can make them.
Oh, that's
I
right.
know
We
how to
had
make
this
a bagel.
conversation. You got brownie points for telling me that. I remember that. You can make your own bagels. I don't know anybody else that can. I've never tried to make a bagel, and I make everything from scratch. Like try to learn
it
how,
is.
But
It's time consuming, but homemade bagels are so satisfying and are so good.
I don't know if it's going to beat a New York.
dangerous.
I don't know if it'll beat a New York bagel though. They are
I don't
world
know if it'll
renowned.
beat a New York bagel, but
It's something about the water. Even here in Jersey, and
Mm.
I said that so funny, didn't I? Because all I have to do is say the word New York, and my accent changes. I don't know how
It does.
I did.
It literally
I said
does.
New
It's
York,
weird.
and I said water like I just learned how to say it, like from a foreign. I don't know, but there is something in the water in New York when they make their bagels, because you have to boil them first in the water before you bake them off. And that we actually, most of the places, the good bagel places here in New Jersey, bring their bagels in from New York to sell them. We don't even make our own here. Like we know good. Like
Well, New York is full of them, so why wouldn't you? Ooh, look at Createful's last
I
comment.
know. Here it comes. Okay, Maggie Murdaugh stated that she was upset that Alex was the only sibling called all hours for the parents, but Shelley stated it was unusual to see him late. Where was he going?
I thought of this earlier. Thank you for saying that. I totally forgot.
And
with
why
that long
wasn't she
testimony.
wearing his ring? And why doesn't he know she doesn't wear underwear to bed? And I have questions. No, the underwear thing isn't serious. I mean, that was obvious that it was just there, just emptying the dryer. That's obvious. It doesn't really mean
Well, that
anything.
is what it proves, though,
But
that he was, yeah.
But not wearing your ring, a ring like that, and the maid just found it? Like, no, she was not wearing her ring. That
Now, the
sounds
question
odd.
is, did she toss it under her seat or did he toss it under her seat?
Oh, wait. Well, maybe. Well, here we go. She was upset about the money. Apparently, he does adore her. Everybody says he adores her. So now she's complaining about our lifestyle's going to change. We need to downside. You need to stop spending money. We got to get ready for this trial. This is what's coming. And he starts freaking out because not only does she know about that, but there's so much more coming that only he knows. Oh, here they are. Thanks, guys.
Oh, excellent.
Hello, Judge. Might as well hang for a second because he's going to call the jury in.
Yeah,
They bring the jury.
I was going to say,
And
he
then
looks
they
like
go
he's in a
silent.
mood.
He looks better. I think he had a nice break. Maybe he had a Krispy Kreme.
I mean, after that, all that talk about Krispy Kreme, I would have ordered some.
I'm surprised you didn't go down to the dairy while we were on break. I'm serious. I was waiting for you to say, "Excuse me." I know. I'm so hungry, and all I have here is a stupid banana, and I'm looking at it, and I'm actually calling it stupid. Like, you're not going to do. You are just not good enough, banana. You are
No,
not
yeah, I
going to do
want
it.
like
You are not good enough.
I want
Go ahead,
like a lemon-filled donut now because of Anna earlier.
I do love lemon.
Yes, I blame you, lady.
One of my favorite things is lemon curd. Like, you put that in a donut or any kind of dough or a pastry, and like,
Mm-hmm.
I
You know,
even
but I
like
have
it.
a problem with most of the donut places. Their lemon, most of the lemon taste, I can taste the chemicals in it.
That's
I'm
why
a
you
super
got to get
taster, by the way.
regular lemon curd, just regular
All right,
lemon
thank you.
curd.
Okay, I'll look for that.
Mr. Barber.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, Agent Wilde.
Good afternoon, sir.
I don't think I'll have many questions. This won't take long at all. We were looking at a lot of maps and they had a lot of timestamps, and I think they're referred to as pings sometimes.
They're not pings.
What are they?
They're activations on the record. So whether they be incoming or outgoing phone calls, or those RTT activations, which are slightly different, or the other things with Paul's phone, those are like the iPhone location data records.
But we're looking at calls, text messages. Would a text message always make one of those timestamps?
Now, so on Verizon, which all the phones in this case were, with Verizon, we're not going to get call detail record. We're not going to get location data with the text messages, just the way they're designed.
Okay. And I just wanted to be clear when we said that there weren't any more calls coming into Maggie Murdaugh after 7, that there were some text messages, but if there were, they wouldn't show up.
Correct. They wouldn't show up in her call detail records with cell tower information.
What would it look like on these maps if a call, well, let me ask this, do calls hand off between towers while they're still going on?
They do.
And what would that look like on these maps?
So it would look the same way it looks now. So again, when before the call is even set up, so if my phone was on in this room right now, my phone is constantly scanning the environment. It's trying to find the tower and sector with the strongest signal. Okay, it's very much like sitting at the airport trying to find the best Wi-Fi to connect to while you're waiting on your flight. So what happens when a call hands off between towers during a call is the records look like they look. It's still going to show the initial tower and sector that the phone saw as the best tower and sector at the time the call occurred. And then after that, let's say the call is and I drive from here to Columbia, I'm going to hand off tower to tower to tower, but on Verizon, I'm not going to see that handoff in the records.
Right, and that I guess was my question, is you're just going to see that first tower. So if you're handed off like tower 1 to 2 to 3, you're not going to see on the same calls hits on towers 2 and 3 on this map.
Correct. You're only going to see the initial.
And do the coverage areas intentionally overlap to some degree to allow for handoffs?
Yes.
And we saw GPS data for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
Yes.
Did you have any GPS data for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I did not. There was nothing in the location database for the time period that was in question.
Do you know why that was?
It's either something Paul was running on his phone that generated it, or a lack of something that Maggie wasn't running on her phone that did not generate it. I really don't know the answer to that.
I mean, so the answer would be that you don't know.
I don't know. Yes, sir.
And what about Alex Murdaugh's phone?
There was nothing during the time period.
So you mentioned that you've testified as an expert in, I think, over 100 cases?
Yes, sir.
And in some of those other cases, were you able to show phones moving together?
Sometimes we are, yes.
Were you able to do that in this case?
I did not do that in this case.
When you were doing the drive around to create that sort of coverage map, did you go onto the Moselle property?
I did.
Was that with the consent of Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, I believe so.
Could we pull up slide 35? Can you see the screen?
I can.
And I think the previous testimony was that this 10:06:31 call was the 911 call?
Yes.
I just want to ask about that timestamp because we heard from someone from the FBI yesterday, the 911 call was actually placed at 10:06 and 18 seconds. So what would account for the 13 seconds difference between the two?
I guess it depends on the records you were looking at. There might be a slight offset between the records the other person was looking at and the records I was looking at.
And the 911 call center, of course, would have a timestamp on incoming calls.
Correct.
Right. Have you ever seen cases where there's a few seconds difference between those timestamps and this kind of records and what the 911 center might have?
Yes, sir. I mean, there's a difference between when you press the green button, and it usually takes a couple of seconds to connect on the other side.
And could we, on the Elmo, go to slide 56? And the reason I would like to do this on the Elmo is I think that the presentation was cutting off the bottom of the screen.
It was.
And this, can we see the top so we can kind of get context for what this is? Just, yeah, slide it down. So the top is, so this was Alex Murdaugh information, and this was on June 15, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know that was Tuesday?
I don't.
Can we scroll in so we can see the bottom? It says that activity after 2:33 p.m. indicates travel to Somerville. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any data after that? Is that the end of the data that you have regarding Alex Murdaugh?
Is that the last slide?
You have.
Okay.
The slide. So this is slide 56 that we're looking at.
Yeah, there was other data after that.
And do you have location data for Alex Murdaugh after June 15?
I think so. I think
in this report?
Not in this report.
So in this report, I'm sorry, because that's what we're looking at here.
Yes, sir.
Because I understand, of course, you have cell phone records. He kept using the cell phone, obviously, after the 15.
Yes, he did.
But for what's being presented to the jury, the last entry is, Tuesday, June 15, is the end of what you have.
Yes, it is.
And he's going to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
And finally, Last 2 or 3 slides, we don't need to show them. There was some information for some other people, a CB Rowe, a Marty Cook.
Yes, sir.
Why were you looking at information for them?
I was requested to look at the information for them for the night of the incident.
Were you requested to ever look at information for an Eddie Smith or a Spencer Roberts?
Eddie Smith sounds familiar, but I'm not sure about Spencer Roberts.
Did you look at information regarding Eddie Smith?
Yes.
Do you have that information with you?
I do not.
You do not have the information?
I don't have it with me, no.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Eddie Curtis Smith is the ex-drug partner, the man he hired to shoot him in the head, I believe.
Yep.
So what's this about? Why are they checking that phone? Is that somebody hired to
I
help?
don't know.
But it's the defense, right? Is this the defense that is?
No further
Yeah,
questions.
Phillip Barber's asking this question.
Yeah, no, he's with the defense. Yeah.
Briefly, Agent Wilde, you were asked by Mr. Barber whether you've been able to pinpoint 2 phones together in other cases, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what kind of data are you using when you have been able to pinpoint 2 phones together at the same time?
I mean, first of all, the 2 phones have to have activity around the same time. So we'd have to have calls at 9 o'clock on one phone and calls at 8:58, 9 o'clock on the next phone. That's the first thing we'd have to do. Second thing is it'd have to be indication the phones are traveling together or stationary at the same place at the same time.
Okay. And after 7:50 p.m., was there any Verizon location tower information provided by Verizon?
There was not on Maggie Murdaugh's phone. There was not.
So you wouldn't be able to provide any opinion as to whether her phone was near any other phone in the world after 7:50 p.m., correct?
That's correct, because there's no data to compare it against.
Okay. Ms. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what's
Any questions, Your Honor?
That was a very
Thank you, sir.
short cross on this, don't you think? Like that was short, sweet.
Your next witness.
Well, they said everything he needed.
What was that, Beck? Just until he gets sworn in,
I-
because that's when I get the name.
Yeah, I said the witness.
Nathan Tuten, Tuten.
What an
Hey, good
awesome
afternoon.
name.
How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Why don't you tell this jury a little bit about yourself? Where you grew up, where you went to school. Start there.
I'm from Hampton, South Carolina. I graduated from Whiteham High School in 2018. I have a degree in criminal justice from University of South Carolina and graduated in 21.
And Nathan, it's hard to pick up you on the mic, so if you would, I know it's pull it as close as you can and just try to speak into it so we can all hear you. Okay, so I think you said you graduated high school 2018. You got a degree from where?
University of South Carolina,
And what field was it in?
criminal justice,
Okay. And what year did you graduate USC?
21.
And what do you currently do for a living?
Wellness,
Okay, with what organization?
Walterboro Police Department.
All right. And describe your job responsibilities. What do you do as a Walterboro police officer?
I enforce the laws of the state and serve and protect.
You work in road patrol right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Nathan, growing up in this area, were you childhood friends with Paul Murdaugh?
That's correct.
When's the first time you met Paul?
Lifelong friends, very young age.
growing up in Hampton, knew him as a kid.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, tell us a little bit about Paul. What do you remember about him? Tell us the kind of guy he was.
Paul was the definition of a good person and a good friend. He's very loyal, salt of the earth kind of guy, and would do anything for you at any given moment, no matter the time.
What were kind of things that you all like to do together?
We like to hunt, fish, really just hang out with friends.
Was Paul the kind of friend that you kind of call a reliable friend?
Absolutely.
All right. Was he the kind of kid that would be there for you if you needed help with anything?
Absolutely.
Did you spend a lot of time together with Paul through the years?
I did, yes, sir.
Did Paul have a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Did he like to use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
He was on his phone all the time.
In addition to being on his phone, if you then reached out to him, he was going to respond back to you.
That's correct.
Was he going to call you back if you called him if you missed the phone call?
Yes.
And would you expect him to pick up if you called him?
Yes.
All right. Did you get to know Maggie also?
I did.
All right. Tell us a little bit about her.
Maggie was probably one of the sweetest ladies I've ever met in my life. She always looked out for Paul's friends and was a second mom to me.
And having spent a lot of time with Paul, did you also spend a lot of time with Maggie?
That's correct.
And then did you also get to know Alex?
I
his
did.
Dad? And is Alex here today?
Yes, she is.
Can you tell me where he is?
He's sitting at that table wearing the blue jacket.
And did you get to know him very well?
I did.
Through the years. Did you know the family before they moved their primary residence out to what we call Moselle? Did you know them before then?
I did.
Okay. Were you there when they moved or obtained Moselle and started using that as a residence?
I was.
When Moselle was first constructed, how many entrances and exits were there?
Just one.
And which one was that?
That was the one by the cabin, or one that leads to the sheds.
Okay. And the sheds is that the dog kennels in the hangar area?
That's correct.
And the cabin I think you referred to, is there a cabin on the side at the front of that entrance?
That's correct.
Okay. And who put the mailbox in there?
I believe it's Maggie.
And tell us about that cabin. Tell us where it's situated and why you know so much about it.
My freshman year of college, Paul and I actually lived together at the cabin.
So it's like a small house, basically.
That's correct.
And where is it situated in regards to the hangar area?
A little bit closer to the highway.
How many feet or how far away?
100 yards, maybe.
And so you lived there, I think you said for the summer?
It's just a semester.
A semester?
Mm-hmm.
All right. How would you describe yours and Paul's friendship? How often would you guys communicate a day?
Just about every day. Every other day.
Phone calls?
That's correct.
And texts?
Primarily phone calls.
And later in life, did Paul go to school?
He did.
Where did he go?
USC.
And that's located where?
Columbia.
And did you see him whenever he would come back into town?
I would.
Would he come back frequently?
No, sir.
At the college level? At the college years? When would you see him? Would you see him in the summers when school was out?
Good bit.
All right. And I think you mentioned before y'all did a lot of fishing and a lot of hunting. Are you familiar with firearms in general?
I would say so.
Did Paul have any guns that he favored? Ones that he kept on him and kept with him most of the time?
He did.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit about, however you want to describe those two guns.
The two guns that were with us most of the time was a black 300 blackout and a camouflage 12 gauge Super Black Eagle 3.
And the black 300 blackout, what was that firearm used for primarily?
Anything.
Did you use it for hunting?
I did.
Okay. What would you hunt with that gun?
Anything.
Did it have the scope? I think you said there's a scope on the top or some sort of sight. How would you describe that?
As thermal scope.
Meaning you could see heat?
That's correct.
Okay. And describe the Benelli shotgun that you just mentioned also. What did it look like, and how did you know it was Paul's?
It had a very distinct digital camouflage pattern, and he had a gun strap that he's used since I've known him, and that's what stayed on that shotgun.
Do you know the differences between? So we hear Benelli Super Black Eagle models, and then I think we've heard 3 and 2 and 1. Do you know the differences between the various models?
I do.
Okay. So when you look at it, they have distinctive features on them that would tell you whether it's a 3 or a 2 or a 1?
Very subtle differences, but yes.
But you feel comfortable that you know the difference?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as, or sorry, entered in evidence as State's Exhibit 88. Permission to approach the witness. Nathan, I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 88. You feel comfortable taking this for a second and now tell me if you know what it is?
I do.
Okay. There you go. Be aware of the muzzle.
This is Paul's rifle.
And you know that because you've used this a bunch of times?
That's correct.
And also now show you what's entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 4. This one. This is State's Exhibit 4. Do you feel comfortable taking a look at this for me for a second and let me know if you know which firearm this is?
I do. No, the safety's off.
It's in there. Thank you.
This is Paul's shotgun.
How do you know?
I've used it several times. Distinct camouflage pattern with Paul's gun strap.
This strap in particular is Paul's?
That's correct.
How do you know this is a Model 3 Benelli Super Black Eagle?
Well, would you like me to explain?
Absolutely.
So there are a few subtle differences. One being the forearm grip. The Super Black Eagle 3 has a slight flare or increase in curve. Another difference would be the trigger magazine port has an indentation that allows you to insert shot shells easier. The Super Black Eagle 2 and the previous model. Another difference would be the button that releases the bolt, which makes the weapon operable. The previous models, being the original and number 2, are circular, whereas this one is more rectangular. I mean, the easiest way to tell the difference is they're labeled 2 and 3.
Thank you. I'm going to show you now what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91. Feel comfortable handling this gun for a second? Let me know if you recognize what it is.
I do.
Do you recognize what this gun is?
I recognize that as Buster Murdaugh shotgun.
Okay. What model is this?
Super Black Eagle 2.
And you know it's a 2 because of the other features you just mentioned and pointed out for the jury?
That's correct.
Would you do that again? Tell us why you know that's a 2.
Like I mentioned earlier, the slight flare on the 3. This one is straighter, more narrow. does not have the indentation for the magazine port, and the button is circular.
And you said it was Buster shotgun. How do you know that?
The Mojo sticker on the barrel.
The sticker at the top barrel there?
That's correct.
Familiar with it, Mojo.
That's correct.
Did Alex have a gun that he favored, a shotgun?
He did.
What was one that he favored?
That was a Super Black Eagle original black shotgun.
Are you familiar? Did Paul have a 300 blackout rifle prior to the black one you just identified?
That's correct.
All right. Were you familiar with what happened to that firearm, the original one?
I am.
All right. Tell us the story.
It was a party, and there was a black 300 blackout and a tan 300 blackout. And he had the tan one, and it got stolen from a party one night.
Speak up.
It was stolen from a party one night.
You know what year that was? Approximate year?
I'd say early 2018.
And that was the firearm that was stolen was what color again?
A tan.
Tan. All right. At what point in the Mizell property was what year, approximate year, was the second entrance created? That one with the brickwork.
I'm not sure.
It was a few years though after they'd owned the property, the family had owned the property.
That's correct.
Was it common to use either entrance by the family to leave and enter the property?
Yes and no.
All right, we'll explain.
Paul and I would use, and friends would use the entrance by the sheds more, whereas Alec and Maggie would use the main gate entrance more.
If you all, and let me ask you, before we get to my next question, what the hangar area with the kennels, are you familiar with it?
That's correct.
Could you describe to the jury just a very basic layout of that area?
It was kennels as you're riding into the driveway. The kennels would be on your left. The shed or hangar would be directly on your right. There was another shed that they had built in front of the hangar, and there was a skinning shed for animals out back to the right.
And would you spend a lot of time down at the hangar area and kennel area?
We would.
Why would y'all hang out there? Why was that the collection place?
It's just a central location where everything was located.
Tools?
Correct.
And farm equipment?
Correct.
If you all were spending time down at the kennels and someone was leaving the house, would it be common for them, that one, whether it's, Alex or Maggie, to stop by on their way out, leaving the property?
Yes, sir.
That would be what would normally happen?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play what's been marked as, I'm going to show you what's been not marked, but entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 297. If you have a little screen there, if you wouldn't mind watching that for me and listening. Thank you for the computer.
Get it. Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here, Cash. Okay. Hey, he got burns now. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash, quick.
Did you hear voices on that video that we just played?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul Murdaugh's, Maggie Murdaugh's, and Alex Murdaugh's.
Could you tell where they were located in that video? Did you get a sense of where that was?
Dog kennels.
Okay. The kennels down at the hangar area?
That's correct.
We heard yelled out a name called Bubba.
I am.
Who's Bubba?
That'd be Paul's dog.
And what kind of dog is he?
A yellow lab.
Is he trained? Well, was he was he a house pet or a pet?
At that time, yeah.
Was he also trained to hunt or be a hunting dog or bird dog?
That's correct.
Did Bubba have a? Well, describe Bubba. How would you describe Bubba?
Hard-headed.
Did Bubba have a thing where he liked to chase chickens?
I'd say so, yeah.
If a chicken got out of the pen, would he chase it?
That's correct.
Have you ever been there when he caught chickens?
He would chase anything.
He'll chase. Did you ever there when he caught birds though that were coming out of that coop?
I mean, he's tried. Could I say I've seen him? No.
Were you aware then that Bubba? Were you aware that Bubba would chase those chickens?
Absolutely.
And had you been aware that he'd killed chickens before by getting
I am.
them? Have you ever had to wrestle anything out of Bubba's mouth or try to catch him when he doesn't want to be caught?
Tried to catch him.
And if he doesn't want to be caught, what's going to happen?
Not catching him.
Did you begin working at the law firm we've heard called PMPED?
That's correct.
All right, when did you start working there?
I believe it was February of 2019.
Okay, and what was your job there?
I was a runner.
Runner for the law firm in general.
Correct.
Kind of without specifically not yet talking about the work you did for Alex, but what kind of work would you do there generally?
Be a courier for court documents to different courthouses and law offices across the state. Assist paralegals and attorneys with really whatever they needed. Just help around the office.
And you worked there from 2019, and when's the last time you worked there?
I want to say it was May of 21.
So May of 2021, or
Excuse me, 2022.
2022. So you would have continued to work there through the tragic events of June. So you saw the upheaval at the law firm as well. You witnessed that?
That's correct.
Nathan, I'm gonna direct your attention to the weekend leading up to June 7th. Could you tell us a little bit about the any communications you would have had with Paul leading up to June 7th? Did you all talk any leading up to it?
To the best of my memory, we spoke that Saturday. I think he called me over the weekend.
Did it seem like a normal conversation?
Yes, sir.
What were y'all talking about?
He was going to Charleston, I believe. Just talking on the way.
Is that the last time you talked to Paul?
That's correct.
How were you made aware of what happened? How'd you find out?
I received a phone call from my mother the night of. Not sure how she knew, but shortly after, I received a phone call from one of the law partners that told me.
And they called you because they knew you were close with Paul?
That's correct.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living with another friend of mine in Allendale County.
And did you go out there that night?
I did not.
Did you attend the funeral and wake?
I did.
Is that the last time you went to Mazzell?
Yes, sir.
After these events, how did it affect you?
It was hard. Losing a really good friend and a really good person.
After these events, I think you said already, but you continued to work at the law firm.
That's correct.
How was Alex? Was he out of the office for some time leading after this event on June 7th?
That's correct.
Did he eventually start coming back into the office?
A little bit.
Did you have an opportunity or an occasion or multiple occasions to do running for Alex?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this would be before the murder?
That's correct.
Tell us a little bit about what Alex would have you do.
Documents, different law firms or courthouses, driving depositions, cash checks, some of the things.
I'm sorry, you said cash checks?
That's correct.
He had you cash checks for him?
That's correct.
All right, well, tell me, where would he send you to cash the checks?
Palmetto State Bank.
What were your instructions for that?
Cash check.
And what would you do with the money?
Take it back to his office. And
Like cash?
that's correct.
Is it in an envelope or are you just holding it?
It was in a Palmetto State envelope.
And you would take that envelope of cash and where would you bring it?
Back to his office.
Okay, and just hand it to him.
That's correct.
How many times did he have you cash check?
Very frequently.
Very frequent?
That's correct.
Many times.
Many times.
Was there ever a time when you cashed that check and there was a room full of, has there ever been any time where you cashed the check, brought it back to Alex's office and there was someone in his office?
That's correct.
Multiple people, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us who those folks were that you would have been there when Alex is sending you to get cash. You're coming back with the cash and there's someone sitting in his office.
There was different occasions. One particular occasion was Greg Alexander.
Who's he?
I believe he's the chief of police for the embassy.
Okay.
Corey Fleming.
Do you know Corey Fleming?
I do.
And what is he? What did he do?
He was an attorney as well.
Okay.
And Michelle's best friend.
Okay. And who else?
And Chris Wilson.
And do you know who Chris Wilson is?
I do.
Who is he?
He's an attorney in Bamberg, I believe.
When did Alex stop asking you to cash checks? What was the time frame?
I believe it was a few weeks before the murders. So
A few weeks. You've been doing this a lot, and a few weeks before the murder, he doesn't ask you to cash any more checks.
that's correct.
Did you have an opportunity, or were you assigned to assist? Or let me ask you this: do you know who Jeannie Seckinger is?
I am.
And who is she, and who was she at the time to you back in 2021 range?
She was my immediate supervisor.
And were you ever, after the events of June 7th, were you assigned and tasked to assist her in her investigation of financial improprieties within the firm?
In some ways, yes.
All right. All right, and continuing, you were assigned to assist Jeannie, and what kind of things were you doing in that capacity?
We would look through different cases. She would have me get cases from probate court, and go through and highlight cleared checks, and if I found a discrepancy, bring it to her.
Did you understand the scope you were? Did she kind of involve you in that?
Somewhat.
Did you figure out kind of shortly thereafter what you were looking for, or what the reason was?
I'd say so.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2021. Specifically, for time frame. Do you have that in your brain?
I do.
Did you did you drive Alex to the airport?
I did.
Tell us about that. Why did you drive him to the airport?
Well, at the time I was still a runner, and he asked me to give him a lift to the airport. So that's what I did.
Where was he going?
I believe he was going to Florida Keys with Maggie's family.
So he's going on vacation to the Keys on July 4th weekend or July 4th timeframe?
That's correct.
And did you in fact drive him to the airport?
That's correct.
Did you have a chance? Did he say anything to you on that ride to the airport?
We talked.
Did he tell you anything about the boat case?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that he would like to clear Paul's name.
And do what? And beat the boat case?
Beat the boat case.
So now with Paul gone, he's talking about he can beat the boat case.
That's correct.
This is a month after the murder?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank the court's indulgence. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It was very important, Alex, to clear Paul's name from the accusations in the boating case, wasn't it?
I don't know.
That's what he told you, right?
That's what he said, but I don't know what he was thinking.
Well, you know that he stood behind Paul all throughout the boating case, the criminal part, right?
That's correct.
And a lot of people in the Hampton community turned their backs on Paul, didn't they?
That's correct.
You didn't, did you?
No, sir.
Alex and Maggie didn't, did they?
No, sir.
Your brother didn't, did he?
No, sir.
And are you fourth?
This is
The week
interesting,
of the
huh?
4th. That's correct.
Okay. And he was going to Florida on a vacation and visiting with Maggie's parents, Maggie's sister, brother-in-law. You understood that?
Yes, sir.
This is
Now you're talking about, you went and got some, cashing some checks with,
I want to know what this
For
kid
Alex,
knows, and
and
when he
sometimes
found
you
out
come back,
that
give
man
him
on
the
that
cash,
chat,
and
he
you mentioned
knows what he knows.
Greg Alexander was in his office one time, Corey Flynn.
He
was
knows
in his office
something.
One time, you
He
remember
sure
that?
does.
That's correct.
Oh, yeah, he does.
What'd you do when you walk in? Just give the envelope to Alex?
Yes, sir.
I didn't
Sit
realize
down
I
and
was
see what he
still
did with the money?
unmuted.
Not at all.
Are you suggesting that he was giving Greg Alexander any of the money?
I'm not suggesting anything.
Do you know if that's what the Attorney General was trying to suggest by asking you that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You've known Paul, you knew Paul his life for the most part, correct?
Correct.
And how old are you?
23.
And I think you described Alex and Maggie as kind of your second parents.
That's correct.
You spent a lot of time at Moselle. You hunted with Paul and Buster too, I take it.
That's correct.
And you lived there at that cabin you talked about right there on the edge of Moselle Road, right?
That's correct.
And Paul's go-to guns were a 300 Blackout and the 12 gauge Benelli that you identified here in the courtroom, right?
That's correct.
But now you knew that Paul's had originally been given a 300 Blackout for Christmas that got stolen, right?
That's correct.
Did you go to the party with Paul and he had the 300 Blackout in his truck? Go in the party, come back, and it's gone?
Not exactly how it happened.
How did it happen?
Didn't realize it was missing for a few days.
Okay. And Paul would never block his truck, would he?
No, sir.
And he would leave guns in his truck, right?
That's correct.
Did you know that 300 blackout had been replaced?
I did not.
Okay. When did you learn that?
This trial?
During the trial.
That's correct.
But up until the trial, you never knew that it had been replaced.
No.
But you'd seen Paul use 300 blackout you identified as his go-to gun, right?
That's correct.
And the 300 blackout that you identified has a thermal scope, does it not?
That's correct.
And whose gun did you think got stolen? Paul's or Buster's?
I would assume Paul's.
Were you aware that the 300 blackout replacement did not have a thermal scope?
If I didn't know about the gun, then no.
Okay. So do you know whether or not 300 blackouts in here in the courtroom?
That is the gun that I used at Moselle.
Okay. Now, when Paul would clean his truck out, he would let me back up. Paul normally keep guns in his truck?
Correct.
300 blackout, 12 gauge, anything else?
Sometimes some pistols, but.
And there are times when Paul would clean his truck out, and then he would take the guns and leave them in the shed down there by the kennels, right?
That's correct.
And sometimes he would forget that he left them down there, right?
That's correct.
And he think you described him as being careless with leaving guns around. Is that right?
I'd say so.
And he'd even left guns in your truck, right?
Correct.
Now, Paul was a guy who liked to work with his hands outside, right?
Correct.
And he loved the Moselle property. Is that right?
I'd say so.
And he liked to work the land with equipment and plant for game management, for duck hunting and dove hunting and things like that, right?
That's correct.
And to do that, he wasn't always on his phone, right? I mean, he liked to work with his hands. Is that fair to say?
Wouldn't say that altogether. Take several breaks while he's working with his hands.
Right. And I think you've described it. I mean, he would put his phone down, and while he was doing some work, and then he'd forget where it was. He'd lose it. He'd go back and find it later.
That's correct.
That happened fairly regularly, didn't it?
I'd say so.
And you listen to the video that was played. Do you hear water running in the background?
I'm not sure.
What kind of work would Paul do down there by the kennels?
What do you mean?
I mean, if Bubba or the other dog had messed in their dog run, would he clean it out?
I'd say so.
Okay. And if he did that, perhaps he'd put his phone down while he did that so it wouldn't get wet.
I would assume so.
Yeah. It's a reasonable thing to do, right?
I'd say so.
Okay. Now, you were close with Alex, Maggie, Paul, and Buster. That you and your brother were, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to observe Alex's relationship with Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
I'd say it was a very loving relationship.
Okay. And And how would you describe Alex's relationship with Maggie?
I would describe it the same.
1 second, Your Honor. To your knowledge, was after the boating accident, did Paul receive threats of any kind?
That's correct.
What kind of threats were you aware of?
Just threats that he would say people would text him, or different social media platforms, but
right.
Didn't really go into very vivid detail or anything.
I'm sorry.
Didn't go into very vivid detail about anything. He just.
And his circle of friends got really close, tight after the boating accident. And you and your brother, he talked to you all frequently, did he not?
That's correct.
Okay. And then he would go to Charleston to visit with friends down there, correct?
That's correct.
So he didn't feel comfortable, in the Hampton area where he lived because of the boating accident. Is that right?
He stayed away.
Yes, sir. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Nathan, you were asked about threats to Paul. Did you ever know that Maggie received any threats?
I was not aware of any, no.
I'll tell you about a little bit about the kennel area, and as you could heard water. Are you familiar with how generally the kennels were cleaned? Were you there when the kennels would be cleaned?
Sometimes.
Okay. Generally speaking, describe the kennel for me. What was actually inside of one of the kennel runs?
The kennel had a doghouse, beds in the doghouse, and just kind of like a concrete pad.
And if you're going to rinse off the kennels, what would you do with the dog bed?
You would put it on top of the dog house,
Okay, and why was that?
so it wouldn't get wet.
And then what would you just leave the dog? Would the family or if you were cleaning it, leave the dog bed up on the top of the kennel, or are they going to bring it down when the kennel after a certain point in time?
You wait for it to dry and then bring the bed.
If you were down there or anyone was down there at the kennel area and it was nighttime, would you turn the lights on?
Yes, sir.
Are there sufficient lights out there to make it a fairly well lit area if all the lights are on?
I'd say so.
If you're at the main house and the lights are on down at the kennels, can you see that area from the house?
Yes.
Would it be very visible to you to see that there's lights on down there?
Yes.
Would the fans, are there fans in the kennel area?
There are.
Would the fans be left on generally for the dogs?
Generally.
And again, if anyone was down there working, would the lights be turned on?
Yes, sir.
That's it. No further questions.
Anything further?
Council asked you a question about Paul's phone usage. I think he said Paul uses his hands and what he would do with his phone. Do you recall if Paul did have to use his phone, would he put it in any of his pockets?
If he was working outside in that capacity, the pocket he would put it in would be his back pocket.
And that was the common thing he would do almost nearly every time?
That's correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further? Just a moment, sir.
Your Honor, thank you.
You may step down.
The other friend said front pocket, just so you guys, in case you don't remember.
I was just saying that to myself, Beck. I thought he said front. The other
All right,
friend.
ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for this day.
Yeah, me too.
Please, we'll have a good weekend and we'll see you 9:30
No, not him.
Monday
The
morning.
other friend with the rosy red cheeks and the black hair. That guy
Yeah.
said it.
That would be Will Loving. Yep.
Yes, thank you,
Go
Will.
ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the feed up just in case there's a point of law, because when the jury leaves, you know how they go.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk just a few minutes and let everybody go for the weekend. Excuse me. I have my mouth full. It was so rude. I'm sorry. But okay, clear.
Don't let Alex steal that.
Alex stole my cracker. Okay, anyway.
Everybody be seated, please.
All right, there's a matter of law. He's telling them all to sit down. I think the judge is going to
Anything
yell.
before we adjourn for the weekend?
Your Honor, purely for scheduling purposes, a week from Monday is President's Day. It's a state holiday. Are we going to have court or not?
I do not anticipate having court on President's Day.
Sorry.
I do not anticipate having court on President's Day. We also will adjourn later than 4:30 next Thursday.
4:30 just for that day?
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday, but we be in court on Friday.
Yes.
I'm just want to make sure. And I wondered if the Attorney General had any more refined position on, I mean, things seem to be moving quickly.
As I stated yesterday, we're shooting for Wednesday and we're still on track for that, Your Honor.
Begin to fly people in next week. So you're going to adjourn at 4:30 on Thursday, but, and not have court the following Monday. That's,
yes, sir.
Okay, that's great information.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Very good. We're in recess. Yes.
Okay, so I guess that's it. Then you think that's it this time? I don't know. We'll give him one more minute. You know that thing's going to come on and blow out our eardrums. Oh, I can mute that screen. I didn't know that. I just learned something.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I could have
You can mute everything, lady. You have the power.
Yeah, I do. But I didn't know I could mute the stream that comes up, like the display stream, like the clock. I didn't know that. So now I don't have to worry when it goes blank, you know. But if they go talking, I can pull it back up real quick. Wait, are they talking?
Oh, and I want to bring up the fact that he was talking about him going with Maggie's family to Key West. That's what he said, right? After the deaths. Okay, so that was brought up. That's good. Because didn't he go down there and like party his ass off or some shit? Somebody was talking about Key West back when I first came into this with you guys, like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. So I wonder who, does anybody remember who was talking about that? If you were, say something.
No, I just remember that people wanted to know about it. I'm just watching the judge walk back and forth. He's making me nervous. He started talking and I took the thing, but he's not. They've got the audio like down. And he's just walking back and forth in front of his thing. Maybe he was just. Oh, good. I did it in time. I better remove it because look, they just cut the feed that is gonna start screaming at us any second. There, it's gone.
Yeah.
All right. Feed's over. There you go. We're free. Autistic Shell had dropped a very interesting article in the chat. I'm going to drop it again because it's as of today. It's quite a few of the statements that several of the witnesses had said. I like when articles like this come about because they kind of just link everything together you might have missed. That's why I try to drop things from Twitter and articles that I see that are direct quotes, like as we're going, and to like leave it there for people to keep up on. They're not always my thoughts. They're from Twitter, you know, just so you know. I'm not being that mean on everybody.
You should write Twitter in front of it so everybody knows. Or TW.
Well, usually I have quotes when it's somebody else, and occasionally you'll see I'll actually say who is saying it.
Yeah, that's true.
Parentheses too.
You do that.
Yeah. But
I was like, who the hell's Mandy Matney? And then I was looking at the stuff for Buster trying to find his alibi, and they had a picture of her, and I was like, oh, yeah, I know who Mandy Matney is. It just happened to come across.
She's got a podcast on the Murdaughs. She's really not a fan, and she really thinks this old boys school stuff is all misogynistic. She's not a fan. She's not a fan. She's not a fan at all of these attorneys, any of them.
It is misogynistic. I mean, we grew up in that time when men were like that. It is misogynistic. I mean, not
It
all
is.
parts of the South are like that anymore, but there are still some pretty good sized chunks of it that are.
I would say
still
it's
act like that.
misogynistic in its tendencies, but it's actually cultural more than trying to be misogynistic. When I look at misogynistic,
Oh no, they are.
now that I'm
Yeah.
a little bit older, I take it as an individual kind of thing. Like, is you know what I mean? Instead of like cultural what they're doing there. It is the way it is. It definitely qualifies as misogynistic based on the definition and everything. Well,
Oh yeah,
lately,
I don't think they're doing it on purpose. It's how they were raised. That's the problem.
uh-huh.
People are still raising their kids to freaking act like that. It's horrible.
Mhm. That scream was not my stomach. What scream are we talking about, Turtle? You guys heard a scream? I didn't hear a scream. Did somebody hear a scream?
I didn't hear a
Oh,
scream.
I
Who heard a
didn't.
scream?
I brought the feed down.
Unless you're talking about ice cream. Oh, sorry.
T King
No,
says,
I want ice cream.
no, I do too. I want cream. I want cream. I want Krispy Kremes and ice cream. Now I'm like really Jones in like nobody's gonna be able to bring it to me either, and I'm really upset. All right, so T King is like with me on this. All right, here we go. That young man that just got down, that would be Nathan Tuten, is 100% that Alex Murdaugh did kill his friend and Maggie. I kind of got that vibe for him, but he ain't saying it. But I don't know if he thinks he killed him. I do know he thinks he's not as good a man as he was before he started helping his law firm investigate him. Remember, he worked for Alex's law firm. He's a friend of Paul's. He's also a police officer. He knows facts when he sees them. He helped Jenny Seckinger investigate the fraud against the partnership.
Yeah, and you gasped when we heard that, and you're thinking that maybe he ran his mouth to Paul and Paul said something to Alex, aren't you?
Uh-huh. And that Alex knew gig is up. Maggie started complaining to him that week about money's changing. We need to change our lifestyle. Let's sell some properties. Maggie's got an appointment with an appraiser on the 8th. Yes. Maggie's not wearing her ring. Okay.
Oh, Edisto, that's what it's called. She's staying out at Edisto. Yep.
Right. Nobody could say that he didn't love them, but there was the pressure so much that he loved them so much that now all of a sudden them looking at him like that is a problem. That's a more serious motive than anything else they have said. When someone feels that strongly about their family and they are the one, they're like, that's it. Like, I'm the head of this family and I'm so proud and they're my peeps, right? When your peeps are looking at you like you're a bad dude, your world comes to a complete stop. Maybe he couldn't stand the fact that they were going to find out that everything they were thinking is true. Boom. That kind of pressure is what we'll be talking about Saturday. Hint, hint, wink, wink. If Bearden and I get our schedules together, we're supposed to be streaming Saturday morning based on why the father would kill a whole family based on those kind of issues. What is it? Because this happens all the time. They're saying a father and a husband cannot commit murder like this. And there are statistics that say it's true. I've got plenty of true crimes that say it's true. I've got whole families that were annihilated over these issues of saving them from the embarrassment and the humiliation, saving themselves from having to look at the disappointment in their eyes. We're gonna be talking about it, but that's where I'm at with this. That's where the motive's going with me. And that young man's face kind of got me thinking that might be something. That might be.
Yeah. No, you're right. And they'll save themselves from all kinds of things like beating their wife and her telling or money or, it's usually money or stature or jail time. That's usually the three things they're avoiding. Losing that shit.
I will say that this man handled the questions very well. He didn't let the defense lead him at all. Defense tried pushing on him and he was like, I wouldn't say that. How many times did he say, I wouldn't say that?
At least 3 times, I think. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. Right. They were trying
He gave
they
them
tried.
very stonewalled answers.
He was a police officer not working for anybody. He wasn't working for the defense and he wasn't working for the prosecution. His was yes and no answers. Ask me the question. I'll give you the best answer I can, but I'm not giving you anything. If you don't ask me, I ain't telling.
And I can tell you one thing. One thing that a young cop that just started out isn't going to do, he's not going to lie in court and take a chance of ruining his entire career of what he wants to do.
Exactly.
So, because you don't go to be a cop for the freaking money and fame. So,
Especially in America.
it's either power or you want to help.
Chill. I don't actually think there was any kind of pact like that, and I'll tell you why. Paul had a lot of friends, and he was an outgoing, gregarious kind of kid. I don't think someone with a zest for life like that, just because of some trouble, which he had all along. It was almost 3 years since the boating accident. He's not really worried about court that much. He's been harassed for 3 years about it. It wasn't a big deal to him. It's not that it wasn't concerning. I'm saying it wasn't worth what you're saying. Maggie's
Maggie
family.
was planning to sell the house and worried about money.
Right.
She wouldn't have been
Right.
worried about it if she was going to kill herself.
And that's right. And her parents are still alive. And she's a good old Southern girl. There's no way. There's no way she'd do that to her parents.
Oh,
There's
hell
no way.
no.
Oh,
And
hell no.
disappoint mom and dad? No.
That's not going to do that. Yeah. But when you say Alex chickened out, I think Alex made the pact with himself and chickened out. That could be a possibility, that he decided to do a family annihilation, and he was going to do the end on himself, and then he did chicken out, because that's happened before. Even when given a gun, when he was supposed to shoot himself in the head, he did such a bad job, he only got a scratch.
Yeah, see, he I don't know. I don't think he'd have the balls to shoot himself. And honestly, I don't think he would shoot himself, because he's a narcissist and thinks he deserves to live and no one else does.
Because he's the smartest man in the room.
Yeah, because he's a narcissist.
If
Right.
you look at my
Narcissists
thumbnail,
don't
I've
kill
been thinking
themselves.
this.
They think everybody else is wrong.
You see the size of the file he's carrying around with him? He's got people carrying when he leaves. Like, I did that thumbnail on purpose today, because I do believe that Alex Murdaugh thinks he's the smartest man in the room. He's running that case for them. He's taking it
He is.
places. They're taking a lead for him. He's a smart man. Yes, I'm not going to take that away from him. But there's some things he cannot get out of. And some of it is this time frame. Some of it is the lies that he told before he knew there was anything to go against it. He did everything he could to muddy the waters. When you look at the circumstantial evidence, it all has little things that are missing that you need to, like, in your mind, just say that's a slam dunk, right? He knew enough to demolish all of that evidence piece by piece by piece. Okay.
Yep.
And that's concerning. That's a smart man. Whoever did this crime definitely wanted to muddy the waters sufficiently. I mean, it is definitely a murder. Whether somebody pulled up when Recker gave his scenario about other people coming because Alex may have hired them. I do recall testimony about tracks, car tracks, truck tracks, right? And was not the first responders questioned about other vehicles coming on? And they said, although the impressions were light because of the rain and the grass, they could tell that it looked like just the vehicles that were on the property that had come and gone during the rain.
Yeah, they absolutely said that, because they matched up the tire width and the axle width and all that. And
they did.
Yeah,
They did admit that they were light. They did admit it was raining.
Yes.
So I'm not going to totally exclude what Recker was saying, because it's still a possibility, because who knows if they went the other way. They may have walked in. I'm just saying, as far as other vehicles arriving during that time frame, possibly not. There's no evidence. I just remember these things later.
If I was going on a farm to kill somebody, I wouldn't drive in.
No, you walk in.
Vehicles are noisy, got lights on, dogs will hear it. Like, you got to be sneaky if you're going to
And
kill
they
somebody.
always leave unique identifiable tire tracks to your vehicles. That technology now, given the right scenario, could possibly tell how much air you have in your tires by the treads that it leaves. They could tell what make and model, whether those tires were on what kind of car, based on what other people saw with the shape and color and this of your car and what tires fitted. Like, you're going to get nailed based on your vehicle. Look at what happened to Kohlberger. Like, come on. To that car, that unidentified one plate car nailed him. And a cell phone. So, and then, of course, that's allegedly, because he's just facing charges. He hasn't gone to trial yet. So, Ox, I don't know if you saw it earlier, but thank you for the coffee. I enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he said Alex had ruined somebody's life with his bad deeds. The best his revenge would be to take out his family and let him live with the loss. Yeah, but I don't know, Ox. Someone would have to be really, really angry, and all the people he stole from were rich people who replaced it in 2 seconds. Like, they're not going to go kill anybody over that, over each of them losing between 300 and a million. Like, that's nothing to them. They'll make that back in 8 months.
And it's plausible, except for the fact of who they were. Maggie and Paul were so well loved by everybody. I don't think they could have done it. Not anybody that he stole from personally. Maybe somebody involved in one of the other lawsuits that's messy. Maybe somebody involved in the Curtis Smith and the drug thing that's getting racked up in court now. Maybe, maybe somebody like Russell Lafitte, who is going to jail now for his participation.
Yep.
In what he did with Alex Murdaugh for the fraud. So, like, I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just saying you could go around there and you could pick a lot of people. It's true, except for who got shot, how well they were loved, and how all these people knew them and knew them well. It's not like strangers, and that would be hard, I think.
Yeah, good point, Sandy. And the clients get the money from the partners, so they were covered. So the only people angry are a bunch of lawyers who aren't going to do anything because they don't want to ruin their freaking richness by going to jail.
Exactly.
And it says,
I think
this is
Alex,
a good one. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just think Alex started out smaller and got bigger and bigger, and he grew too big for his britches because they didn't catch him for almost 20, like over 15 years or over 10 years, whatever it was. And he just started getting more and more risky, and he took it too far. And he put himself in a hole that he couldn't fucking get out of. And there was only one way out of it.
And Ox has a point. People have done worse for less. I do agree. But there's so many. Here's the problem with this case. There's so many different plausible scenarios. But which one's the truth? Which one does the evidence prove? Like, there's so much. And Anna, you're right. I think we need to start getting used to technical testimony. Claire, could you find some stuff on that? You know what? We'll see about that. We'll get my minions on that. We'll see about doing a show on looking at that kind of stuff. The differences in technical testimony. We'll see.
Also, Claire.
Yeah.
I want to add one thing to the kennel thing that I realized. We were talking about, well, the dogs would be barking if somebody was there that they didn't know or whatever, right? They were all in the kennels. No, her 2 dogs were out of the kennels. She let them out, and that's how Bubba got the chicken. So those 2 dogs were roaming around. 2 large labs were running around there. And someone came up and killed them right then?
Well, that's another thing that bothered me. Alex didn't keep Bubba, Maggie's favorite dog. The housekeeper did. I don't think Bubba wants anything to do with Alex Murdaugh.
Doesn't that make you wonder?
It does make me wonder. Dogs know. Dogs know.
Yeah. Pets and small children.
Yes, right. And Juju B says, I think Alex plays a different person depending on who he's with. Bingo. Massive manipulator. That's what makes him so successful at this game. He's got skill. There's probably a lot of people who want Alex Murdaugh did or destroyed financially. But why would they do that to his wife and kid? I agree, Liam, because of who they killed and how well known they are. It would take a special kind of something situation for that to happen.
And also, I think if somebody was going to go after Paul in that situation, let's say somebody was going after Paul because of the death. I think if that was the case, they wouldn't have shot Maggie. They would have shot Alex.
I think so
along
too.
with Paul.
Yeah.
Why would they shoot Maggie? She's a mom. She's not the head of the household. She's not the one that bought the alcohol and drove the boat.
Right.
So
and also,
the fact that they were going after Alex, and Alex is sitting there going, I don't have any money.
And it would be better revenge because, after all, Alex isn't going to have any money with all of this coming out. Once all this came out, everybody knew that the pot for money was going to be really, really small. So if they wanted to do something, they're not going to do it to the family to force him to pay or anything like that. There's nothing to pay. It's going to be fighting between all the different lawsuits terribly. So I think they would just, because of that the daughter had died, if it's that family or anybody else involved in it, they would just go for Alex. And just put everybody, out of their
Yeah,
misery.
well, I know they would definitely go after Paul because I mean, I heard that video you gave me the link to for Mallory Beach's boyfriend screaming at him, going, "Look at you fucking smiling, fuck you. She's gone, she's dead, fuck you." Like
Yeah.
he was going off on him, and Paul or Buster, whoever it was standing there like smirking and grinning about something. So I think if they went after anybody, they would just be Paul. And there's plenty of times that Paul goes in and out of that property by himself in his truck. They've had plenty of opportunity, I feel like, to kill him from the time of the boating accident to when this happened. I think he'd already be dead if they were going to do it.
All right, let's end this poll. I don't know. Last thoughts, Wrecker.
I think it's completely possible that Maggie might have just been an unfortunate witness.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
Paul might have been the main target, and it just so happened that Maggie was there.
That was one of my first thoughts.
And how do you think Alex plays into that?
I think he was trying to get rid of him so he didn't have to pay the debt or lessen it.
So you think he shot his son?
Yeah.
Is that what you both are saying? You think Alex shot?
I think
Paul?
he shot both of them over money, or him being busted, or they knew, like Maggie knew shit was going on. And when you're a husband and wife, you know each other. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She knew something was going on, and he probably knew that she knew. So I mean, I don't know. That's it. I think if it was about the boat case, that Maggie was an accidental, and I think if it was about money, that Paul was probably the accidental.
And do you still think hired killers, Wrecker?
I think it's still possible. I wouldn't take that off the table.
Mm-hmm.
No, you can't.
Well, there you go. Well, on that, everybody, the poll, based on what you've heard so far to the trial, you matched the Twitter polls out there. With 27 votes received, 74% of you would consider Alex Murdaugh guilty right now. And only 25% of you decided he might be not guilty. I'll have to say, you're all thinking along the same lines. I looked at 7 different Twitter polls. They all had the same number, between 73 and 76% guilty for Murdaugh.
Huh.
Yeah, based on what they've been hearing so far, which to me, I was a little surprised because I thought people weren't tracking the evidence, but people were saying that's not fair. Don't discount the jury. They're tracking it. They know what their job is. Like, they are paying attention. So hopefully,
How many people have voted for a hung jury?
Nobody on my poll, but we'll run that on Monday. Yeah, we will. We'll have
I
some
saw
fun with
one
that
somewhere that said guilty, not guilty, hung jury, mistrial. Oh, it was on LNC.
Mhm.
And it was like 60 some odd percent was guilty, and then like 20 some odd percent, I believe 20 some odd percent said hung jury.
Mm-hmm. People are saying they just see it in his demeanor and his eyes. But well, anyway, let's just end for the night because we're going to all be back here Monday. I hope to see you all in the chat. Have a good time. Have a good weekend. I will be several places on Saturday. Here on my channel, we'll be in the morning, if it works out, with Bearded Heretic, and we'll be talking about family genocide. Uncomfortably so, but we're going to do it anyway. We're going to talk murder. We'll do that. And then I'm over on the shills for Operator Starsky for the Ukraine update. If you'd like to see me over there. And then at 10 o'clock at night, we're all going to let our hair down and we're going to do a what the actual, where we go over all the crazy things that we have seen on social media. And we've got some stuff and some updates. And oh, by the way, Tommy Lee posted another picture just because I was doing what the F. You know, he just made me happy. So, so there you go. So we'll do all of that. And again, on Sunday, I could tell you tomorrow, but also on Sunday, I do Uncalled For, and I'll be over there at 7 o'clock at night on the shows. I love doing that show with Amy, and we'll have serious conversations about all kinds of stuff. And this week, we're talking about AI and revenge porn, how technology has entered the field. And we're going to go over Andrew Tate that we missed last week. So there you go. Because Amy needs to talk about Andrew Tate because she's done the research, and we got a lot to say about that. That's all there.
That
true.
POS.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, definitely.
Everybody have a good weekend.
Yes, everybody. You say
Yes.
you guys got anything else? Or I'm gonna just hit the button. Good night, all.
Good
Smack
night.
it. Peace out.